Chapter 18 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Sam was packing to go to New Haven for his 30th class reunion when the mild little knock came at the door. He roared, "Come in," and at first did not look to see who his visitor might be. The silence after the opening of the door made him turn. Tub Pearson was on the threshold, grinning. "Well, you fat little runt," said Sam, which meant, "My dear old friend, I am enchanted to see you." And Tub gave answer, "You big stiff, so they couldn't stand you in Europe any more, eh? So you had to sneak back here, eh? You big bum." Which signified, to one knowing the American language, "I have been quite distressingly lonely for you in Zenith, and had you not returned, I should probably have given up the reunion and gone to Europe to see you. I would really." "Well, you're looking fine, Tub," and they patted each other's arms curtly. "So are you. You look ausgezeichnet. I guess Europe agreed with you. Didn't bring me home a little of that swell French wine, did you?" "Sure, I've got a whole case of it in my collar box." "Well, bring it out. Let's not put off the fatal hour." From behind a trunk, where, under the new American dispensation, all hotel guests hide the current bottle of whiskey, to make it easier for the hotel servants to find it, Sam produced something, chuckling. "Now, this may just look like the plain Methodist bootleg corn to you, Tub, but remember, you ain't traveled expensively and got educated the way I have." "Say when." "Oh, say, Tub, I got a bottle of the real thing, pre-war Scotch, taken off me here at the docks." "Oh, my God, what a sacrilege! Well, now, tell me, what kind of a time do you really have?" "Oh, fine, fine. Paris is a fine city. Say, how's Matey and your kids?" "Fine. How's Harry Hazard?" "He's fine. He's got a granddaughter. Say, they whoop it up all night long in Paris, don't they?" "Yeah, pretty late." "Have you seen Emily lately?" "Just the other day at the country club. Looked fine. Oh, say, Sambo, can you explain one thing to me? Is there any chance the Bolsheviks will pay the Tsarist debts to France? And what kind of a buy are French municipals?" "Well, I didn't find out much about. Oh, I met some high-class frogs. Fellow named Andalay, stockbroker. Pretty well-heeled, I guess. But it isn't like with us. Hard to get those fellows down to real serious talk out of the office. They want to gas about the theater and dancing and horse racing all the time. But say, I did learn one mighty interesting thing. The Citroën people in France and the Opel people in Germany are putting up low-priced cars that'll give the Ford and the Chev a mighty hard run for their money in European territory. And, oh, say, Tub, can you tell me anything about the rumors that Ford is going to scrap Model T and come out with an entirely new model?" "My God, I've tried, and I can't find out anything about it. I've asked Alec Kynance, and I've asked Byron Rogers of the Sherman, and I've asked Elon Richards, and if they know anything, they won't let it out. And, by golly, I'd like to find out something about it." So would I, and I can't find out a thing." They both sighed and refilled. "They finished the new addition to the country club?" asked Sam. "Yes, and it's a beauty. They play much golf in France?" "I guess so, on the Riviera. Been by my house recently? Everything look all right?" "You bet. I stopped and spoke to your caretaker. Seems like a good, reliable fellow. Say, just what does a fellow do evenings in Paris? What kind of hangouts do you go to? About like nightclubs here?" "Well, a lot better wine." "Well, no, at that. Some of the places that are filled with Americans stick you good for pretty poor fizz. But on the whole, oh, I don't know, you get tired of racketing around. All these pretty women talking all the time." "Didn't pick up a little cutie on the side, did you?" "Did you say cutie or cootie?" And they both laughed, and they both sighed, and of Sam's non-existent amorous affairs they said no more. And they found that they had nothing else to say. For years they had shared friends, games, secret business reports. They had been able to talk actively about the man they had seen the day before, the poker they had played 2 days ago, the bank scandal that was going on at the moment. But in 6 months, most of the citizens of Zenith, whose scandals and golf handicaps had been important, had been dimmed for Sam. He could not visualize them, could think of nothing to ask about them. The two men fell into an uncomfortable playing at catch with questions and answers. Sam said mildly, "Kind of wish I'd started going abroad earlier, Tub. Kind of interesting to see how differently they do things. But it's too late now." He struggled to make clear what had interested him in England and France, the tiny unchartable differences of dress, of breakfast bacon, of political parties, of vegetables in marketplaces, of the ministers of God, but Tub was impatient. What he wanted was a gloating, vicarious excursion into blazing restaurants full of seductive girls, marvelous food, wine unimaginably good at 50 cents a bottle, superb drunks without a headache, and endless dancing without short breath. Sam tried to oblige, but... Funny, he couldn't somehow picture the dancing rendezvous he had seen only a fortnight ago. He could see the musty cupboard where the patient chambermaid of their hotel floor had sat waiting, apparently all day and all night, knitting, smelling of herring and poverty. But of the Jardin de Monsieur he could see nothing but tables, smooth floor, and the 2 darkly enraptured eyes of Giacero the aviator dancing with Fran. Sam dropped so low conversationally that he asked about the well-being of the Reverend Dr. Willis Fortune Tate of Zenith. Then Ross Ireland banged in. "Off to Mexico to do a story on oil. Give me a drink," he said, and all was liveliness again. Sam was distressed that he should be relieved to have his confidences with his oldest friend interrupted by this half-stranger, but he was pleased when Tub Pearson took to him. Half an hour later, when Ross had told his celebrated story of Doc Pilvins, the veterinarian, and the plush horse, the three of them went out to dinner, had cocktails, and became lively and content. Only once in an evening of different nightclubs, none of which were different, did Sam worry again. "Good Lord, are all of us here in America getting so we can't be happy, can't talk till we've had a lot of cocktails? What's the matter with our lives?" But on the Yale campus next afternoon with Tub, he was roaring with delight to see again the comrades of old days, the beloved classmates who stayed so unshakably in his mind that he had forgotten nothing about them, save their professions, their present dwelling-places, and their names. The 1896 division of the procession to the baseball game at Yale Field, in their blue coats and white trousers, was led by Tub Pearson, shaking a rattle and singing, "Good morning, Mr. Zip, Zip, Zip. Got a haircut as short as mine? Good morning, Mr. Zip, Zip, Zip. I certainly am feeling fine. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. If the Army don't get you, then the Navy must." Sam was moved to sadness and prayer by the sight of his classmates. It was one of the astonishments of the reunion how old many of them had become at 50 or 52. Don Binder, for instance, in college a serious drinker, baby-faced and milky, now an Episcopalian rector who looked as though he were 65 and as though he carried the sins of the country on his stooped shoulders. The spectacle made Sam himself feel ancient. But as startling were the classmates who at 50 looked 35, and who irritated a man like Sam, amiable about exercise but no fanatic, by shouting that everybody ought to play 18 holes of golf a day. But however sheepish Sam might feel, Tub was radiant, was again the class clown during the procession. He danced across the row from side to side, shaking his rattle, piping on a penny whistle, frightening a child on the sidewalk almost into epilepsy by kneeling down and trying to be chummy. "He's fine. He's funny," Sam assured himself. "He's a great goat. Hell, he's an idiot. Why am I getting to be such a grouch on life? Better go back to the desk." But whatever discomfort he had at playing the hobbledehoy in the class reunion, Sam found balm. They knew who he was. No one in Paris, except Fran at times, knew that. But his classmates realized that he was Sambo Dodsworth, great tackle, skull and bones, creative engineer, president of a corporation, prince of good fellows. Except for a few professional alumni who at 50 could still tell what was the score in last year's Yale-Brown game, who at 50 had nothing with which to impress the world except the fact that they were Yale men, the class had drifted far from the cheery loafing and simple-hearted idealism of college days. They were bank presidents and college presidents and surgeons and country school teachers and diplomats. They were ranchmen and congressmen and ex-convicts and bishops. One was a major general, and one, in college the most mouse-like of bookworms, was the funniest comedian on Broadway. They were fathers and grandfathers, and most of them looked as though they overworked or overdrank. Not one of them had found life quite the amusing and triumphant adventure he had expected, and they came back wistfully, longing to recapture their credulous golden days. They believed, for a week, that their classmates were peculiarly set apart from the crooked and exasperating race of men as a whole. And all of this Sam Dodsworth believed, for a week. It was pleasant, on a clam bake at Momuggin, to loll in the sand with a general, a college president, and 2 steel kings, as though they were all of them 19 again, to be hailed as old Sambo, to wrestle without thinking of dignity, and for a moment to be so sentimental as to admit that they longed for something greater than their surface successes. It was pleasant, in the rooms to which they were assigned in Harkness, to forget responsibilities as householders and company managers, and to loll puppy-like on window seats beside windows fanned by the elms, telling fabulous lies till 1 till 2 of the morning, without thinking of being up early and on the job. It was pleasant at dinner in a private room to sing "Way Down on the Bingo Farm," and to come out with a long, clinging, lugubrious yowl in "Here's to good old Yale! She's so hearty and so hale." Even the men who on their first day he had not been able to remember became clear. Why, yes, that was old Mark Derby. Always used to be so funny the way he played on a comb and never could remember his necktie. He was 19 again. In a world which had seemed barren of companionship, he had found 200 brothers, and he was home, he rejoiced, to stay. So with Tub Pearson he rode westward from New York to Zenith, gratified as the thunderous slots of Manhattan streets gave way to the glowing Hudson, to tranquil orchards and old white houses and resolute hills. The breakfast room of Harry McKee, Sam's new son-in-law, was a cheery apartment with white walls, canary-yellow curtains at the French windows, and a parrot, not too articulate, in a red enamel cage. The breakfast set was of taffy-like peasant faience from Normandy, and the electrical toaster and percolator on the table were of nickel which flashed in the lively Midwestern morning sunshine. Sam was exultant. He had arrived late last evening, and as his own house was musty from disuse, he had come to Emily's. He had slept with a feeling of security, and this morning he was exhilarated at being again with her, his own Emily, gayest and sturdiest of girls. He had brought his presents for them down to breakfast, the Dunhill pipe and the Charvet dressing-gown for Harry, the gold and tortoise-shell dressing-table set and the Guerlain perfumes for Emily. They admired the gifts, they patted him thanks, they fussed over his having real American porridge with real cream. In a blissful assurance of having come home forever to his own snug isle after decades amid white-fanged seas, of having brought to his astounded tribe incredible tales of Troy and Circe and men with 2 heads, he began to expatiate on Paris, smiling at them, reaching out to take Emily's hand, launching into long-winded details. "Now, what I never understood about Paris," he was rumbling, "is how much of it is like a series of villages, with narrow streets and little bits of shops that don't hardly keep the proprietor busy. You always hear of the big boulevards and the wild dance halls, but what struck me was the simple little places." "Yes, that was so even in the war when I was in Paris," said McKee. "But there must be a lot of difference since then. Say, Dad, I'm afraid I have to hustle to the office. Hope to sell a few million bolts to the Axton car people today. But I want to hear all about Paris. Be home by 6:30. Awful good to have you back, sir. Goodbye, Emily of Emily's." After the kisses and flurry and engine racings of McKee's departure, Emily beamed her way back and caroled, "Oh, don't eat that cold toast. I'll make you a nice fresh slab. You must try this lovely apricot jam. Now go on and tell me some more about Paris. Oh, it's perfectly ducky to be with you again. Harry is next to the nicest man living, but you're the... Oh, you must eat some more. Now tell me about Paris." "Well," mildly, "I really haven't much to tell. It's hard to express how you feel about a foreign place. Something kind of different in the air. I'm afraid I'm not much on analyzing a thing like that. Emily, Harry doing pretty well financially?" "Oh, splendidly. They've raised him another $5,000 a year." "You don't need a little check for yourself?" "Oh, not a thing. Thanks, old darling." "Drat him, Harry carried off the Advocate, and I know you want to read it." Sam did not hear her reference to the Advocate. Flushed, he was reflecting, "Am I trying to pay my daughter to be interested in me? Trying to buy her affection?" He scuttled away from the thoughts into a hasty description of Les Halles at dawn, as he had seen them when the de Penable menagerie, with himself as an attendant keeper, had had an all-night round of cafes. He had begun to care for his own narration. He was saying, "Well, I never tried white wine and onion soup for breakfast, but I was willing to try anything once," when the telephone began. "Excuse me a second, Daddy," said Emily, and for 5 minutes she held a lively conversation with one Mona about a tennis tournament, knitted suits, Dick, speedboats, lobster salad, Mrs. Logan, and a next Thursday mentioned with such italicized awe that Sam felt ignorant in not knowing how it might differ from any other Thursday. He realized, too, that he did not know who Mona, Dick, or Mrs. Logan were. The importance of having eaten onion soup for breakfast had cooled by the time Emily whisked back to the table. Before Sam had warmed up and begun the story of Captain Giacero's hiring a vegetable wagon to drive to the hotel, the sneering telephone called Emily again, and for 3 minutes she dealt with a tradesman who had apparently been sending bad meat. She dealt with him competently. She seemed to know everything about cuts of steak, the age of ducklings, and the trimming of a crown roast. She was not his rollicking, helpless girl. She was a competent young matron. "She doesn't need me any more," sighed Sam. The Dodsworths had not rented their house, but had left it tenantless, save for a caretaker who maintained a creeping ashen existence in a corner of the basement, spelling out old newspapers from garbage cans all day long. The caretaker, when he had admitted Sam after 5 minutes of ringing, wanted to show him through the house, but Sam said abruptly, "I'll go by myself, thanks." The hall was dim as a tomb and as airless. His footfall on the carpetless floor was so loud that he began to tiptoe. There were presences which threatened him as an intruder in his own house. He stood in the door of the library. The room, once warm and tranquil, was bleakly unwelcoming. It was a dead room in a dead house. The rugs were rolled up, piled in a corner, their exposed undersides drab and pebbly. The bookshelves were covered with sheets, and the deep chairs, swathed in gray covers, were as shapeless and distasteful as the wrapper of a slovenly housewife. The fireplace had a stingy cleanness, but in a corner of it clung a scrap of paper with Fran's hectic writing. He stooped slowly to pick it up, and made out the words, "Call motor at 10, and—" She seemed to dash into the room and flee away, leaving him the lonelier. He climbed heavily up the stairway, steps clattering flatly, and shouldered into their bedroom. He looked about, silent. The canopies of their 2 beds had been taken down, leaving the posts like bare masts, and the surfaces of those once suave and endearing retreats were mounds of pillows and folded blankets covered with coarse sheets. He went to the drawn window blinds. "Blinds getting cracked. Need new ones," he said aloud. He looked about again and shivered. He went to the bed in which Fran had always slept and stood staring at it. He patted the edge of the bed and quickly marched out of the room, out of the house. Brent was to have returned to Zenith for a fortnight, and Sam had 100 plans for motoring with him, fishing with him. But Brent telegraphed, "Invited corking yachting party, Nova Scotia. Mind if not return?" And Sam, perfectly expressionless, wrote his answer, "By all means go. Hope have splendid time." As he walked out of the Western Union office, he sighed a little and stood with his hands in his pockets, looking up and down the street, a man with nothing to do. He had thought of himself, when he had been the president of the Revelation Company, as a young man at 50. To him, then, old age did not begin till 70, perhaps 75, and he would have another quarter-century of energy. But the completeness with which Emily, at 21, had matured, become competent to run her own life, made Sam feel that he belonged to an unwanted generation, that, amazingly, he was old. It was the afternoon of Elizabeth Jane's party which made Sam so conscious that he was a stranger, unable to mix with this brisk, luxurious young married set, that he politely fled from Emily's house and holed in at the Tonawanda Country Club. Elizabeth Jane was Harry McKee's 11-year-old niece. Like a surprising number of other successful youngish men of Zenith, hard-surfaced, glossy, ferociously driven in business, and outside of business absorbed only in sports and cocktail-lit dancing, McKee was fanatically interested in children. He was on the Zenith School Board and the Board of Visitors of St. Mark's Town and Country School. Emily and Harry McKee made Sam blush by the cheery openness with which they informed him that they intended to have only 3 children, but to have those with celerity and to have them perfect. They apparently possessed more control of Providence than was understood by such an innocent as Sam. While they awaited the arrival of the 3, they were devoted to Elizabeth Jane, a sedate, bob-haired, bookish child who reminded Sam of a boy minstrel in a Maxfield Parrish picture. He had always admired Parrish's dream castles, despite Fran's scoffing. Sam liked Elizabeth Jane. "Real old-fashioned child," he said, "so innocent and demure." And the next day Elizabeth Jane remarked placidly, when she had invited herself to tea with Sam and Emily, "Auntie, would it be awfully rude of me if I said my teacher is a damn fool? Would it? She started telling us about sex, and she's so scared and silly about it, and of course all of us kids know all about it already." "My God," said Sam Dodsworth to himself. McKee and Emily celebrated Elizabeth Jane's 12th birthday with an afternoon party for 40 children. Sam knew that there were to be many dodges of a rich nature. He was aware that a red and white striped pavilion was being erected on the McKee lawn, and orders in for such simple delights as Peche Melba, biscuit tortoni, and Bombay surprise, along with Viennese pastry, loganberry juice, imported ginger ale, and lobster salad, and that the caterer was sending half a dozen waiters in dress suits. But he was still antiquated enough to picture the children playing Ring-around-a-Rosy and Puss in the Corner and hide-and-go-seek. He was lunching with Tub Pearson on the day of the party, and after lunch he excitedly went to the 5 and 10 cent store and filled his pockets with dozens of pleasant little foolishnesses, false noses, chocolate cigars, tissue paper hats, and proceeded to McKee's, planning to set all the children at the party laughing with his gifts. He was late. When he arrived, the children were decorously sitting in 4 rows of chairs on the lawn, watching a professional troupe from the Zenith Stock Company perform an act from Midsummer Night's Dream. And there was a professional magician afterward, though the young lordlings were bored by such kitschy banalities as rabbits out of silk hats, and a lady teacher from the Montessori school, who, with a trained voice for children and trained gestures, told ever such nice folk tales from Czechoslovakia, Serbia, Iceland, and Yucatan. Then, unherded but politely in order, the children filed past a counter at which Harry McKee, disguised as an heir for no perceptible reason, gave each of them a present. They each said "thank you very much" tolerantly, and unwrapped their presents, showing their trained social mindedness by depositing the wrappers in a barrel therefore provided. Sam goggled at the presents. There were French perfume and packets of 1,000 stamps, riding crops and portable phonographs, engraved stationery, and a pair of lovebirds. He hastily pulled out the flaps of his coat pockets, lest someone see the ludicrous little gifts he had bought. And later, "I've got to get out of this. Too rich for my blood." It took a week of tactful hinting about needing 8 hours of daily golf, but in the end he escaped to one of the chintzy bedrooms at the Tonawanda Country Club, and there, in an atmosphere of golf, gin bottles in the locker room, small dinners followed by poker, and a reading room full of magazines which on glossy paper portrayed country houses and polo teams, he made it a lotus-eating existence, with cold cauliflower and stringy lamb chops and bootlegged whiskey for lotuses. He persuaded himself for minutes at a time that business affairs demanded his staying in Zenith, and he bleakly knew for hours at a time that they didn't. His capital was invested in carefully diversified ventures, in UAC stock, railroad and industrial and government bonds. However often he conferred with his bankers and brokers, he couldn't find anything very absorbing to do in the way of changing investments. But he also owned, as a more speculative interest, a share of a resort hotel near Zenith, and on his way to America he had persuaded himself that, with his newly educated knowledge of food and decoration and service, he would be able to improve this hotel. It was quite a bad hotel, and very profitable. He had a meal there 2 days after arriving in Zenith, and it was terrible. He told the manager that it was terrible. The manager looked bored and resigned. When Sam had persuaded him to stay, the manager explained that with the cost of materials and the salaries of cooks, he couldn't do a better meal at the price. It was all very well, the manager pointed out, to talk about the food in Paris. Only this wasn't Paris. And furthermore, did Sam happen to know what chickens cost per pound at the present moment? That was Sam's only achievement during his stay in Zenith. But weeks went by before he admitted, rather angrily, that business did not need him. Just as Brent did not need him, Emily did not need him. But certainly, he comforted himself, Fran needed him, and such friends as Tub Pearson. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19, Of Dodsworth, by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Thomas J. Pearson and Samuel Dodsworth had always been too well acquainted to know each other. They had been together since boyhood. Each was a habit to the other. It had been a habit for Tub to go once a week to Sam's for poker, a habit for Sam to telephone him for lunch every Tuesday or Wednesday. They analyzed each other, they considered each other as individuals, no more than a man considers the virtues of his own several toes, unless they hurt. Even Sam's absence from Tub at technical school after college had given them no understanding of each other. They were under the spell of the collegiate belief that one's classmates are the most princely fellows ever known in history. But in Sam's 6 months abroad, Tub had grown into new habits. It was to the house of Dr. Henry Hazard that Tub looked now for his weekly drug of poker. Sam saw that Hazard was at least as necessary to Tub as himself now, and sometimes he found himself allied against the two of them when the talk fell on labor or European alliances, and they expressed the fat opinions which Sam himself had once accepted, but about which he now felt shaky. He was slightly jealous, slightly critical. He noted that Tub wasn't quite so perfect as he had remembered. When Tub shrieked during a game of poker, "What ho!" said the cat to the catamaran, or "Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the ante," Sam was not diverted. And he felt that Tub was critical of him. If he hinted that the paving on Conklin Avenue was bad, or that the coffee at the country club left something to be desired, Tubbs scolded, "Oh, God, we expatriates certainly are a hard bunch to please." When Sam dined with them, he found himself turning oftener to Tubbs' bouncing goodwife, Matey, than to Tubb. Yet between times they played their 19 holes happily, serene as a pair of old dogs out rabbit-hunting. If sometimes Sam found himself wishing for Ross Ireland's melodramatic talk about revolutions and lost temples, if sometimes Tubbs seemed rather provincial, Sam was thoroughly scandalized and rebuked himself. Tubbs the best fellow in the world. It is doubtful whether he was the more disturbed by finding that he could get along without Tubb, or by finding that Tubb could get along without him. Believing from Sam's first enthusiastic foreign letters that he would not return from Europe this year, Tubb had planned with Dr. Hazard a month's motoring golfing expedition. They were excited about it. They were going to play over the best courses in Winnemac, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Ohio. They spoke of the charms of stumbling over new varieties of bunkers, wild grass, and rose bushes. They raved over long shots across sand dunes and disastrous ponds in which to lose dozens of golf balls. They had planned to go by themselves, but now they invited Sam. He hesitated. He felt unwanted. Of course they hadn't known he would be returning. Of course they had urged him to come. Only why couldn't they have waited to see whether he would return? He compromised by going with them for 2 weeks out of the month. It was a good jaunt. They laughed and felt free of womenfolk and nagging secretaries, retold all the dirty stories they knew, drank discreetly, drove fast, and admired the golf courses on the North Shore above Chicago. Sam enjoyed it. But he noted that when he left they seemed cheerful enough about going on by themselves. Brent, Emily, business, now Tubb and Hazard, they didn't need him. All thinking about matters less immediate than food, sex, business, and the security of one's children is a disease, and Sam was catching it. It made everything more difficult. He thought about alcohol. He noted that most of the men of the country club set, including himself, drank too much. And they talked too much about drinking too much. Prohibition had turned drinking from an agreeable, not very important accompaniment to gossip into a craze. They were jumpy about it, and as fascinated as a schoolboy peering at obscene posters. And he began to meditate about his acquaintances, almost frankly. He realized, almost frankly, that he was not satisfied now by Dr. Hazard's best limericks, Tubbs' inside explanations about the finances of Zenith corporations, even Judge Turpin's whispers about the ashes upon the domestic hearths of their acquaintances. Hang it, that had been good talk in Paris, even when he had not altogether understood it. Atkin's rumination on painters, the gilded chatter of René de Penable's gang of pirates, and still more the stories of Ross Ireland. He had heard of Anastasia, who was declared to be the daughter of the Tsar, of the Zinoviev letter, which had wrecked the Labour Party of Britain, of the suicide of Archduke Rudolph, of the Empress Charlotte wandering melancholy mad through the haunted rooms of Castle Miramar, of systems to win at Monte Carlo, of Floyd Gibbon's plan to make a motor road from Tierra del Fuego to the Rio Grande, of Turkish women born in harems who now bob their hair and study biology, of the Chinese Christian general. Oh, 100 stories touching great empires and hidden lands. And he had seen the King and Queen of England drive up Constitution Hill in an open motor, had seen Carpentier the prizefighter dancing, a pale, solemn, unathletic-looking young man, seen Briand at the opera and Arnold Bennett at the theater. It had been good talk and good seeing. But even if he were articulate enough to bring home his booty to Tubb and Dr. Hazard and Judge Turpin, he felt, after a few stumbling trials he knew, that they would not be interested. He saw that it was not a question of Ross Ireland being interested in kingdoms and of Tubb being interested only in coupons and aces. He saw slowly that none of his prosperous, industrialized friends in Zenith were very much interested in anything whatever. They had cultivated caution until they had lost the power to be interested. They were like old surly farmers. The things over which they were most exclamatory, money, golf, drinking, didn't fascinate them as brushstrokes or woodwinds fascinated the peering Endicott Everett Atkins. These diversions were to the lords of Zenith not pleasures, but ways of keeping so busy that they would not admit how bored they were, how empty their ambitions. They had as their politics only a testy fear of the working class. Why, Sam perceived uneasily the whole country turned the dramatic game of politics over to a few seedy professional vote wranglers. To them, women were only bedmates, housekeepers, producers of heirs, and a home audience that could not escape, and had to listen when everybody at the office was tired of hearing one's grievances. The arts to them consisted only of jazz conducive to dancing with young girls, pictures which made a house look rich, and stories which were narcotics to make them forget the tedium of existence. They did things, they rushed, they supervised, they contended, but they were not interested. However difficult Fran might be at times, pondered Sam, however foolish Madame de Penable with her false hair and her false gigolos, however pompous and patronizing Mr. Endicott Everett Atkins, they were fascinated by everything in human life, from their own amours to soup and aeroplanes. He would like to be one of them. There was only one thing in the way. Could he? Thus meditated Samuel Dodsworth, alone on the porch of the country club, awaiting the return of Tub Pearson. What the devil was he doing here? He was as dead as though he were entombed. He had to get busy, either go back to work at once or join Fran. Which? Then, for a week or two, he became very busy peering into the Sans Souci Gardens development. To the north of Zenith, among wooded hills above the Chaloosa River, there was being laid out one of the astonishing suburbs which have appeared in America since 1910. So far as possible, the builders kept the beauties of forest and hills and river. The roads were not to be broad, straight gashes butting their way through hills, but winding byways, very inviting, if one could only kill off the motorists. Here, massed among trees and gardens, were springing up astonishing houses, considerably more desirable as residences than the gaunt fortified castles of the Rhine, the magnificent and quite untenable museums of French chateaux. They were all imitative, of course. Italian villas and Spanish patios and Tyrolean inns and Tudor manor houses and Dutch colonial farmhouses, so mingled and crowding one another that the observer was dizzy. They were so imitative and so standardized that it was easy to laugh at them. But they were no more imitative of Munich than was Munich of Italy, or than Italy of Greece, and like the rest of the great American domestic architecture of this era, they were probably the most comfortable residences in the world, for one who didn't mind it if his Venetian balcony was only 10 feet from his neighbor's Swiss chalet, and if his neighbor's washing got slightly in the way of tea on his own lawn. Driving through the Sans Souci Gardens, Sam was fascinated. He liked the energy with which roads were being dug, houses rising, stone fountains from Florence being set up in squares and circles designated by arty little swinging street signs as Piazza Santa Lucia and Assisi Crescent and Plaza Real. That there was something slightly ridiculous about mixing up Spain and Devon and Norway and Algiers and transplanting them to the sandy hills of a Midwestern town, where of late the Indians had trapped rabbits and the rusty-bearded Yankees had trapped the Indians, did vaguely occur to Sam, but it was all a fantastic play to him, very gay and bright after the solemn respectabilities and the disapproving mansard roofs of the older residential avenues in Zenith. Here, at least, he reflected, was all the color and irregularity he had gone abroad to seek, all the scarlets and yellows and frivolous pinks, all the twisty ironwork and scalloped tiles and striped awnings and Sicilian wine jars he could swallow, along with, he thanked heaven, all the mass-produced American electric refrigerators, oil furnaces, vacuum cleaners, garbage incinerators, overstuffed chairs and built-in garages, which, for all of Fran's scoffing and Mr. Atkins' expatriate distress, Sam still approved. It came to him now that there was but little pioneering in manufacturing motors, that he hadn't much desire to fling out more cars on the packed highways. To create houses, perhaps less Coney Island-like than these, noble houses that would last 300 years and not be scrapped in a year as cars were. "That'd be interesting," said Sam Dodsworth, the builder. Of course, he knew nothing about architecture, but he knew a good deal about engineering, about steel and wood and glass, about organizing companies, about getting along with labor. And say, here's something that Fran would take an interest in. And she's an expert about decorations and all that stuff. Might hold her here. In a leisurely way, apparently not much interested, Sam saw to it that he was introduced to the president of the Sans Souci Company and that they played golf together. He was invited to view the gardens with the president, and afterward he spent a good deal of time walking through them, talking to architects, to carpenters, to gardeners. Otherwise, he merely waited. He was very good at waiting. Twice a week, letters from Fran had drawn him toward her and toward Europe. Her first letter had come on the day of his arrival in Zenith. Villa Dorée, Vevey, Montreux, La Suisse. Dear Sam, it's too glorious. Down the lake, the friendliest little steamers zipping by, peaks of the Dent de Midi, too perfectly superb. At sunset, they're clouds of gold. And I've actually been walking. Was Fran terribly bad in Paris, always galloping out to nightclubs when you'd rather have gone walking? Well, you have your revenge. Awfully lonely for your big bear growls and general dependability, even though I am moved by the beauty of this place and rather grateful for a little calm. Walk up through vineyards to ducky little stone houses. The village is charming. Not much ground, but lawns and roses and terrace for tea right on the lake. René de Penable is just as glad as I am to be free for a while of all the noisy young dancing men. We've both sworn to let ourselves be old ladies with caps and knitting for a while, probably take to religion and chamomile tea. I'm waiting for your letters. Just had your steamer note. So glad you enjoyed crossing with Mr. Ireland. You probably had much more fun with him than with a bad sport like me. Shouldn't have said that. Looks mean, and I really and truly am glad you had a nice bachelorish time. Be sure and write everything about Brent and Emily and McKee. Give my regards to Tubb and Dr. Hazard. An astonishing big gull has just lighted on the lawn, right in front of the window by which I write. We have the funniest pair of maids. One looks like a Kewpie, and I suspect the purity of her intentions toward the postman. And Cook is built like a Japanese wrestler, only more clothed, of course. I hope you'll have a happy stay in Zenith. I do miss you. Come back soon, and in early autumn we'll jaunt off together. I know you're a little fed up with Paris, and personally, I don't care if we don't get back here till spring. We might view Egypt, Italy, etc. for 6 months. Renee sends you her love, and so do I, old grizzly. Your Fran. Her next 3 letters were short, devoted to scenery and troubles. She always had troubles, always. They weren't very serious troubles, he thought. Renee had been cross, the cook had been cross. Apparently, Fran herself had never been cross. The dance at the Hôtel des Dumont had been a bore, the rain had been wet, the English family next door had been rude, she had a toothache. 2 of the letters were impersonal, almost chilling. In between was an affectionate cry for him, so that he was confused and gave a good deal of his hours of meditation to wishing that she were a little less complicated. The 4th letter was livelier. Wouldn't you know it, Sam? After swearing that she never wanted to see a dancing man again, or anything in the way of a male more disturbing than a father confessor, Renee has already gathered about her, which unfortunately means more or less about me too, a brand-new horde of Apollos. How she does it, I don't know. There'll be a nice young man of 60 staying with his venerable mamma at a hotel here. Somebody in Paris asks him to call on us. He comes formally to tea, and the next day he's panting on the doorstep again, bringing a pack of males ranging from 16 to 80, and from racing models to the latest thing in hearses. Of course, she knows simply everybody. We can't go to the Dumont for a cocktail without at least one gent swooping down on her with glad whoops of alcoholic welcome. So now the house is littered with fawns and Bacchuses, if that's the word. There's an English hunting man named Randall who wears blue collars and shirts, and another Englishman, picturesquely named Smith, and an Austrian baron, who, as far as I can find out, sells clocks, and a man who seems to have leased the French Bourse, and a rich American Jew named Arnold Israel. He's about 40 and very good-looking in a black-haired, black-eyed, beefy sort of way, but a little too gaudily oriental for my simple taste. When he kisses your hand, he almost bites it. Ugh! Of course, it is nice to be able to dance again, but I really and truly did enjoy just mouching around and being quiet. Would you mind transferring $5,000 to my account at the Guarantee Paris? Food here is more expensive than I had expected, and I've had to buy some more summer things. I found a shop in Montreux with simply darling hats, and while it's all very well to walk and to study the dear, sweet, smelly common people by riding on trams, now that Renee has gone and dragged us into the life idiotic again, we've had to hire a limousine and a chauffeur. I hope you're ever so happy, darling. Fran. It was with her next letter that he began to fret. It reached him while he was motoring and golfing with Tub Pearson and Dr. Hazard. Such a lovely blue and golden day. The mountains are like the pillars of heaven. A bunch of us are taking a motorboat across to the French side of the lake. Arnold Israel, an American here, I think I spoke of him. He has discovered a marvelous little inn where we can lunch, under the vine and fig tree sort of thing. He's really an awfully nice person, one of these extraordinary international Jews who can do everything and knows everything. Rides like an angel, swims 7 miles, tells the funniest living stories, knows more about painting than old Atkins, and more about biology and psychology than 16 college professors, and I must say he dances like Maurice himself. And he is an American. It's funny, I know I'm playing into your hands, but I must admit this. Much though I admire Europeans, it is nice to rest oneself, after even Renee's best cut-glass wit, etc., by being simple and natural with a fellow countryman. One who will understand when you say, "She must have gotten that hat from the 5 and 10 cent store," or even, "Attaboy." I find that, with you away, you dear darling old vulgarian, I have positive joy in hearing somebody say, "Oh, hell." Makes me almost homesick. Oh, yes, I guess I am American all right. Must hurry now. Lots of love. F. For 10 days, no letter. Then 2 together. You would approve of your bad Fran thoroughly if you knew what a healthful life she is leading. Of course, sometimes I do stay up a bit late at dances. We met an awfully nice American Jewish family here, named of all things Lee, friends of Arnold Israel. They have rented a wonderful old castle back from the lake above Glion, and they do give the most gorgeous parties. But otherwise, I'm outdoors most of the time, riding, swimming, tramping, motoring, tennis. The Israel man has the most terrific cannonball in tennis. And then he'll read Shelley aloud like a 20-year-old Vassar girl. What a man! And to think that he's in the jute and hemp importing business. Though it's true that he merely inherited the business from his hustling old father, and that he's able to leave it 4 or 5 months every year and loaf all through Europe. Good heavens, this whole letter seems to be about Arnold Israel. That's only because I thought he was the person here who would interest you most. I needn't tell you that he and I are merely the most impersonal kind of friends. Oh, I suppose he would get sentimental if I let him, but I most certainly will not. And with all his Maharaja splendors, he has the most delicate and sensitive mind. I do appreciate what you said about Brent and Emily's having really grown up and hardly needing us. Madly though I adore them and long to see them, I'm almost afraid to. They'd make me feel so old. Whereas now if you could see me in white blouse, shamelessly crimson skirt, white shoes and stockings, you would say I'm a flapper, and it's beautifully quiet here by the lake at night, getting in quantities of restful sleep. Your Fran. Sam, dear, this isn't really a letter, but just a P.S. to my note of yesterday. I feel as though I wrote so much about Mr. Israel that you'll think I think too much about him. That's the unfortunate thing about letters. One just chats along and often gives a wrong impression. If I have mentioned him several times, it's only because most of the other people, no matter how well they may dance or swim, are really pretty dull, while he is a nice person to talk to. And, of course, I needn't tell you, you old loyal darling, I have no other interest in him. Besides, Renee is crazy about him and wants to annex him for keeps, and as she's really the chef de bureau here, having found the villa, etc., even though she does pay only half the rent, if she wants her old Arnold, she can certainly jolly well have him for all I care. Hastily, F. The next letter did not come for nearly a fortnight, and Sam realized, putting on his glasses to peer at the stamp, that it was not from Vevey, but from Stresa in Italy. Sam, the most dreadful thing has happened. Madame de Penable and I had simply the most dreadful row. She said things I simply could not forgive, and I have left the villa and come here to Lake Maggiore. It's a lovely place, but as I don't know whether I shall stay, you'd better address me care of Guarantee, Paris. And it was all about nothing. I've written you about a Mr. Israel we met at Vevey, and how crazy Renee was about him. One evening, I hate to say this about a woman who, after all, no matter how vulgar and unscrupulous she is, has given me a good time, but I really must say she drunk more than was good for her, and after the guests had gone, she suddenly turned on me like a fishwife, and she used the most dreadful language, and she accused me of carrying on an affair with Mr. Israel, and of stealing him from her, which was idiotic, as well as false, because I must say she never did have him, so how could I have stolen him from her, even supposing I had the slightest desire to? I've never had anybody talk to me the way she did. It was simply dreadful. Of course, I didn't condescend to stoop to her level and answer her. I simply said very politely, "My dear Madame de Penable, I am afraid you are hysterical and not altogether responsible for what you are saying, and I would prefer not to discuss the matter any further, certainly not till tomorrow morning." But that didn't stop her, and finally I simply went to my room and locked the door, and next day I moved to a hotel and then came down here. It really is lovely here, with the Borromean Isles, including the famous Isola Bella, lying out in the lake, and across the lake, behind the nice village of Pallanza, the mountains rising quite high, and villages, etc., strung along the roads up the mountains. I feel awfully lonely here, and that beastly toothache I had in London is returning. But, after all, anything is better than living with a brawling vulgar fool like Madame de Penable. I hate to fess up, and I guess this gives you a lovely chance to crow over me, only I know you're too generous and understanding of your bad little girl to take such an advantage of her. But you certainly were completely right in what you said, or rather hinted, for you were too kind to come out and say anything rude about the Penable woman and her dreadful vulgar friends. I'm sorry. I hope I've learned something, only I don't want you to think that Mr. Israel is any way to blame, like the Penable woman and her friends. He was as innocent as I was, and he was good enough to see me off on the train at Vevey. He is a man I would like to have you meet. I think you would find in him all the nice, jolly, companionable, witty things you find in Ross Ireland, and at the same time a subtlety and good taste that, I'm sure you will admit, with all his fine qualities, Mr. Ireland lacks. Well, perhaps we will run into Arnold when you come back, for I believe he is taking a whole year this time wandering around Europe. Oh, do come soon, darling. I miss you so today. If you were here, we'd take the little Batello. Aren't you proud of me? I've already learned 10 words of Italian in one day. Come in is avanti, and the bill is la canto, or no, il canto I think it is, and we go scooting around the lake. If it's convenient, you might send another couple of thousand, guarantee Paris. Of course, I have to pay my share of the rent at the cursed villa at Vevey, even though I'm not there. I suppose if I didn't, and I certainly would jolly well like not to, the Penobla woman would go around saying that I was not only a libertine and a man-snatcher, but also an embezzler. How I'd like to have you spank her for me with your big, beautiful, strong hand. You do it so calmly and so thoroughly. So, of course, I have to pay my share of the rent and limousine hire there, and as I also have to pay now for my rooms here, or wherever I may be, you better not depend on this address reaching me, but address care of guarantee. It will make things a little more expensive than I had hoped. Oh, dear, I did hope this would be a nice economical summer, and heaven knows I tried hard enough to make it so, but I didn't expect the unexpected to unexpect quite so disastrously. I feel better now after talking to you like this. I cried almost all last night, and I shall now live the life of a nun and devote myself to the study of the Italian language and people as befits an old lady like me. Your rumpled and repentant Fran. That letter had come on the day when the president of the Sans Souci Gardens Company had invited Sam to lunch. He was very frank, the president. He was a trained architect. He astonished Sam by admitting that he thought Sans Souci rather dreadful. "There's too much mixture of styles, and the houses are too close together," he said. "But most Americans, while they'll pay a devil of a lot for a big impressive house, don't care enough for privacy so that they'll pay for a decent-sized plot of ground. And they want French chateaux in a Henry Ford section. But at least we've been educating them to be willing to come out toward the country instead of huddling together in the city. And I'm planning now, if Sans Souci doesn't ruin me, a much bigger development where we won't mix the styles. Oh, I suppose we'll have to go on cribbing from Europe and colonial America. When a natural genius comes along and creates something absolutely new in houses, only a few people really like 'em. But I picture a new development. I hope with a less agonizing name than Sans Souci Gardens, which is the invention of that grand old Frenchman, one of my partners, Mr. A. Blumenthal, in which, at least, we can keep the thing from looking like a World's Fair. For instance, one section strictly confined to houses more or less in the Tudor style, and another all Dutch colonial, or something not warring with Dutch colonial. Or maybe the whole development in one style, like Forest Hills on Long Island. But, the Sans Souci president went on, he himself was too fanciful and too impatient. And as partner, he needed someone, he hinted that it might be Sam, who would take the 100 or so notions for hotels and luxurious yachting tours and chain restaurants which he conceived every month, pick out the most practical, and control the financing, the selling. He grinned. "Doesn't sound like much of an offer. It's based on the belief that I do have some new and interesting ideas, along with quite a decent knowledge of architecture and building. But I'd like to see if it isn't possible for us to get together. While you'd be deciding that you were bored with selling cars, and while you've been looking up my record for dependability—" "Oh, you guessed that?" grunted Sam. "Of course." "I'll think it over. I most certainly will," said Sam. He returned to the country club, planning a dozen or so new kinds of real estate developments of his own, to receive Fran's distressed letter from Stresa. It all seemed to fit in. He would bring her back. Together they would look into the building of houses. He cabled her, "Too bad, Penobla. Glad got rid her. Why don't you return zenith, then abroad again in a year or so?" She answered, "No, want to stay few more months. Suit self about joining." And the great Sam Dodsworth still had no more notion of what he was going to do than when, as a senior in college, he had sat on East Rock looking at Long Island Sound, planning to be a bridge builder in the Andes. He wrote to her of the Sans Souci Gardens, and waited. He read about domestic architecture, and went to Cleveland and Detroit to inspect new developments. Her next letter had been written some days before he had received her Stresa letter, before she had his cable. It informed him, "Yes, my dear Samuel, I am still at Stresa. though I may be off to Deauville immediate. I've always wanted to see one of those places where gloomy earls go to lose money at chemin de fer. But meantime, I've been very happy here, after getting over my first hysterics at the Penobla woman's beastliness. I've had such a nice girl here to give me Italian lessons daily, and with her or other acquaintances made at the hotel, I've explored all the divine villages about here, Palanza and Baveno and Gennese back in the hills, and Conobio and Arona, etc., etc. I've taken a steamer clear up to Locarno, the Swiss end of the lake, and the tram up to the top of Mont Matterhorn. Sam, it's so steep that when you look down at the lake below you, the water seems absolutely to tip up like a tilted platter. So you're not to worry about me. I'm quite all right. I suppose I ought to tell you that Arnold Israel has come down here from Vevey. You remember the nice American I wrote you about? He's staying here at this same hotel. I don't know that I ought to tell you this. Even you old woofly bear darling with your kind, decent, sympathetic mind, might possibly misunderstand, for with all your virtues, after all, you do have an American way of looking at things. But I'm afraid some gossip might come to you some day, and I want you to understand. Needless to say, our relations are as innocent as though we were a boy and girl of 8, and I do have such a nice, happy, clean time with him. Sam, Arnold drives a car even faster than you do. My heart almost stopped yesterday when he was driving 118 kilometers an hour, but he's such a superb driver that I usually feel quite safe. Now I must hurry and dress. Bless you. I hope you're well and happy. Best love to Emily and Harry. F. That afternoon he telephoned to the president of the Sans Souci Company that he was summoned abroad, and could decide nothing for several months. He telegraphed to New York for a steamer reservation. He dashed to Emily, to Tubb, to Hazard, and said good-bye. But it was a week before he could sail, and meantime another letter had come from Fran, from Deauville. Yes, here I am, and I don't like it much. This place is very gay, but a little icky. Lots of nice people, but also dreadful ones, profiteers giving cocktail parties, racetrack touts infesting the lounge. I wish I'd gone to the Lido instead. Perhaps I will. See here now, Samuel. In your letter written to me at Vevey but received since I left, you said that you hoped I would, as you expressed it, lay low after my winter in Paris, and get to bed early for a while. I don't suppose you meant to be unpleasant, but you couldn't realize how jumpy and hurt and bewildered I was after the horrible Penobla affair, like a lost child, and how your scolding would hurt me. Am I to spend the rest of my life growing old as gracefully and as fast as I can, which is apparently your ideal? You talk as though I were some hell-raising flapper, instead of a woman of the world who likes civilized amusements. There! I'm sure you didn't mean to be scolding, but can't you understand how it might hit me when I was in a very high-strung condition? Really, Sam, you must be a little more thoughtful. Do try to use a little imagination now and then. Now, that's off my chest, and shall we just forget it? Only, I must say, Sam, you may think I'm unjust, but really it was essentially your fault that I ever had the de Penobla trouble. If you hadn't insisted on running back to America for your class reunion, which wasn't so awfully necessary after all, if you had stuck by me so that I wasn't in the anomalous and almost humiliating position of being without a husband, just like a lone adventuress, the de Penobla woman would never have dared act as though I were an adventuress, and have turned on me the way she did. I hope you'll understand that I mean this in the kindest and sweetest way. And we are, after all, aren't we, one of the few married couples who understand each other so well that we can be frank? And next time I hope you'll try to remember. There, that's over, and now for the news. Yes, says the hussy defiantly. Arnold Israel is here with me. That is, as I'm sure you'll understand, he is in no sense with me, but he's here in Deauville. At first I wouldn't come along, but he was so thoughtful, so sweet, so understanding. He dug up somehow. I don't know how he does these things, but he has what one might call the spiritual as well as the financial Midas touch, Do you know that I've just discovered that, while I thought he was merely loafing while he was away from his beastly old jute and hemp business here in Europe, he's made about $40,000 by gambling in exchange and buying and selling, a reasonably authentic Rembrandt. And he wanted to give me some pearls, but of course I wouldn't let him. But I'm drifting away from the thread of my story. He found out at Stresa that a most respectable old Philadelphia couple, real Rittenhouse Square sort, only fond of gaiety, were here, and he had them invite me to come here under their wing, which made it all right, and prevents any of the nasty kind of gossip, such as a beast like the de Penable woman loves. After all, I thought, I'm silly about not coming with him. Sam will never misunderstand. He has imagination, and besides, I realized, I'm not a young flittergibbet or one of these horrible female Ponce de Leons like de Penable, but a perfectly respectable matron who has brought up a son and a daughter now married, and no one would ever think of gossiping. So here I am, and while, as I say, I'm not crazy about the place, Arnold and I and his friends, a Mr. and Mrs. Doone, perfectly darling people, and such wonderful sports, though they're nearly 70, we have gay little parties of our own and loaf around on the beach for hours at a time. Address me care of Paris, though I'm certain to be here for at least 3 weeks more, as there is a magnificent costume ball coming off, to which Arnold and I are going, most scrumptiously as the Sirocco and the North Wind, me with my nice pale Swede hair being naturally the North Wind. Lots of love, F. Sam cabled, Sailing Harmonia, meet you Paris Hotel Universal, September 2. He added love and crossed it out and put it in again. 12 days later, he was looking at the long fortifications at Cherbourg, watching the voluble little Frenchman on the tender. On deck, by night and day, he had walked out of his system all irritation at Fran, all hatred of Arnold Israel. When he had finished her letter from Deauville, he had suddenly grasped something which he had never completely formulated in their 23 years of marriage, that she was not in the least a mature and responsible woman, mother and wife and administrator, but simply a clever child, with a child's confused self-dramatizations. The discovery had dismayed him. Then it had made him the more tender. His other children, Brent and Emily, did not need him. His child Fran did need him. Something in life still needed him. He thought of her awaiting him there in Paris, as he had thought of her in the uncomplicated days of their courtship. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Late of a cloudy afternoon, the Paris Express slid through the thunderous gloom of the train shed, and Sam was jumpy with the excitement of arrival, looking down at the porters as though they were his friends, smiling at the advertisements of Cointreau and Fernet Branca, of Rouen and Avignon on the station walls. He marched quickly out of the train, peering for Fran, anxious when he did not see her, and he felt utterly let down as he clumped after the porter with his bags. She was at the end of the platform. He saw her afar. He was startled to know how much lovelier she was than he had remembered. In a cool blue coat and skirt, with a white blouse, her hair, pale and light-touched as new straw, her slim legs so silken, her shoulders so confident, she was the American athletic girl, swift to dance, to play tennis, to drive like a cyclone. She was so vital, so young. His heart caught with admiration, but he was conscious that her face was unhappy, and that she looked at the approaching passengers only mechanically. Didn't she want him? He came up to her shyly. He was confused by the rather polite smile that masked her face, but holding her by her shoulders, looming over her, he murmured, "Did I remember to write you that I adore you?" "Why, no, I don't believe you did. Do you? That's very nice, I'm sure." Her tone was as light and smooth and passionless, her laugh was as distant as the banter of an actress in a drawing-room comedy. They were strangers. At the hotel she said hesitantly, Sam, do you mind? I thought you'd be tired after the journey. I know I am, after coming from Deauville. So I got 2 single rooms instead of a double, but they're right next to each other." "No, maybe better rest," he said. She came with him into his room, but she hovered near the door, saying with a dreadful politeness, "I hope you'll find the room all right. It has quite a nice bathroom." He hesitated. "I'll unpack later. Let's not hang around here now. Let's skip right out and catch us a good old sidewalk cafe and watch the world go by again." Wretchedly, he noted that she looked relieved. He had given her but a tap of a kiss. She had demanded no further caress. She was courteous while he gossiped of Zenith. She laughed at the right moments, and she remained a stranger, forced to entertain the friend of a friend and wanting to get the duty over. She did ask questions about Emily and Brent, but when he talked of Tub, of golfing, she did not listen. He could not endure it, but he said only tenderly, "What's the matter, honey? You seem kind of far off. Not feeling well? Glad to see me?" "Of course. It's nothing. It's just... I guess I didn't sleep very well last night. I'm a little nervy. But of course I'm glad to see you, dear old bear." And still they had not talked of Madame de Penable, of Arnold Israel, of Streza and Deauville. He had kept from it as much as she. He had said only, "Too bad you had your trouble with Mrs. Penable, but I'm glad you had some fun after that. Your letters were great." He sounded provincial to himself as he maundered about Zenith, sounded rather dull and thick, but his senses were furiously awake. He noted how agitated she seemed. He noted that she drank 3 cocktails. He noted that he, Sam Dodsworth, was slowly massing for a battle, and that he dreaded it. When they dressed for dinner, she closed the door between their 2 rooms. "Let's go to Voisin's, where we can be quiet and talk," said he, when she came in to announce that she was ready. "Oh, wouldn't you rather go someplace a little more festive?" "I would not." Then first was he brusque. "I want to talk." She shrugged. After the soup he bumbled, "Well, I guess I've given you most of the news. Let's talk about plans. Where would you like to go this fall? What about a good, long, easy hike through Italy and Spain, and maybe over to Greece and Constantinople?" "Why, I think that would be very nice, a little later on. But just now, after all, I've had a dreadfully rustic summer, and of course you have, you poor thing. I think we both deserve a little gaiety here in Paris before we leave. After all, when you go traveling around to assorted places, you're frightfully detached from people." Then, very blandly, as though it wasn't at all necessary to have his agreement, "I think we might stay here 3 months or so, and we might take a nice apartment up near the Etoile. I'm so sick of hotels." "Well—" He stopped. Then it came in a slow tidal wave. "I don't blame you for being sick of hotels. So am I. But I certainly don't intend to spend all fall, as I spent all spring, sitting on my rear in Paris." "Need you be vulgar?" "Yes, I guess I need to. I don't intend to sit around here all fall waiting for you to go. When we first started out, I was willing either to go on living in Zenith or travel. But if I'm going to travel, I want to travel, to see things, see different kinds of people and towns. I'd like to see Venice and Madrid. I'd like to have some German beer. I don't propose to go on being sacrificed to your ambition as a social climber." She flared. "That is a lie, and you know it's a lie. Do you think I have to climb to meet people like René de Penable? Climb down, if anything. But I do find it rather more amusing to play with civilized people than to sit and soak at the New York bar. Yes, or go around gaping at ruins with a Baedeker. It's all very well for you, but I have to do the packing. I have to interpret for you. I have to plan the trip. Heavens, we'll go to Venice. But is there any need of our galumphing off like a cook's tour when we could have a charming autumn here with our own flat and servants, and all the friends that I have here now, quite independent of the de Prable person? I'm sorry, Sam, but if you could just occasionally try to catch somebody else's point of view. I should prefer to remain right here in Paris for—
Fran.
Well? He hesitated. While they talked, round them flowed the amenity of good service, and if they were two volcanoes, they kept their rumblings low, and to any observer they seemed merely a large and impassive man, probably English, and a woman with a quick-changing face, who was a little angry but very much in control of her anger. "Fran, you really would sacrifice me to stay here?" "Don't be so melodramatic. I can't see that it's any sacrifice to remain in the loveliest city." "Is Arnold Israel here in Paris?" "Yes, he is. What of it?" "When did you see him last?" "This noon." "He going to stay here in Paris some time?" "I don't know. How should I know? Yes, I suppose he is." "He give you any ideas about a flat near the Etoile?" "See here, my dear Samuel. Have you been reading novels? Just what is the idea of this comic returned husband sternly cross-examining loose wife pose?" "Fran, how far did you go with this Israel?" "Have you any idea how insulting you are?" "Have you any idea how insulting I'm going to be if you don't stop this injured innocent business?" "And have you any idea of how angry I'm going to be if you continue to act like a barroom bully, which is what you are, essentially? I've concealed it from myself for years, but I knew all the time. The great Sam Dodsworth, the football player, the celebrated bruiser, the renowned bully. Why, you belong in the kitchen with the corner policeman, not among civilized. You haven't answered. How far did you go with this Israel? I'm doing you the honor of asking you, not of snooping, and you haven't answered." "And I most certainly do not intend to answer. It's an insult to be expected, and it's an insult to Mr. Israel. He is a gentleman. I wish he were here. You wouldn't dare to talk to me as you've been talking if he were here. He's quite as powerful as you are, my dear Samuel, and he has brains and breeding and manners as well. Ah, how far do you go in sin with your hellish lover? After all the years I've tried to do something for you, you still have the vocabulary of a Laura Jean Libby novel. Arnold, you will be shocked to learn, is so unregenerate that he prefers André Gide and Paul Morand to Laura Jean Libby, and of course it's black guilt for me to have found a little pleasure in talking to him instead of discussing poker with your lovely friend Mr. Tub Pearson." While she raced on, quietly hysterical, he knew the answer to his question, and he was astonished that he was not more astonished, shocked that he was not more shocked. He did not greatly press her. When she stopped, shaking with muted sobs which he pitied, he said gently, "You found him very romantic?" "Of course, he is." "Perhaps I can understand that, more or less." "Oh, Sam, please do be human and understand. You do it so well when you forget your stern man-of-granite role and let yourself be sweet. Of course there was nothing wrong between Arnold and me. Isn't it funny how I'm just as bad as I accused you of being? Using old cant phrases like that. Nothing wrong between Arnold and me. After all, though, perhaps I was unjust to you. Perhaps you didn't mean anything of the kind, but merely— You are kind, Sam, but if you don't mind my saying so, you're just the least little bit clumsy now and then." She had checked her hysteria, had become amiable and prattling and self-confident again, and all the while he was reflecting, "She's lying. She never used to lie. She's changed. This fellow is her lover." "And what I suppose you were really hinting at was that I may have been handsomely kissed by my ardent Jewish friend before I left Deauville. Well, I was, and I liked it. It doesn't matter if I never see him again. Oh, Sam, if you could only understand how humiliating and infuriating it was of you to suggest that my desire to stay here had anything whatever to do with Arnold. But he was charming. If you could only have seen him, lolling among the sand dunes as though, I used to tell him, he were a Maharaja among gold cushions, with white flannels and his hair wild and his shirt open at the throat. It would have looked silly and pretentious with any other man, but on him it seemed natural. And all the while, with all his gorgeousness, talking so simply, so confidingly, really, it was touching. But haven't we talked enough of him? We must still make our plans. Let's get him settled first. Sam, the thing you never could realize about him, even if you met him, was how touching he was. Clever and handsome and rich and so on, and yet such a child. He needed someone like me to talk to. Oh, I was just an audience for him. Nice old mother confessor. He was condescending enough to say that, for a venerable dame of 42, I was still an excellent imitation of a pretty wench, and he'd supposed I was 5 years younger than himself, not 2 years older, and that I was the best dancer he'd found in Europe. But, of course, the bouquets were just preliminary to his talking about himself and his unhappy childhood, and you know what a fool I am about children. The least hint that anybody has had an unhappy childhood, and I dissolve in tears. Poor Arnold. He suffered as a boy because he was clever and strong. Nobody could believe how sensitive he was. And his mother was a grim, relentless old dragon who hated weakness of any kind, or what she thought was weakness, and when she'd find him daydreaming, she'd accuse him of loafing. Oh, it must have been hell for so fine a spirit. And then in college, the usual trouble of the too clever and too handsome Jew, high-hatted by the stupidest, drabbest, meanest Yankees and Middle Westerners. They looked down on him just the way a dray horse might look down on a fine racehorse. Poor Arnold. Of course I was touched by so proud a person as he, caring to tell me about his real self. Fran, you don't suppose that this is the first time your Mr. Israel has used the neglected childhood approach, and apparently successfully. Are you again hinting that I fell for him? I am. It's rather important to know. Did you? Well then, yes, I did. Oh. And I'm proud of it. I couldn't once, under your heavy-handed tutelage, my dear Samuel, have believed it possible to be an erring wife. What blind hypocrites people are! And when it did happen, it all seemed so right, so natural and sweet. While she raced on, he was incredulously admitting that this abominable thing, this newspaper headline, divorce court, sensational novel degradation, had actually happened to him, to her, to Emily and Brent. He had a fascinated desire to know details. He pictured this Arnold Israel, this black leopard of a man, no, too big for a black leopard, but that sort of gracefulness, returning to her Deauville hotel with her, shirt open at his too smooth throat. No, he'd be coming home with her in evening clothes, probably with a cape thrown back. He'd accompany her to her room at the hotel in Deauville, whisper, "Just let me come in for one good-night kiss." Then Fran became real. Since he had arrived, Sam's eyes had seen her, but cloudily. His ears had heard her only as a stranger. Now he peered at her, was conscious of her in black and silver, conscious of the curve from shoulder to breast, and he was raging at the thought of Israel. All his long thinking and his wrath slid by in 5 seconds, and he had not missed a word as she panted, "You think it's an overwhelming attack on Arnold to suggest that he's used the same tactics before? Of course he has. Of course he's had other affairs, perhaps lots of them. Thank heaven for that. He's had some training in the arts of love. He understands women. He doesn't think they're merely business partners. Let me tell you, my dear Samuel, it would be better for you, and for me both, if you devoted a little more of your valuable time to the despised art of rousing a woman to some degree of romantic passion. if you'd given some of the attention you've lavished on carburetors to me, and possibly even to other women, I suppose you have been what is called faithful to me since our marriage." "I have." "Well, doubtless I ought to be highly gratified." "Fran, do you want to marry this fellow Israel?" "Heavens, no. Anyway, I don't think so." "And yet you want to see him every day this fall." "That's different. But not marry him. He's too much like plum cake, wonderful at a Christmas feast, but he'd bring indigestion. For a permanent diet, I'd prefer good, honest, dependable bread, which you are. Please don't think that's insulting. It's really a great compliment." "No. Besides, he doesn't want to. I doubt if he'd care for any one woman for more than 6 months. Oh, I believe him when he says that he's almost morbidly faithful to the one woman while it lasts, but has he got a wife someplace?" "I don't think so. I don't know. Heavens, does it matter?" "It may." "Oh, don't try to be melodramatic. It doesn't suit your strong, calm, manly type. Anyway, Arnold wouldn't marry me because I'm not a Jew. He's just as proud of being a Jew as you are of being a Nordic. He ought to be. He's more or less related to the Mendelssohns and the Rothschilds and all kinds of really significant people. A cousin of his in Vienna. Fran, have you any idea how serious this business is?" "Well, rather more than you have, perhaps." "I doubt it. Fran, you'll either marry him or cut him out, absolutely and completely." "My dear Samuel, he might have something to say about that. He's not one of your meek Revelation secretaries, and I won't be bullied." "Yes, you will. For the first time. God knows you're getting off easy. Oh, I'm not the kind that would grab a shotgun and start off to get you and your lover." "Well, I should hope not." "Don't be so sure. I could turn that way if you just went on long enough. No, I'm not that kind especially. But by God, I'm still less of the complacent husband who's going to sit around and watch his wife entertain her lover as you plan to this fall." "I haven't admitted that I plan to do any." "You've admitted it and more. Now, you'll either come away and travel with me and chuck this fellow and forget him, or I'll divorce you for adultery." "Ridiculous." "Worse than that. Horrible. Can you imagine how Brent and Emily will feel?" Very slowly. "Sam, I never till this moment suspected that. I knew you were stupid and heavy and slow and fond of vulgar people, but I never knew you were simply a bullying, rotten cad. No one has ever spoken so to me in all my life." "I know it. I've babied you. You regard yourself, young woman, as the modern American, with fancy European improvements. But I'm a lot more modern than you are. I'm a builder. I don't have to depend on any title or clothes or social class or anything else to be distinctive. And you've never seen it. You just lambasted me because I am slow and clumsy, till you've stolen every bit of self-confidence I have. You've been the traitor to me in my own home, criticizing, not nagging, but just enjoying yourself by being so sweet and superior to me and humbling me. That was worse than your affair with this Israel." "Oh, I haven't done that. Oh, I didn't mean to. I respect you so." "Do you respect me when you want me to sit around and be valet to your lover?" "Oh, no, 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 I can't think clearly. I'm all confused. Yes, if you want, we'll leave for Spain tomorrow." They did. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Since the days of Alexander the Great, there has been a fashionable belief that travel is agreeable and highly educative. Actually, it is one of the most arduous yet boring of all pastimes, and except in the case of a few experts who go globe-trotting for special purposes, It merely provides the victim with more topics about which to show ignorance. The great traveler of the novelists is tall and hawk-nosed, speaking 9 languages, annoying all right-thinking persons by constantly showing drawing-room manners. He has been everywhere and done everything. He has shot lions in Siberia and gophers in Minnesota, and played tennis with the king at Stockholm. He can give you a delightful evening discoursing on Tut's tomb and the ethnology of the Maoris. Actually, the great traveler is usually a small mussy person in a faded green fuzzy hat, inconspicuous in a corner of the steamer bar. He speaks only one language, and that gloomily. He knows all the facts about 19 countries, except the home lives, wage scales, exports, religions, politics, agriculture, history, and languages of those countries. He is as valuable as Baedeker in regard to hotels and railroads, only not so accurate. He who has seen one cathedral 10 times has seen something. He who has seen 10 cathedrals once has seen but little. And he who has spent half an hour in each of 100 cathedrals has seen nothing at all. 400 pictures all on a wall are 400 times less interesting than one picture, and no one knows a cafe till he has gone there often enough to know the names of the waiters. These are the laws of travel. If travel were so inspiring and informing a business as the new mode of round-the-world tour advertisements eloquently sets forth, then the wisest men in the world would be deckhands on tramp steamers, Pullman porters, and Mormon missionaries. It is the awful toil which is the most distressing phase of travel. If there is anything worse than the aching tedium of staring out of car windows, it is the irritation of getting tickets, packing, finding trains, lying in bouncing berths, washing without water, digging out passports, and fighting through customs. To live in Carlsbad is seemly, and to loaf at San Remo healing to the soul, but to get from Carlsbad to San Remo is of the devil. Actually, most of those afflicted with the habit of traveling merely lie about its pleasures and profits. They do not travel to see anything, but to get away from themselves, which they never do, and away from rowing with their relatives, only to find new relatives with whom to row. They travel to escape thinking, to have something to do, just as they might play solitaire, work crossword puzzles, look at the cinema, or busy themselves with any other dreadful activity. These things the Dodsworth discovered, though, like most of the world, they never admitted them. More than cathedrals or castles, more even than waiters, Sam remembered the Americans he met along the way. Writers speak confidently, usually insultingly, of an animal called the typical American traveling abroad. One might as well speak of a typical human being. The Americans whom Sam encountered ranged from Bostonian Rhodes scholars to Arkansas farmers, from Riviera tennis players to fertilizer salesmen. They were Mr. and Mrs. Meese from Ottumwa, Iowa, at a palm-smothered hotel in Italy. Mr. Meese had been a druggist for 46 years, and his wife looked like 2 apples set one on top the other. They plodded at sightseeing all day long. They took things exactly in the order in which the guidebook gave them, and they missed nothing. Art galleries, aquariums, the King Ludwig monument in 2 shades of pink granite, or the site of the house in which Gladstone spent 2 weeks in 1887. If they enjoyed anything, they did not show it. But neither did they look bored. Their expression showed precisely nothing. They returned to the hotel at 5 daily, and always dined at the grill at 6, and Mr. Meese was allowed 1 glass of beer. He was never heard to say anything whatever to his wife except, "Well, getting late." In the same hotel with them were the noisy pair, 2 New Yorkers, who at all hours were heard, widely heard, observing that all Europeans were inefficient, that they could get no hot water after midnight, that hotel prices were atrocious, that no review in Europe was as good as Ziegfeld's Follies, that they couldn't buy Lucky Strike cigarettes or George Washington coffee in this doggone wop town, and that little old Broadway was good enough for them. They were followed by other Americans. Professor and Mrs. Whittle of Northern Wisconsin Baptist University. Professor Whittle taught Greek, and knew more about stained glass and the manufacture of Benedictine than any American living. And Mrs. Whittle had taken her doctorate at Bonn on the philosophy of Spinoza, but really preferred fruit ranching. The Whittles were followed by Percy West, the explorer of Yucatan, by Mr. Roy Hoops, who sold motor tires, by Judge and Mrs. Cady of Massachusetts. The Cadys had lived in the same house for 5 generations. By Mr. Otto Kretsch and Mr. Fred Larrabee of Kansas City, 2 oilmen who were on a golfing tour of the world, to take 3 years. By the brass-bound, heel-clicking Colonel Thorne. By Mr. Lawrence Simpton, who dressed like a lily and spoke like a lady. By Miss Addie T. Belcher, who was collecting material for a new lecture trip on foreign politics and finance, and who off-stage resembled a chorus girl, and by Miss Rose Love, the musical comedy star, who off-stage resembled a short-sighted schoolteacher. Typical Americans. Sam never lost the adventurousness of seeing on a railway car a sign promising that the train was going from Paris to Milan, Venice, Trieste, Zagreb, Vinkovci, Sofia, and Stamboul, though he became weary of wandering, so that one museum was like another, so that when he awoke in the morning it took a minute to remember in what country he was, yet the names of foreign towns always beckoned him. To Avignon they wandered, to San Sebastian and Madrid and Toledo and Seville, to Arles, Carcassonne, Marseille, Monte Carlo, to Genoa, Florence, Siena, Venice, with 2 months divided between Naples and Rome and a jaunt to Sicily, to Vienna, Budapest, Munich, Nuremberg, and so, late in April, they came to Berlin. Sam might not tell of it when he went home, nor years later remember it, but he found that to him the real characteristic of making a foreign tour had nothing to do with towers or native costumes, galleries or mountain scenery. It was the tedium of almost every hotel almost every evening when they had completed their chore of sightseeing. There was nothing to do in the evening, save occasional movies or cafes if they were not too far from the hotel, in the foreign and menacing darkness. Every evening the same. Back to the hotel, weary, a grateful cup of tea, and slow dressing. They never dared, after trying it once, to go down to dinner in tweeds and be stared at by the English tourists of the pay-in-guineas class as though they were polluting the dining-room. A melancholy cocktail in the bar. Dinner, always the same. White and gold dining-room, suavely efficient black-haired captain of waiters pulling out their chairs. A clear soup of parenthetic flavor. A fish not merely white, but blanched. Chicken with gloomy little carrots. Creme caramel, cheese and fruit. The same repressed and whispering fellow diners. The decayed American mother in silver with the almost equally decayed daughter in gold, staring pitifully at the large lone Englishman. The young intellectual Prussian honeymoon couple, pretending to read and ignore each other. And the fat mature Bavarian couple, wanting to be cheery but not daring. The aged Britons, he with a spurt of eyebrows and positive opinions on artichokes and the rate of exchange, she always glaring over her glasses at you if you laughed or asked the head waiter about trains to Grasse. The vicar of the local English church, moistly friendly, the one person who came and spoke to you, but who by his manner of inquiring after your health made you feel guilty because you weren't going to his service next Sunday. Then the real tedium. Sitting till 10 in the lounge, listening to an orchestra mildly celebrating the centenary of Verdi, reading an old Tauchnitz, peeping up uneasily as you felt more and more the tightening of personal ties with these too well-known, too closely studied strangers. It was worse when the hotel was half empty and the desert of waiting chairs in the lounge looked so lonely. Always the same, except in a few cities with casinos and cabarets and famous restaurants. The same in Florence and Granada, in Hyères and Dresden. Every evening, after such a siege of boredom, Sam guiltily inquired of himself why they hadn't gone out and looked at what was called the native life of the city, at the ways of that inconspicuous 99/100th of the population whom tourists ignore. But, they tried it. It wasn't a matter of dark alley dangers. He would rather have liked a fight in a low bar. but foreign languages, the need of ordering a drink or asking a taxi fare in Italian or Spanish, was like crawling through a hedge of prickly thorns. And to go anywhere in dress clothes, save to tourist-ridden restaurants, was to be tormented by stares, comments, laughter. The frankness with which these Italians stared at Fran. No, easier to stay in the hotel. Once in a fortnight, Sam was able to let himself be picked up in the bar by some American or English blade, and then he glowed and talked beamingly of motors, of Ross Ireland. And Fran welcomed and was gracious with such rescuers, whatever she said in the bedroom afterward about manners and vulgarity. But it thrust them together, this aching tedium of marooned evenings, and they were often tender. And Fran was getting tired of the isolation of travel. He gloated that before long now she would be content to go home with him to stay, and at last, fed up on the syrupy marshmallows of what she had considered romance, to become his wife. Twilight in Naples, and from the room at Bertolini's they looked across the bay. The water and the mountains in the water were the color of smoke, and a few little boats far out were fleeing home before dark. In the garden below them the fronds of a palm tree waved slowly, and lemon trees exhaled an acrid sweetness. The lights at the foot of Vesuvius were flickering steel points. Her hand slipped into his, and she whispered, "I hope the boats get safely home." They stood there till palms and sea had vanished, and they could see only the lights of Naples. Someone afar was singing St. Lucia. Sam Dodsworth did not know the song was hackneyed. "Tee-ta-ta, tee-da-dee, tee-ta, ta-ta-da," he hummed. Italy and Fran, the Bay of Naples. And they would go on, to sun-bright isles, to the moon-hushed desert, pagoda bells, and home. Tee-ta-ta, tee-da-dee, Santa Lucia. He had won her back to be his wife. "And they still sing that horrible grind-organ garbage. Let's go eat," she said. He startled and sighed. They were again companions, as they had been in their first days of Paris, and sometimes they had whole afternoons that were gay, trusting, filled with the vigor of laughter and long walks. They had again the sweetness of depending on each other, but Sam was conscious that their relationship had become self-conscious. Much of the time Fran was straining to be friendly. Getting into a rut of it, they quarreled more often over tinier things. He knew that he had bruised her, humiliated her by his bullying in Paris, but he could not, in all his hours of agonizing about it, see what else he could have done. He tried to win her with little gifts of flowers, of odd carved boxes, and he fretted over her being chilly at night, hot at noon, tired in galleries, till she wailed, "Oh, don't fuss so. I'm all right." "If I could only do things naturally and easily the way that fellow Israel probably does," he sighed to himself, and fancied that she was sighing. He caught himself being critical. For all his trying to make it up to her, as he put it, he was testily aware of certain childishnesses in her which he had ignored. In the matter of money she was a brat. She talked always of her thoughtfulness about economy, of jewing down a milliner from 1,000 francs to 700, of doing without a personal maid. But she took it for granted that they should have the best suite in the best hotel in every town, and she so used the floor maid and the hairdresser, and so had to tip them, that a personal maid would have been cheaper. Sam would have liked to economize a little. He still brooded on the Sans Souci gardens, though he never subjected his dream to her brisk ridicule, for he guessed what she would say about the idiocy of Italian places in Zenith. If he could ever coax her back, he would try the gamble of building, if she permitted him, and in it he could use all the capital he had. But he never spoke to her of money, and she never suggested that an ordinary room would do them as well as the royal suite, and if she made any comment at all, it was only on the inferiority of that suite. For hours at a time he assured himself of Fran's beauty, gracefulness, wit, and her knowledge of European languages and customs. He convinced himself, except in Venice, when they were with Mrs. Courtright. Edith Courtright had been born in Michigan, daughter of a banker who became Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. In Washington, she had married Cecil R.A. Courtright of the British Embassy, and gone with him to the Argentine, to Portugal, to Rome, to Romania, where he was minister, and on many vacations home to England. She was about the age of Fran, 40ish, and she had been a widow now for 3 years, wandering from England to Italy and back. A note from Jack Starling, Tub Pearson's nephew in London, sent her to call on the Dodsworth at the Danieli in Venice, and she invited them to tea at her flat, a floor of the Ascani Palace. Echoing rooms, stone-floored, with tall windows on the Grand Canal, with the light from a marble fireplace on chests of smoky walnut and vast tables worn satiny with age. Sam was at first not vastly taken with Edith Courtright. She was abrupt as she talked of diplomats, of villas on the Riviera, of Roman society, of painting. She was dressed in soft black, worn a little sloppily, and she was pale. But he saw how lovely her hands were, and realized that her quiet voice was soothing. He guessed that her intense eyes missed nothing. Fran played up to Mrs. Courtright. She, too, talked of diplomats. She, too, had notions about villas and society and painting, and on their way home she informed Sam that her Italian accent was much better than Mrs. Courtright's. Suddenly, though resenting his own criticism as though someone else was daring to make it, he felt that Fran knew considerably less than he and she had always assumed. Her Italian! She knew 100 words. Villas! They'd never seen a Riviera villa from a more intimate position than the outside wall. He reflected that Fran had an unsurpassed show-window display, but not much on the shelves inside. Then he was angry with himself. Then he pitied her. Then loved her for her childish shrillness of make-believe, her eagerness to be noticed and admired. He wished they were going to see more of Mrs. Courtright. He felt that she really belonged to this puzzling, reticent thing called Europe, and that she might make it clear to him. Sam was surprised, felt rather guilty, to find that he was becoming more a master of the nervous art of travel than Fran. In Paris she had been supreme, had taken to language and manners and food hectically, while he stood outside, and she still insisted that he couldn't understand Italian waiters and shopping and lace shawls and cathedrals as she could. But while she was daily becoming more uncertain, he was daily developing more of a sure purpose in travel. He was going back to make some such a development as the Sans Souci Gardens, and contemplating it, he was becoming conscious that there was such a thing as architecture. Details that once he would never have noticed became alive. Hand-wrought iron balconies, Baroque altars, tiled roofs, window shutters, copper pans and kitchens seen from the street. He began, shyly keeping it from Fran, to sketch doorways. He began, in the evenings of hotel tedium, to read stray notes on architecture, guidebook introductions, articles and copies of country life found in the hotel, instead of newsstand detective stories. It made him increasingly eager to be out each morning and to see new things, to collect knowledge, and somehow, increasingly, it was he who planned where they should go, he who was willing to confer with concierges and guides, and it was Fran who followed him. The contrast between Fran and Mrs. Courtright kept annoying him. He was not very well pleased to see that after 24 years of living with Fran, he had not in the least come to know her. Always, particularly when they had first come abroad, he had considered her clearly superior to other American women. Most of these others, he had grunted to himself, were machines. They sobbed about babies and dressmakers and nothing else. They were either hard-voiced and suspicious or gushing. Their only emotion was a hatred of their men, with whom they joyously kept up a cat-and-mouse feud, trying to catch them at flirtation, at poker-playing. But Fran, he had gloated, had imagination and flair and knowledge. She talked of politics and music. She laughed. She told excited stories. She played absurd, pleasant games. He was the big brown bear, and she the white rabbit. He was the oak, and she was the west wind who ruffled his foliage. And she did it, too, until he begged mercy. She never entered a drawing-room. She made an entrance. She paused at the door, dramatic, demanding, stately in simple black and white, where other women hesitated into a room, fussy and tawdry. And they glowered, those other women, when Fran gathered in the men and was to be heard talking with derisive gaiety about tennis, Egyptian excavations, Bolshevism, everything in the world. He had been so proud of her. And in Paris at first, how different her devouring of French life from the flatness of the American women whom he heard in restaurants croaking, in tinny Midwestern voices, "Mabel says she knows a place in Paris where she can buy ivory soap, but I found one where I can get palm olive soap for 7 cents a cake." Ah, he had rejoiced. Not of these was his Fran, swift silver huntress, gallant voyager, shrewd critic, jubilant companion. And now, however, he cursed himself for it. He could not down the wonder whether she really was any of these poetic things, whether she didn't merely play at them. He could never root out suspicion, planted when he had read her letter about Dovey and Arnold Israel, that she was in heart and mind and soul an irresponsible child. And the minute he was pleased with the bright child quality in her, the irresponsibility annoyed him. Bobbing at cherries is not so pretty a sport at 43. A child. Now she was ecstatic, a little too demandingly ecstatic for his unwieldiness to follow her, over a moonlit sea, a tenor solo, or a masterpiece of artichoke cookery. Half an hour later, she was in furious despair over a hard bed, a lukewarm bath, or a missing nail file. And Sam was always to blame, and decidedly was to be told about it. He was to blame if it rained, or if they could not get a table by the window in a restaurant. It was not her tardy dressing, but his clumsiness in ordering a taxi which made them late for the theater. She was a child in her way of preening herself over every attractive man who looked interestedly at her along the journey, now that she had been converted to salvation by passion. And she was equally a child in laughing at, in forgetting, the older and less glittering men who were kind to them on trains and friendly at hotels. She forgot so easily. Sam was certain that she had forgotten Arnold Israel. He identified certain Paris letters, with a thick black bold script, as Israel's. At first she was jumpy and secretive about them. Then, in a month, she let them lie unopened. And once, apropos of a gesticulating operatic baritone, she began making fun of Israel's ardors. He would almost have been gladder, Sam sighed, if she had enough loyalty to remember Arnold longer. She was lovely quicksilver, but quicksilver is hard for a thick hand to hold. A child. He noted, too, her pretentiousness when she was with people like Mrs. Courtwright. Fran let it be known that she herself was of importance. She rebuked people who, never having seen her before, failed to know that she was an expert at tennis, French, and good manners. She didn't exactly say it, but she spoke as though ruddy old Hermann Volker, her respectable sire, had been at least a baron, and she was forever laughing at this fellow traveller as being common, and approving that other as being of quite a good family, quite decent. She was like a child boasting to a playmate of her father's wealth. But he felt it with a brooding pity that made him the fonder, made it the harder for him to fight his way free from her capricious domination of his life. So, after months given more to exploring themselves than to exploring Europe, they came in April to Berlin. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The good Herr Rechtsanwalt Biedner was giving a dinner at his flat just off the Tiergarten, to his second cousin Fran Dodsworth and to Fran's husband. Herr Dr. Biedner was very Prussian, with close-cropped hair, small eyes, hard jaw, and sausage rolls at the back of his neck. And he was probably the kindest and pleasantest man the Dodsworths had ever met, and the most international-minded. Now in the spring of 1927, Berlin looked prosperous again. Also, Herr Biedner had an excellent law practice, and his home was as thick with comfort as coffee cake with sugar. In the hallway was an armoire of carved oak, and the horns of a stag. In the living room, about a monumental stove of green porcelain, was a perfect auction room of old easy-chairs, and what seemed like hundreds of portraits of the Kaiser, Bismarck, von Moltke, Beethoven, and Bach clustered behind the grand piano. Sam was edified to discover that a porcelain stove really could heat a room, and that the pianist of the family was not Frau Biedner or some unrevealed daughter, but Herr Biedner himself, though he seemed to be a perfectly worthy and successful lawyer. He was also gratified by the sight of 3 wine-glasses at each plate, and of slim green bottles of Deutschheimer Auslese, 1921. But the conversation appalled him. They were so kind, these half-dozen German businessmen and their wives, whom Herr Biedner had assembled to greet his American cousins, and they all spoke English. But they talked of things which meant nothing in the world to Sam, of the Berlin Theatre, of the opera, of a Kokoschka Ausstellung, of Streseman's speech at the League of Nations Council, of the agrarian situation in Upper Silesia. "Golly, this is going to be heavy going," sighed Sam. "I wish somebody would tell a funny story." And with weighty politeness he answered the weightily polite queries of the woman next to him. Was this his first trip to Germany? Was he going to stay long in Berlin? Was it really true that since Prohibition it was difficult to get wine in America? The one light was the man beside Fran at dinner. With apparent gratification, Biedner had introduced him as Count Oberstdorf, taking Sam aside to explain that Kurt von Oberstdorf was the present head of one of the greatest Austrian families. His ancestors had owned castles, towns, thousands of acres, whole counties. They had had the power of life and death. Kings had bargained for their support. But the family had steadily grown poor the past 200 years and been finally ruined by the Great War, in which the Graf Kurt had served as major of Austrian artillery. Though his mother kept up a pretense of state, with 2 slew-footed peasant servants in a ruined old house in the Salzkammergut, Kurt was working in the Berlin bureau of the Internation Tourist Agency, the famous ITA. He could not afford to marry. He had a reasonable salary. He was the head of the ITA's banking department. But he had to punch the time clock, said Herr Dr. Biedner, obviously proud of this Americanism. He is a fine sport about it, and he uses not much his title. His ancestors probably hanged my ancestors for shooting rabbits, but now he is like one of us here in my household, and he says that nowhere else in Berlin can he get a proper Super mit Leberknödel. Being impressed by the title of Count and by a vision of hard-riding ancestors in armor, Sam assured himself that he wasn't in the least impressed by title or ancestors, and he studied the family hero attentively. Kurt von Oberstdorf was perhaps 40. He was a tall, loose, lively man with thick black hair. He had dignity enough, but he was full of laughter, and you felt that by choice he would like to be a clown. He made love to every woman and made friends with every man. Fran blushed when he kissed her hand, and Sam felt less disconsolate, less swamped by foreigners, when Kurt shook his hand and babbled in an Oxford accent, with occasional tumbles into comic paper diction. "I know so much about your Revelation car. Herr Dr. Biedner tells me you were responsible for it. I am enchanted to see you here in Berlin. Since 6 years I have driven a Revelation, the same car. It belongs to a friend. It is very shabby, but the other day I drove it to Wild Park at 150 kilometers an hour. I was arrested." Kurt demanded to see the Biedner grandchild. Rather a nasty child, Sam thought, but Kurt chittered at it boisterously. Then he played the piano. Then he mixed the cocktails which Herr Biedner regarded as suitable to Americans, and which the good burgher guests tasted with polite and beaming anxiety. Lively fellow, that Count. Shows off too much. Never sits still. Sam meditated, with a sound American disapproval of foreign monkey tricks, and all the while he liked Kurt better than anyone he had met since Paris. All through dinner, Kurt concentrated on Fran. Sam became restive as he overheard Kurt dashingly tell Fran just what her type was, and cheerfully insult her by announcing what he liked and what he detested about that type. "Yes," Sam caught, "you regard yourself as very European, Mrs. Dodsworth, but you are altogether American. You are brilliant. You are an automobile's headlight. You learn quick, but you hurry right out and use all you learn. You never have fun out of not letting anybody know you know something. You are very beautiful. I suppose especially you have the most beautiful hair I have ever seen. But you would be discontented if there came anybody who did not, wie sagt man, who did not acknowledge it. You are a play, author and heroine and actor, every one together. A great play. But you could never just cook for some man." "Why should I?" demanded Fran. It came to Sam that he had heard this before. Major Lockhart telling Fran about herself, delighting her by talking about her, stirring her to a desire for men who desired her. Yes, Lockhart had started this biological process which had set Fran alight, changed her into something altogether different from the Fran who had sailed with him. Or had he? Perhaps her first romance had uncovered the real, the essential Fran, whom neither he nor herself had known in the chill, polite years of Zenith. Damn Lockhart. And that aviator fellow, that Italian, Giussero, had carried on the process. Damn Giussero. And Arnold Israel had really broken the delicate coating of ice over her. Damn Arnold Israel. And now Kurt von Oberstdorf, a man who could laugh, was going to lure her. Oh, damn Kurt. Or should he damn Fran instead? Fran, to whom life was a fashion show. Or damn the Sam Dodsworth who had thought carburetors more fascinating than the souls and bodies of women. Anyway, he wouldn't have another Arnold Israel affair. Nip it in the bud. Certainly would. He worked up a good sound rage at Kurt von Oberstdorf, and had it ruined the moment Kurt came to him, with Fran in tow after dinner. "Mr. Dodsworth," said Kurt, "I have behaved outrageously to your wife. She thinks I have insulted her because I say that she is only making believe when she thinks herself European. She is lovely, really, because she is American. But I am so pro-American. I admire all things American so much. Huge buildings and central heating and adding machines and Fords. Can I please take you about Berlin? I will be very happy." "Oh, we mustn't trouble you." "But it will be a pleasure. Your cousins, the Bieners, they were so very kind to me when I first came from Vienna, and I have had so little chance to repay. And the Herr Doctor is so busy with legal things, aber fabelhaft. I have much more time. Let me have the pleasure of doing something for the Herr Doctor." But from the way in which Kurt looked at Fran, Sam wondered if he might not have a livelier reason. "Tomorrow, Sunday, are you free? May I take you out to a funny place for lunch?" "That would be very kind of you," Sam said unenthusiastically. "Splendid. I call for you at 12. Their suite in the Hotel Adlon looked on the 18th century Pariserplatz, smacking of royal coaches and bewigged footmen, and beyond the Brandenburger Tor, at the end of Unter den Linden, they could see the thick woods and little paths of the Tiergarten. This Sunday morning, after the party at Herr Biener's, was flooded with spring, such exultant and surprised reawakening as only northern cities know. Sam bullied Fran out of bed at 8:30, whistled while he shaved, devoured eggs, in defiance of Fran's daily objection to American breakfasts in Europe, but she always managed to eat them if they were ordered for her, and lured her into the Tiergarten. The statues of portentous armoured Hohenzollerns along the Sieges Alley they admired. Neither of them had yet been properly told that the statues were vulgar and absurd, and they followed paths beside brooks, over little bridges, along a lake to the Coney Island minarets which leered at them over the wall about the zoo. Quite lost, they rounded the zoo, stumbled on the Braustubel, and had a second breakfast of Rostwürstchen and Munich beer thick as molasses. After the more languid airs of Italy, their northern blood was roused by the spring breeze, and they came back to the Adlon chattering, smiling, content, just in time to meet Graf Obernsdorf in the Adlon lobby. He bounced toward them as though he had known them a dozen years. "It is a good thing that I shall take you away today. It is such a beautiful weather, and if you are not dragged off where you can only loaf, then conscientious tourists like you would go see museums and palaces and all kind of dreadful things." "I am not a conscientious tourist," protested Fran. Kurt shook his head. With his experience at the Internation Tourist Agency, he could not imagine an American who was not a collector of sights, who did not work at travel as though it were a tournament, with the honors to the person who could last out the largest number of museums. He was as convinced that all Americans mark down credits for themselves in their Baedekers, as are Americans that all Germans drink beer every evening. He called a taxi. Sam was rather glad that Kurt had not wasted money on an apparently private limousine. If he were going to the country by himself, Sam fancied, Kurt would go quite gaily in a motor bus and be friendly with the driver before they got there. Already he had seen Kurt plunge into lively conversations with the Adlon concierge, the newsstand man, 2 pages, and the taxi driver. And most of the way out to the rustic haven, disastrously named Picklesburg, Kurt told riotously of how frightened he had been all through the war, of how he had been captured by a very small Italian with a very large rifle, and of how he had won a debate about the place of Pirandello with the Italian major who had him in for questioning. The driver stopped by the road to tighten the fan belt, and Kurt skipped out to watch him. "Kind of like an American, this fellow, this Count," said Sam. "Got a sense of humor, and don't take himself too seriously." "Oh, no, it's a very different thing," Fran insisted. "He's completely European. Americans are humorous to cover up their worry about things. They think that what they do is immediately important, and the world is waiting for it. The real European has a sense of 1,000 years of ancestors like himself behind him. He knows that his love affairs, or his politics, or his tragedies aren't very different from 100 that have gone before. And they aren't so violently ambitious for success. They want to fit into life as they find it, rather than to move it about. And they'd rather retire to a little cottage hidden among trees than to build a big stucco house on a hill for strangers to admire. Count Oberstdorf doesn't take himself seriously, but he takes Oberdorfs in general, and Austrians in general, and Europe in general seriously. And he is rather a lamb, isn't he? I'll be glad, though, when he feels easier with us and becomes his own real thoughtful self. When he understands that we're not his conscientious tourists. Imagine, but the sort that—" "Yeah, nice fella," said Sam. He was irritated by her self-election to superiority. He was bothered by her desire to have this new suitor consider her superior. When Kurt had scrambled back into the taxi, she looked at him as fondly as though he were a bright boy whom she wanted to amuse. Sam sighed. They left the taxicab at a path leading into thick scrub pines, and in the lazy warm day they ambled over pine needles to a shining river, the Havel, and along it to an immense waste of outdoor restaurant, the Erster Schildorn, a block of tables set under trees by the river, attended by hysterically flying waiters. For all the haste of the waiters, it took a full hour and a half to lunch. And they liked it. In the spell of spring air, of rustling water, of good heavy stultifying food, they grew relaxed, content to sit and drink beer forever, to forget cities and hotel lobbies and motors and the social items in the New York Herald. Marinierte herring and beer, noodle soup and beer, ham knuckle and butter-dripping mashed potatoes and beer, apfelstrudel and whipped cream and coffee. The stolid Sam, the fiery Fran, the mercurial Kurt, they all gorged equally, and sat in the sun by the water, in a pleasant and antisocial coma, so deep a coma that Fran and Kurt did not talk, and Sam was only mildly aroused by the fabulous spectacle of a man solemnly riding out on the Havel in a boat propelled like a bicycle, sausage legs revolving, a procedure as sacrilegious to Sam as rowing an automobile. Without inquiring their desires, he was always a benevolent despot of a host. Kurt led them, when their eyes were cleared of the haze of food, on a walk of miles along the river and into Potsdam. Here, Kurt explained, lived a small colony of the old Junkers, the court circle of before-the-war ex-ministers and generals and their proud ladies, dispossessed by the Republic. He was taking them to tea at the house of his aunt, the old Princess Drachenthal, whose husband, killed by the misery of the war which he had labored to prevent, had been an ambassador. "The Crown Prince often comes in for tea. You would like my aunt. She is a dear old thing," said Kurt. "Speak English?" Sam muttered uneasily. Kurt looked at him curiously. "She was brought up in England. Her mother was the daughter of the Duke of Wessex." Sam marched on tireless. Fran, in coat and skirt, smart as a cavalry uniform, walked with the swift nervousness of a tennis player, while Kurt loped ahead and behind and to the side like an Airedale. They passed country houses, square blocks of white set in immense lawns. They passed beer gardens, festive and vocal, and came to the decorous grey flat-fronted house of Potsdam, sedate as Gramercy Park or a Crescent in Bath. It was a clean, homelike, secure kind of country, and Sam found himself liking its orderliness better than the romantic untidiness of Italy, and found himself not only liking but feeling at one with the Germans. He still had a war psychosis. He had expected to find in Germany despotic and saber-clanking officials and hateful policemen, had worked up an adequate rage in anticipation. He was nearly disappointed when he found the customs officials friendly, when he asked questions of a Berlin policeman and was answered with a salute and directions in English, and when their room waiter at the Adlon remembered having seen them at the Blackstone Hotel in Chicago. Now he admitted that in all of Europe, however interesting other nationals, however merry the Italians and keen the French, he found only the British and the Germans his own sort of people. With them alone could he understand what they thought, how they lived, and what they wanted of life. He liked this Sunday stream of Berliners on excursion, vast families with babies and rye bread and pickles and cold ham, eager young men and girls, hatless, the cropped girls rather masculine as far down as the neck, but thoroughly feminine below, and occasional strayed Bavarians faithful to green hats with feathers and deer-horn ornaments, green jackets, green leather shorts, and rucksacks. The rucksacks not necessarily containing anything but a handkerchief, since to a true Bavarian a rucksack is worn not so much for portage as for elementary modesty. As some races conceal the face and some the chest, so the Bavarians conceal the small of the back. Fran protested against the infrequency of native costumes. She pointed out that despite the occasional Bavarians, most of these excursioners could not be told from a crowd in America, but that after months of constantly eating the plum pudding of novelty was precisely what Sam liked about them, and he was less homesick this afternoon than for weeks. He developed a liking for Count Oberstdorf. He felt that the walk was taking the kinks out of his legs. He was glad that Fran had a lively companion in Kurt, and he came cheerfully up to the gloomy brown mansion of the Princess Drachenthal. She was a fragile old lady, like a porcelain cup, and she seemed translucent as porcelain. She called Fran "my dear," and she welcomed Sam to Germany. Apparently, Kurt had telephoned about the Dodsworths. She said that she was glad to have a great American industrialist see Germany firsthand. "My poor stricken country needs the cooperation of America. We look to you, and if you do not give back the grants, we shall have to look to Russia." She was apparently convinced that Sam had come in a limousine. She asked whether he had sent his chauffeur round back for his tea, and when she learned that Kurt and these visiting dignitaries had actually lunched at a low-folk local and walked into Potsdam, she shook her head, as one not understanding. There were so many things the little old princess did not understand in these machine-devoured days. She, who as a girl had known the security of an old cow-smelling country house in Silesia and of a rose-red Tudor mansion in Wiltshire, in a day when counts did not work in tourist agencies, and America was a wilderness to which rebellious peasants ran off, quite unaccountably and naughtily. But there was the reality of breeding in her, and she tried to understand this bulky, great American industrialist who was so silently pleasant, his vivacious American woman with the marvelous ruffled blouse peeping from her little blue jacket, the ageless American girl whose gay poise reduced the Count Oberstdorf to the position of rattle-headed boy. Sam perceived the worn elegance of the princess, took pride in Fran's deference, and found restfulness in the drawing-room, which had very bad gilt chairs, an over-ornamented porcelain stove with very bad plaques of bounding shepherdesses, very bad pictures of stag-hunting and moonlight, far too many glass cases with Prince Drachental's decorations, far too many faded cabinet photographs of the 80s and 90s, and yet, bad in all its details, was suggestive of aristocratic generations. A retired German general came in for tea, with a refugee Russian colonel baron, a Frau von something who was apparently so distinguished that no one thought of explaining her, and a handsome fervent boy, the princess's grandson, who was taking his examinations in law at the University of Bonn, and who wanted, he said, to go to America. They were free of René de Penable's pretentiousness, as simple as a group at Tub Pearson's, decided Sam. No, they were simpler, for Tub would have to be humorous for the benefit of the ladies and gentlemen, no matter how it hurt. Kurt von Oberstdorf had dropped all of the slight skittishness into which he fell when he pranced for Fran's benefit, and he was discussing Bolshevism with the Russian ex-colonel. They somehow lured Sam into talking. He discovered himself being eloquent about chrome steel and General Motors stock, while Fran, in a corner, was deferentially lively with Princess Drachental. "Sort of like coming home. No, it's more like coming home than coming home will be, because Fran is satisfied here. Oh, Lord, will she be satisfied in Zenith when— Oh, quit fussing. Course she will," reflected the inner Sam, while the outer Mr. Dodsworth sagely informed them, "And in my opinion, the greatest fallacy in world marketing today is a competition between American, German, French, English, and Italian cars in South America, instead of all of us combining to educate the South Americans to use more motors and especially to help them build more through highways that would tap every square mile of the continent." He wondered why Fran had been uneasy in Venice with Edith Courtright, when she was suavely at ease with Princess Drachental, far more of a personage. Because she was jealous? Because Mrs. Courtright, an American, has a position and a flat and a palace and everything? Or because she felt Mrs. Courtright could catch her easier when she was bluffing? No, that's unfair. Fran is no bluffer. Look how lovely she is to the old princess, and how the Count and the General and everybody falls for her. They rode back to Berlin in the train rather quietly. Sam hinted that Kurt must have an engagement for the evening, but Kurt protested, almost childishly, "Oh, no, are you bored with me? You must let me take you to dinner." "Of course, we be enchanted," said Fran, and Sam, prodded with a look, achieved, "Mighty nice of you, Count." "If you really like, I will show you a nice restaurant, and maybe later, if you're not too tired, madame, we could go a little while to some place to dance. You dance, I know, like an angel." "Next to Carrie Nation and Susan B. Anthony," said Fran gravely, "I am probably the best dancer in America." "They are famous dancers?" said Kurt. "Yes, they're so good they're known in America as the Gold Dust Twins," explained Sam. "Really? And you dance like them, madame? I shall have to be very good," said Kurt. While Fran dressed for dinner, Sam and Kurt had sidecar cocktails in the Adlon bar. Sam liked the scarlet Chinese Chippendale walls with little Burmese figures, the somewhat obese bacchanalians in the painting over the bar, the corners with settees comforting to a drinking man, and the fact that here was one place in Europe where no foreign language, that is, any language save American with traces of English, was ever heard. At the bar were always half a dozen of the American businessmen stationed in Berlin, shipping men, bankers, representatives of the movies, and for the American journalists it was a club where they exchanged tips on Russia and Romania, Breitscheid's coming speech, and the Zentrum Party's capture of the schools. "I like this. I see myself sneaking in here pretty often," Sam promised himself. He forgot the bar in attention to Kurt's confidences. He had never known anyone so frankly emotional about his friends as Kurt, nor one so eager to be liked. "Shall I be rude if I talk about Mrs. Dodsworth?" urged Kurt. "She is so lovely. A kind of Arctic beauty, shining like ice, and yet so very warm-hearted and gracious and funny. And such gallantry, an explorer, but very elegant, like in a Roman, with many bearers and dressing for dinner in the jungle. One feels she could do anything she wanted to enough. Forever young. She is, perhaps 35? One would say she was 28. Our European women are very gemütlich. They're easy to be with, they wait on us, but not many among them have a sword-like quality like Mrs. Dodsworth, and such high spirits. Oh, I hope I am not rude. She is lucky to be accompanied with a great red Indian like you, a chief, Zachman, who can guide and protect her." Sam made the most awkward sound, something between thanks and like hell. "As I said once, I admire America very much, and it is so kind of you two to come and bummer with me, and meet my friends." "Kindness all yours, Count. Good Lord, mighty nice of you to let us meet such nice people as the Princess and— Oh, don't call me Count. I am not a Count. There aren't any more Counts. The Republic has come to stay. I am just a clerk for the ITA. If I am only something with a title, then I would better be nothing. I shall be glad if you call me Kurt. We Austrians are almost like you Americans in our fondness to call by the first name among people we like. Yes." "Well, that's mighty nice of you." Sam wished that he could warm up, but he was conscious of waiting for Fran, of Kurt's waiting. He was annoyed at the prospect of again being admitted as Fran's patient escort, as he had been in Madame de Penable's gang. Yet he felt that Kurt was honest in professing admiration for both of them, and he forced himself to sound amiable. "I guess one of the things we Americans fool ourselves about is claiming that we're the only really hospitable race in the world. Don't believe any stranger in America ever was received in a more friendly way than Mrs. Dodsworth and than Fran and I have been here and in England. Mighty nice." Then Fran was upon them, in amethyst velvet, and with velvet she had put on a patronizing grandeur. The simple-hearted Kurt was confused. It took him 10 minutes to understand that she was not showing displeasure in dropping her jollity, but merely playing a different role. Entreated to join them in a cocktail, she condescended. "It would be ever so amusing to have an aperitif in the bar, but do you really think one could?" "Oh, yes, it is quite proper. Almost," Kurt begged. Sam said nothing. He had seen Fran enjoying too many drinks in too many bars, and not calling them aperitifs either. She was full of high life amid the upholstery and expensive food of Horcher's, and she generously commended the Rhinelocks. But somehow she came out of it. Somehow, sometime, Kurt began calling her Fran, and she admitted him with Kurt. She laughed without admiring her own laughter, and permitting them an entr'acte during her personal drama of the sophisticated American lady abroad, she allowed them to be human and cheerful again. Kurt talked less flamboyantly now, more naturally, and Sam realized that, however Kurt might insist that he was no nobleman now but only a tourist agency clerk, Kurt belonged to the once powerful of the earth, and but for the war would be magnificence in a castle. His father had been gentleman-in-waiting and friend to the Emperor. His great-uncle, the Field Marshal, had organized the war against Prussia, and he himself, as a boy, had played with the Archduke Michael. Sam wondered whether, however genuine his family, Kurt was one of these fictional adventurers who would be likely to borrow money, and to introduce swindlers to a rustic from the Middle West. He rejected it. No. If he knew anything about people, This man was honest, unselfishly fond of entertaining people. And the Beaners vouched for him. And to Fran's father, the canny old brewer, a Beaner had been almost as beautiful and dependable and generally biblical as stock in a national bank. Obviously, Fran had no doubts whatever about Kurt von Oberstdorf. In the glow of his stories about the frivolous days of old Vienna, she forgot her own charms. She consented when Kurt proposed that they go to the Königin and dance. She consented when he proposed that they leave that decorative but packed haunt of the more sporting Junkers and venture to the vulgar cabaret von Vetter Kasper. The wit there was devoted chiefly to the water-closet, and Sam was astonished to hear Fran shamelessly joining in Kurt's whooping laughter. Of course, he laughed himself, but still, well, this fellow Oberstdorf, he enjoyed things himself so much that he made you feel like laughing at, well, at things that people didn't talk about in Zenith, anyway, not in mixed company. But still. They came out of the cabaret at 1 in the morning. "Now, just one more place," Kurt demanded. "Such a place as I do not think you will see in America. Schrecklich. Such curious men hang out there and dance with one another, but you must see it once." "Oh, it's pretty late, Kurt. I think we better be getting home," said Sam. An evening of stories and a bottle of champagne had warmed him to a point where it seemed natural to call Kurt by his first name, but not to a point where he forgot the joys of a good soft pillow. "Yes, it is late," said Fran, but vaguely. "Oh, no," Kurt begged. "Life is so short. To waste it in sleeping. And you're here a so small time. Then you will wander on, and perhaps I shall never see you again. Oh, you did enjoy today, did you not? We are good friends, nicht? Let us not be serious. Please, life is so short." "Oh, of course we'll come," rippled Fran, and though Sam grumbled to himself, "Life will be a damn sight shorter if I don't get some sleep once in a while," he looked agreeable as they heaved themselves into a taxicab. Their new venture in restaurants was called De Neueste Ehe, the latest style in marriage, and after 2 minutes' view of it, Sam concluded that he preferred the old style. There, in a city in which, according to the sentiment of the American comic weeklies, all males were thick as pancakes and stolid as plow-horses, was a mass of delicate young men with the voices of chorus girls, dancing together and whispering in corners. Young men with scarves of violet and rose, wearing bracelets and heavy symbolic rings. And there was a girl in lavender chiffon, only, from the set of her shoulders, Sam was sure that she was a man. As they entered, the bartender, a very pretty and pink-cheeked bartender he was, waved his towel at them and said something in a shrill, playful German, which Sam took to signify that Kurt was a charming person worthy of closer acquaintance, that he himself was a tower of steel and a glory upon the mountains. It was new to Sam. He stood gaping, his fists half clenched. The thick reddish hair on the back of his hands bristled. But it was not belligerence he felt. It was fear of something unholy. He saw that Fran was equally aghast. Proudly, he saw that she drew nearer his stalwartness. Kurt looked at the jocund bartender. Quickly, he looked at Fran and Sam, and he murmured, "This is a silly place. Come, we go someplace else." Already the manager was upon them, smirking, inviting them in 2 languages to give up their wraps. Kurt said something to him in a rapid, hissing German, something that made the manager sneer and back off, something so hateful and contemptuous that Sam reflected, "This Kurt is quite a fellow after all. Would be such a bad guy to have with you in a scrap." As Kurt lifted the heavy brocade curtain before the street door to usher them out, the bartender, in a cat-call voice, shouted something final. Kurt's jaw tightened. It was a good jawline. But he did not turn, and out on the pavement his face was full of an apology that was almost suffering as he begged of Fran, "I am so sorry. I have never been there. I had just heard of it. I did not think they would be so dreadful. Oh, you will never forgive me." "But I didn't mind them," Fran protested. "I think it would have been amusing to watch them for a little while. Kurt insisted. "Oh, no, no, no. Of course you were shocked. Come, there was another place I do know, over the street. You will show me you forgive me by coming." They danced till 3, at which hour everyone in the cafe was sleepy except Kurt. The orchestra went home, and to the cheers of the grimly merry groups who were left slumbering over their champagne, Kurt trotted forward and played the piano like a vaudeville performer, and they all obediently awakened for the last dregs of joviality. A monocled officer-like German begged Fran to dance, and Sam was able to snatch 3 minutes of secret sleep. He was gratified when, after he had grumbled, "Now we've got to go home," Fran and Kurt took him seriously enough to consent. It was raining, and the street was like the inside of a polished steel cylinder. A late taxicab cruised up, but the doorman and his faithful big umbrella had gone home. Kurt whipped off his coat, wrapped it about Fran, and in shirt-sleeves stood waiting till Sam was inside the cab. And he would sit on the little folding seat, and he wouldn't let them take him home, but escorted them to the Adlon, babbling, "It was fun, wasn't it? You do forgive me for the Nuestra Ella, don't you? It was a wonderful day, wasn't it? And you will come by me Wednesday evening for a little dinner to meet some friends. Oh, you must." Yes, they would, thank you very much. In the extreme drowsiness of their room, Fran hinted, "You enjoyed it, didn't you, darling?" "Yes, everything except the last hour or so. Got pretty sleepy." "Kurt is a darling, don't you think?" "Yes, he's a nice fellow, mighty kind." "But heavens, what a bossy person he is. He simply demanded that I be shocked at that den of vice, and I had to do my best to please him. And you too, you pure-minded males. Well, he's a nice boy, and so are you, and I'm going to sleep till noon. I like Berlin." End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. 3 days of museums, of art galleries, of palaces, of the zoo. They went to Sanssouci, where Fran talked of Voltaire. She really had read Candide, and Sam thought in a homesick way of the Sanssouci Gardens development in Zenith, and snapped at himself that it was time to clinch with Fran to make her come home and begin a new life of making things. He saw nothing of Kurt von Oberstdorf. He merely telephoned to them 8 or 10 times and made them go out and see things. He so insisted that they see Molnar's Spiel im Schloss that they sulkily went, though by now Sam had convinced himself that he was right in thinking he didn't care greatly for plays in a language he didn't understand, and though Fran, exhausted by the florid endearments which had been poured upon her at a women's tea given by Frau Dr. Biedner, for once in her life wanted to go to bed. She said that she understood every word of Spiel im Schloss. Sam said that he guessed it was pretty fine acting all right, and he thought he'd just slip downstairs and have a nightcap in the bar. He fell to talking with an American journalist who knew Ross Ireland. He had several nightcaps, and in general he enjoyed himself. When he slipped into their room, Fran was asleep. So, as he put it, he had got away with it, and he felt as exultant as a boy who has played hooky and discovers afterward that teacher has been sick all day. In England, Fran had learned to say lift for elevator, Z for Z, laboratory for laboratory, scenario for scenario, and she for ski. And before she had ever left America, she had been able to point her Europeanism by keeping her fork in her left hand. But now she added to her accomplishments the ability to make a European 7 by crossing it, and ardently she crossed every 7, particularly in letters to friends in Zenith, who were thus prevented from knowing what figure she was using. The 4 great mysteries of life in post-war Berlin, not to be explained by the most diligent searching of history and economics and Lutheran theology, are all connected with apartment houses, and thus are they. Why can no visitor get into an apartment house after 8 in the evening without protocols? Why are the automatic elevators kept locked so that no visitor can use them? Why does no Berlin landlord provide modern locks, but always compel his tenants to carry a bunch of keys comparable in size to those used in the Middle Ages for closing cathedrals? Why does a landlord who has spent 100,000 marks on a marble staircase, with neat gilt edgings and mosaic inserts, refuse to spend a mark a night to provide lights in the hallways? They are dark. They are very dark. A light may be had by pressing a button which provides illumination for a time, but in all the history of Berlin, that time of illumination has never been known to last while a visitor climbed from the ground floor to the top. On the top floor of an apartment house on the Brooklyn Allee lived Kurt von Oberstdorf, and on the vertiginous way up to it Sam pointed out these four mysteries, and was pleased to have Fran agree with him. They were received by Kurt's maid. She was an ancient thing, rusty and feeble, and in some doubt as to what to do with Sam's hat and stick. While she puttered, Sam looked about. The apartment had a narrow corridor, the drab plaster rather flaked, and adorned with a yellow-stained engraving of St. Stephen's Dom in Vienna. Over a doorway were two crossed swords. Suddenly, Kurt bounced out at them, slimmer and looser than ever in dinner clothes, took Fran's wrap himself, spoke to the creeping servant with that mixture of scolding and family fondness which only a European can manage, and prattled, "I'm so glad. I was afraid you would be angry with me for my clumsiness about Die Neueste Ehe the other evening, and punish me by not coming. Let me tell you who are the other guests. There are your cousins, Dr. and Frau Biedner, and the Baroness Wolinski. She is such a pretty girl, a Hungarian. Her husband is a Pole, a terrible fellow. He is not coming, thank God. And Theodor von Escher, the violinist. He is such a wonderful violinist. And his wife Minna. You will fall in love with her. And Professor and Frau Braut. He is professor of economics in Berlin University. Such a brain. He knows more America than anybody. He will prove to you that in 200 years America will be a wilderness again. You will like him so much. They are a funny mixed lot, but all speak English, and I wanted you to meet different kinds. Fran, you look like a heaven's angel in ivory. Come on." He ushered them, as though they were royalty, into a small, shabby, friendly apartment, in which three people seemed a crowd. The chairs of old brown leather were hollowed and listed. The couch was covered with what Sam viewed as some kind of yellow silk, though Fran whispered later that it was perfectly priceless old damask. The pictures were largely photographs of friends, officers in Austrian uniform. But there were shelves of wildly disarranged books, and Sam noted later that they were in German, English, Italian, and French. He observed a dozen ponderous and dismaying volumes on American law and banking and history, the sort of tomes which he had always admired in libraries and shunned in the home. When the door to the right was opened for a moment, Sam saw a narrow bedroom with a mean camp bedstead, racks of gorgeous ties, a picture of a beautiful girl, a crucifix, and nothing much else. That, with a little dining room and a mysterious kitchen somewhere and a bathroom old enough to be historic, seemed to make up the domain of the head of the house of Oberstdorf. There were cocktails, agitatedly mixed by Kurt in a glass pitcher, and there was dinner, not very good, and conversation, tremendous. Under Kurt's hectic captaincy, there was none of the timid burgher decorum of dinner at the Biedners. Also, there was more to drink, including an Assmannshauser champagne, which made Sam determined to explore the Rhine Valley. Anyone who didn't shout from time to time received Kurt's worried attention. Kurt was convinced that a person who was silent in his house had either ceased to like him, and probably for good reasons, for some hideous sin he had unconsciously committed against them, or else was suffering from a hidden malady which ought to be treated out of hand. But between the shouts, most of the conversation was carried on by Professor Braut. When he first surveyed that learned man, who left with you the impression that he had whiskers even in his eyes, Sam had decided, "This bearded beauty may know something about economics in Germany, but I'll bet he doesn't know anything about the land of the safety razor." Professor Braut turned to him. His accent was much thicker than Kurt's. "Please," he said, "I wonder if you could tell me something I'm trying to learn about agrarian movements in America." "I don't know very much about them," said Sam. "Have you been in America?" "Oh, a little, before the war. I was a professor in Harvard for a year, and in Leiden Stanford a year, and I traveled maybe a year. But of course that is nothing to get any real knowledge of your great country." Then, at Kurt's suggestion, Professor Brout gave a minute history of the Nonpartisan League in North Dakota. Through it he turned constantly to Sam for confirmation, and Sam, who knew very little about North Dakota and precisely nothing about the Nonpartisan League, nodded blandly. At the end, Sam addressed himself strongly. "He knows more about your own country than you do. Sambo, you know nothing. Ignorant. I wish I hadn't given up 30 years to motor cars, and I haven't really learned much here in Europe. A tiny bit about architecture, and a little less about wine and cooking and a few names of hotels, and that's all." While Kurt chattered of the adventures of Archduke Michael as a chauffeur to a Hungarian Jew, Sam had a vision of learning and of learned men, of men who knew things with precision, without emotional prejudice, and who knew things which really affected the broad stream of human life, who considered the purposes of 1,000 statesmen, the function of 1,000 bacteria, the significance of 1,000 Egyptian inscriptions, or perhaps the pathology of 1,000 involved and diseased minds, as closely as he himself had considered the capacities of 100 salesmen and engineers and clerks in the Revelation Company. He saw groups of such learned men in Berlin, in Rome, in Bâle, in both Cambridges, in Paris, in Chicago. They would not be chatterers. Oh, he pondered, probably some of them would be glib and merry enough over a glass of beer, but when it came to their own subjects, they would speak slowly, for to any given question there would be so many answers among which to select. They would not vastly please Fran. They would not all of them be dancers of elegance, and perhaps they would fail to choose quite the right waistcoats. They would look insignificant and fuzzy, like Professor Brout, or dry and spindling. And he would be proud to have their recognition, beyond all recognitions of wealth or title. How was it that he had not known more of them? In Yale, teachers had been obstacles, which a football player had to get past in order to carry out his duty of doing something for old Yale. New York was to him exclusively a city of bankers, motor dealers, waiters, and theater employees. On this European venture, which was to have opened new lives to him, he had seen only more waiters, English spinsters marooned in hotels, and guides with gold teeth. Scholars, men who knew. Suddenly, he felt that he might have been such a man. What had kept him from it? Oh, he had been cursed by being popular in college, and by having a pretty wife who had to be surrounded with colored lights. No, he rebuked himself. He couldn't get away with excuses like that. In the first place, he was a dirty dog to be ungrateful for having been popular, and for having had such a glorious girl as his Fran. Look at her now, laughing about the sanctity of the sausage in the German social scheme. Look at her, reducing the Count of Oberstdorf, kin of princesses and maybe kings, to bouncing admiration. No, he'd been lucky. Besides, a fellow did not become things, anyway, not after 5 or 6 or 7 years of age. He simply was things. If he had had the capacity to be a savant, nothing would have prevented. Or... Suddenly, he felt better about it. Was it possible that in some involved, unelucidated way, he himself was a savant in fields not admitted by the academicians as scholarship? He told himself that in the American motor world he was certainly not known merely as a peddler and as a financial acrobat, but as the authority on automobile designing, as the first man to advocate four-wheel brakes. Did that constitute him a scholar, or possibly an artist? He had created something. He had no pictures in the academies, no books to be bound in Levant, no arias nor flimsy furniture named after him, but every one of the 20 million motors on the roads of America had been influenced by his vision, a quarter of a century ago, of long, clean streamlines. Yes, and it didn't hurt a man to be a little proud of some honest thing he had done. It gave him courage to go on, especially with a wife like Fran, who was always criticizing. Good God! Had he really become confirmed, since the case of Arnold Israel, in this habit of seeing Fran, not as his loyal companion, but as a dreaded and admired enemy, to placate whom was his object in life? Was this the truth about his wanderings, all his future? He hastily got out of that torturing wonder by sending his mind back to scholarship, while he looked intelligent and placidly ate bacon and seemed to listen to Theodor von Escher on his own superiority to Chrysler. Could he ever attain scholarship now? Was it too infantile a fancy to think of becoming the first great historian of motors, historian of something which was, after all, more important in social evolution than 20 battles of Waterloo? Or could he learn something of architecture? For he really was a little tired of motors. They meant, just now, sitting at a desk in the Revelation offices. Could he really make better Sans Souci gardens? Anyway, he wasn't going on just being a cook's tourist, rather less important to Fran than concierges and room waiters. He'd do something. Or was this inner glow, so exciting and so rare, was it merely a reflection of drinking champagne and being warmed by Kurt's hospitality? Was his formless determination to do something, and his belief that he could still do something, only, in essence, like the vows of a drunkard? No, by God, swore Samuel Dodsworth. It isn't that. A drink or two and a jolly bunch do loosen me up. I'm slow at starting. Very slow. Here I am 52 years old, and just this last year or so I've wanted to be more than a money-coining machine, to be something. Though God knows what. Eh? He answered furiously a chorus of accusers. I have been a good citizen, and I have brought up my children, and I have paid my debts, and I have done the job that was first at hand, and I have loved my friends, and now I'm not going to stand back the rest of my life and be satisfied and dead on my feet, dead. I wish I'd known Kurt before. I like to have gone off for a few weeks with him in Ross Ireland. Only I ought to have done it 10 years ago, and now it's... But I won't let it be too late. You let. It's what Fran will let her dear husband do. Why is it I always go back to that, as though it was she that cramped my style instead of my own lack of brains? And, annoyed by the way in which thoughts scamper around in circles if you once let them loose, Sam came abruptly out of his meditation and was again the large and prosperous American husband of a lovely American wife, a worthy husband listening with meekness to the conversation of her European friends. Sam had noted, and been rather surprised at it, that Kurt van Oberstdorf did not condescend to a mere university professor, as any American of good family would have done. For all his love of gossiping, Kurt listened humbly when Professor Brout really got going, like a liner towed out through the little ripples of talk, tugs yanking at its sulky ponderousness, but finally plunging into the long rollers of conversation. Brout was lecturing Fran as though she were a rather small seminar. He did violence, while he talked, to the English W and V and T, yet in his earnestness his was no comic dialect. Emotionally, as a Prussian, with the symbols of blood and iron, of Bismarck and Luther and der Alte Fritz, I detest the prostituted elegance of Paris and the Italians, like children playing at empire. Yet all the time I think of myself, most people like me think of themselves, more as Europeans than as German or French or Polish or Hungarian. We think of ourselves, whatever family differences we may have, as standing together against the Russians, who are certainly not European but Asiatic, against the British, the Americans, however we admire them, the Latin Americans, the Asiatics, the colonists. The European culture is aristocratic. I do not mean that boastfully. I do not speak of famous old families, like that of our friend Graf Oberstdorf here. I mean that we are aristocratic as against democratic, and that we believe that the nation is proudest and noblest and most exalted, which has the greatest number of really great men, like Einstein and Freud and Thomas Mann, and that ordinary, undistinguished people, who may be, mind you, counts or kings, as well as servant-maids, are happier in contributing to produce such great men than in having more automobiles and bathtubs. And by the aristocratic tradition of real Europe, I do not mean any hauteur. I think perhaps I have seen more rudeness to servants, as well, of course, as more rudeness to masters, in America than anywhere in Europe. Servants here are not so well paid, but they have more security and more respect. An American thinks of a good cook as a low person. A European respects him as an artist. The European, the aristocrat, feels that he is responsible to past generations to carry on the culture they have formed. He feels that graciousness, agreeable manners, loyalty to his own people are more important than wealth, and he feels that to carry on this tradition he must have knowledge, much knowledge. Why, think of what the young European must learn if he is not to be ashamed of himself. He must know at least 2 languages, and if he does not know them, his friends are sorry that he is so poor a linguist. He must have, even though he may plan to be a stockbroker or an importer or sell your automobiles, Mr. Dodsworth, he must have some understanding of music, painting, literature, so that he will really enjoy a concert or an exhibition of pictures and not go there to make an impression. His manners must be so good that he can be careless. He must know the politics of all the great countries. I would bet you, Mrs. Dodsworth, that my 4 grandsons, though they have never been in America or England, know as much about President Coolidge and Secretary Hoover and Governor Smith as most Americans of their age. They must know cooking and wines. They themselves may prefer to live on bread and cheese, but they must be able to give their guests good dinners, and not at much cost. Oh, so terribly little cost most of us can afford now since the war. And most of all, they must understand women, and the beginning of that, I think Mrs. Dodsworth will agree, is really to like women, and to like them to be women, and not imitation men. That is a small bit of the required training of the real European, German or Swiss or Dutch or whatever. And that training helps to keep us together, understanding each other, no matter how foolish we are, and suicide with great wars. However we may oppose it, we are all at heart pan-Europeans. We feel that the real continental Europe is the last refuge of individuality, leisure, privacy, quiet happiness. We think that good talk between intelligent friends in a café in Vienna or Paris or Warsaw is more pleasant and important than having septic tanks or electric dishwashing machines. America wants to turn us into good fellows, all provided with the very best automobiles, and no private place to which we can go in them. When I think of America, I always remember a man who made me go out to a golf club and undress in a locker room, where quite uninvited men came up and made little funny jokes about Germany and about my being a professor. And Russia wants to turn us into a machine for the shaving off of all the eccentricities which do not belong to the lowest common denominator. And Asia and Africa do not think that human life and the sweetness of human life matter. But Europe, she believes that a Voltaire, a Beethoven, a Wagner, a Keats, a Leeuwenhoek, a Flaubert give drama and meaning to life, and that they are worth preserving. They and the people who understand and admire them. Europe, the last refuge in this Fordized world of personal dignity, and we believe that is worth fighting for. We are menaced by the whole world, yet perhaps we shall endure, perhaps. Some of us think that perhaps we shall prevail even against Americanization, which I may venture to define as a theological belief that it is more important to have your purchases tidily rung up on a cash register than to purchase what you want. And mind you, I am not so anti-American as I seem. I quite understand that the mystic process of Americanization is being carried on as much by German industrialists and French exporters and English advertising men as it is by born Yankees. I think the echt Europe may be able to endure. For I remember always of Greece and Rome. Rome was the America of ancient history, Greece the perhaps over-cultured continental Europe. Vi et armis, Rome conquered. Yet it was Greek architecture, Greek philosophy and its gracefulness of body, which revivified Europe in the Renaissance more than Roman law. So, I deliver a lecture. Hässlich. Yet I must finish. To be clear, when I speak of the European, you must understand that I speak of a very small, select, special class, which is far nearer to other members of that class in foreign nations than it is to most of its own countrymen. The beer-sodden peasant in a Gatzimmer at a country inn, or here in Berlin dancing in masses at Die Neue Welt, is not a European in that special sense. Neither is a bustling young businessman on the Friedrichstrasse or on the Rue de Rivoli who is trying to sell vulgar porcelain or shoddy silk so fast as he can. Both of them would gladly emigrate to America and change leisure for automobiles. And also, there are a few people born in America who do belong to what I call Europeans. Your author, Mrs. Edith Wharton, I imagine, must be so. But wherever they were born, there is this definite class, standing for a definite aristocratic culture. And most Americans who think they have seen Europe go home without any idea at all of its existence and what it stands for. And they perceive of Europe just loud-tongued guides and passengers in trains looking unfriendly and reading Uhu or Le Rire. They have missed only everything that makes Europe. Sam was surprised to find himself answering. Yes, that's about true. America thinks of the Europeans as a bunch of restaurant cashiers trying to do us on exchange. Thinks of Europe as dead, nothing but pictures by men that lived 300 years ago. We forget your Freud and Einstein, yes, and European aeroplane constructors, and this youth movement in Germany, and the French tennis players that beat us. But you have just as untrue an idea of America. All over Berlin, in the bookstores, I see books about America, titles like The Dollar Land. Well, I'll bet the French peasant that sticks the centimes away in the sock and the German farmer love the dollar 10 times as much as the average American. We love to make money, but we love to spend it. We're all like sailors on a spree. We have to have every parrot that's on sale on the waterfront. And why do you suppose so many hundreds of thousands of Americans come to Europe? Not more than 1 out of 100 Europeans who do go to America ever goes there to learn, to see what we have. And after all, a Woolworth building, or a Chicago Tribune building, or a Ford plant, or a Grand Canyon, or a Sharon, Connecticut, and incidentally a mass of 110 million people, might be worth studying. You of all people, Professor, know that most Europeans go to America just to make money. But why are the Americans here? Oh, a few of them to get social credit for it back home, or to sell machinery, but most of them, bless 'em, come here as meekly as schoolboys, to admire, to learn. What most Europeans think of America. Because we were a pioneer nation, mostly busy with farming and cod fishing and chewing tobacco 100 years ago, Europe thinks we still are. The pictures of Americans in your comic papers indicate to me that Europe sees all Americans as either moneylenders who lie awake nights thinking of how they can cheat Europe, or farmers who want to spit tobacco on the Cathedral of St. Mark, or gunmen murdering Chicagoans in their beds. My guess is that it all comes from the tradition that Europeans started 100 years ago. Here a few weeks back, when we were in Vienna, I picked up Martin Chuzzlewit and waded through it. Funny, mind you, his picture of America 100 years ago. But he shows a bunch of people along the Ohio River and in New York who were too lazy to scratch, who— "Sam," warned Fran, but he strode on unregarding, "were ignorant as Hottentots and killed each other with revolvers whenever they felt like it, with no recourse. In fact, every American that Dickens shows in the book is a homicidal idiot, except one, and he wanted to live abroad. Well, you can't tell me that a degenerate bunch like that could have taken the very river-bottom swamps that Dickens describes and in 3 generations have turned them into the prosperous, cement-paved, powerful country that they are today. Yet Europe goes on reading hack authors who still steal their ideas from Martin Chuzzlewit and saying, 'There, I told you so.' Say, do you realize that at the time Dickens described the Middle West, my own part of the country, as entirely composed of human wet rags, a fellow named Abe Lincoln and another named Grant were living there. Not more than maybe 10 years later, a boy called William Dean Howells. I heard him lecture once at Yale, and I noticed that they still read his book about Venice in Venice, had been born. Dickens couldn't find or see people like that. Perhaps some European observers today are missing a few Lincolns and Howellses. The kind of pride that you describe, Professor, as belonging to the real aristocratic Europeans is fine. I'm all for it. And I want to see just that kind of pride in America. Maybe we've gone too fast to get it. But as I wander around Europe, I find a whale of a lot of Americans who are going slow and quiet and who are thinking, and not all of them artists and professors by a long shot, but retired businessmen. We are getting a tradition that— Good Lord, you said you'd be lecturing. I'm afraid I have too. Kurt cried, To America! And adumbrated, Yes, America is the hope of, and of course, the paradise of women. Fran exploded. Oh, that is the one most idiotic fallacy about America. And it's just as much believed in America as in Europe, and it's just as much mouthed by women as by men, and deep down they don't believe a word of it. It's my profound conviction that there's no woman living, no real normal woman, who doesn't want a husband who can beat her if she deserves it, no matter though she may be president of a college or an aviator. Mind you, I don't say she wants to be beaten, but she wants a man who can beat her. He must be a man whom she respects. She must feel that his work, or his beautiful lack of work, is more important than she is. Sam looked at her in mild astonishment. If anything had been certain about their controversies, it had been that Fran ought to be more important to him than his work. He tried to remember just where she had got this admirable dissertation on feminism. Certain of the phrases he traced to René de Penable. And that's just what you do have in Europe and what we don't have in America. Mind you, I'm not speaking of Sam and myself. He's awfully competent at beating me when I deserve it. Her jocular glance at Sam was admiringly observed by all assembled. I'm just speaking generally. Oh, the American wife of the prosperous classes, sometimes even among people who have no money visible to the naked eye, has privileges for which the European woman would envy her. She doesn't have to beg her husband for money. She has a joint bank account. If she wants to study singing or advocate anti-vivisection or open a tea room or dance with nasty young men at hotels, it never occurs to him to object. And so she's supposed to be free and happy. Happy. Do you know why the American husband gives his wife so much freedom? Because he doesn't care what she does. Because he isn't sufficiently interested in her to care. To the American man, except darlings like Sam here, a wife is only a convenience, like his motor, and if either one of them breaks down, he takes it to a garage and leaves it and goes off whistling. This time her glance at Sam told him what she need not have told him, but she went on with an admirable air of impersonality. Whereas the European husband, if I understand it, feels that his wife is a part of him, or at least of his family honor, and he would no more permit her this fake freedom than he would permit one of his legs to go wandering off cheerfully without the other. He likes women. And another thing, any real woman is quite willing, no matter how clever she is, to give up her own chances of fame for her husband, providing he is doing something she can admire. She can understand sacrificing herself for the kind of civilized aristocracy that Professor Brout speaks of. She can sacrifice for a great poet, or soldier, or scholar. But she isn't willing to give up all her own capabilities for the ideal of industrial America, which is to manufacture more vacuum cleaners this year than we did last. Sam caught her eye. He said very slowly, Or more motor cars? She laughed. What a jolly, pioneering, affectionate American couple they were. She said affectionately, Yes, or more motor cars, darling. And you're probably right at that, he said. Everyone laughed. When people talk about the American wife and the American husband, Fran went on, they always make the mistake of trying to find out which sex is to blame, One person will tell you with great impressiveness that the American husband is to blame, because he's so absorbed in his business and his men friends that he never pays any real attention to his wife. Then the next will explain that it's the wife's fault. The trouble is that when the American husband comes home all tired out after the awful rush of our business competition, he naturally wants some attention, some love from his wife, but she expects him to hustle and change his clothes and take her out to the theater or a party, because she's been bored all day with not enough to do. And they're both wrong. There's no blame. It isn't the fault of either. I am convinced that the fault belongs to our American industrial system with its ideal of forced selling, which isn't a big enough ideal to satisfy any really sensitive woman. No, she prefers the European culture and tradition of which you spoke, Professor Brout. That's kind of hard on me, as one of the promoters of the American industrial system, said Sam. Oh, you old darling, you're not really an industrialist at heart. You're a researcher. And again she looked at him so appreciatively that everyone was edified at the sight of one happy American couple. There was at table and over coffee in the drawing-room ever so much more conversation. Sam listened to it heartily, while within he was in a panic of realization that Fran, his one security in life now that work and children and friends were lost, had this evening definitely given the challenge that she was bored by him, that she desired a European husband, that the interlude with Arnold Israel, who was more European than Europe, had not been an accident, but a symptom. He watched her turning toward Kurt. He could not ignore her jealousy of Kurt's pretty little friend, the Baroness Valinsky. The Baroness was a slim, slight girl with beautiful ankles and curly shingled hair. She had nothing much to say. Throughout dinner, Kurt had turned to her with 100 intimate approaches. "Do you remember Colonel Goetz?" And "For the first night that was at the Patriot." Fran had concentrated on the Baroness Valinsky that chilling, inquiring courtesy which is the perfection of hatred, had asked abrupt questions about Hungary, questions which somehow suggested that Hungary was an inferior land where the women wore wooden shoes, and had not listened to the answers. When they chattered their way into the drawing-room and Kurt sat on the arm of the Baroness's chair, Sam noted that within 5 minutes Fran was sitting on the other arm of the chair, and that she insisted on speaking French, which Kurt spoke admirably and the Baroness not at all. And shortly thereafter the Baroness went home, followed by the Bieners and the Brouts, then by the violinist von Escher, who said almost obsequiously to his wife, "Could you possibly find your way home in safety alone? I must go practice with my pianist. Tonight is his only free time." Minna von Escher, with a snippishness which surprised Sam, remarked to her husband that she had often found her way home alone. During the agitated German adieu, Sam murmured to Fran, "We better go too, eh?" But she insisted, "Oh, let's stay a little while. Best part of the evening, don't you think?" He didn't think. He merely looked passive. Thus there were 4 together, Sam and Fran, Kurt and Minna von Escher, in that pleasant quiet after the gabble of conversation. In a corner of the room, Kurt was showing Fran an enormous, very old-fashioned album of pictures of his boyhood home, apparently a castle in the Tyrol. Fran was in a leather chair. Kurt sat on the floor beside her, constantly bolting up to kneel and point out this old servant, that old schoolroom. They were locked in intimacy, forgetful of everyone else. Sam talked to Minna von Escher. She had a clown-like face, a brownie face, with a snub nose and too wide a mouth, but her eyes opened in such surprised roundness, there was such vitality in her speech, her hands and her ankles were so fine, that she was more attractive than most pretty women. She lay on the couch full length, rather petulant, and Sam sat by her, leaning over with his elbows on his legs like an old man smoking on a fence rail. "Your wife, she praises European husbands," said Minna, "if she had one. Oh, they can be charming. They kiss the hand, they remember your birthday, they send flowers. But I get so very much tired of having my good Theodore make love to every woman he meets. Just now, Of course he had to go practice with a man pianist at midnight. Well, he is by this time at the apartment of Elsa Emsberg, and if Elsa is a pianist or a man, she has changed much this past week. And she was my friend in the first place. Oh, I am a European, but I wish once I had an American husband who would not sacrifice me to music and love affairs." She looked at him in a lively, appraising way, and suddenly Sam knew that she considered him an interesting big animal, and that he could make love to her if he liked, as much as he liked, and he was frightened by it. He had always been monogamic. Now and then he had been attracted by some other woman, but he had been as shocked as though he were a priest. Perhaps the fact that his intimate life with Fran had not been very passionate had made him feel that the whole matter of sex stimulation was something rather shameful, to be avoided as far as possible. Certainly, when he tried to think about it, he escaped from thought with a gruff, "Oh, a fellow's got to be loyal to his wife, and not go getting mixed up in a lot of complications." But just now he seemed insufficiently afraid of getting mixed up. He caught himself noting that Minna had an exquisite body. He thought, "I ought to give Fran a dose of her own medicine." He looked away from Minna and growled, "Oh, I guess most husbands in all countries are about equally selfish. Just take different ways of showing it." He looked away, but his look was drawn back to her, and he wanted to take her hand. "Oh, no, you would not be selfish." "Sure would." "No, I know you better. Big, terrifically strong men like you are always gentle and kind." I wish you could have met some of the kind, gentle big fellows from Harvard and Princeton that used to sit on my chest when I played football." "Oh, in sports it is different. But with women, you would be so gentle, but brave. Do you go hunting and camping much, and all those thrilling things in your great American wilderness?" "Well, yes, I used to. I did quite a long canoe trip once in Canada." "Oh, tell me about it." No one since he had left Zenith had shown so comforting an interest in him. He was not looking away from her now. He was swallowed by her expanding, flattering eyes as he labored. "Well, it was nothing especial. Went with a friend of mine. We made about 1,000 miles, with 64 portages, and the last 5 days we lived on tea, without sugar or condensed milk, and fish, and our tent got burnt up, and we slept under the canoe when it rained. Yes, that was good going. Like to do it again." "Why don't you? Why don't you? I can imagine you wonderful in that wilderness." "Oh, Fran, Mrs. Dodsworth, she doesn't care much for that kind of hiking." "Hiking? Hiking?" "Oh, you know." He made a vast circular gesture. "Going, traveling." "Oh, yes, and she does not like it? Oh, I would." "Would you? I'll have to take you camping." "Oh, you must." She seized his sleeve, excitedly shook it. "Don't make a joke. Do it." And he was certain that he could, and more certain that between Fran and Kurt, so innocently looking at pictures in their corner, was being woven a spider-web of affection. He felt helpless, he felt irritated, and that irritation submerged his rising fascination in Minna von Escher. No, he wasn't going to encourage Fran by giving her an example. For a moment, while Minna was sputtering an account of her own courage and ingenuity on a North Sea voyage, Sam checked his suspicions. But he saw Fran blush at some remark of Kurt too low to overhear, saw her glance join to his, and suddenly Sam was angry. He grumbled at Minna. "Yes, must have been a mighty nice trip. Never done much yachting myself. Say, my lord, it's getting late." He poured across the room. "Fran, know what time it is? It's almost 1. "Yes, what of it?" "Well, pretty late. We were going out to see Brandenburg tomorrow." "We don't have to go tomorrow. Good heavens, we're not on a cook's tour." "Well, Kurt has to be on the job." "Oh, no," begged Kurt. "It doesn't matter. I shall be so unhappy if you run away early." "Of course, if you insist," said Fran. She sounded vicious. Kurt looked at them miserably, as though he was wondering what he could do to reconcile them. No, just didn't want you to tire yourself out. And here's Mrs. Escher pretty near asleep," Sam crowed jovially. And everyone laughed, and everybody looked relieved, and everybody said that, yes, wasn't it much more fun to be together, just the family, after the others had gone? But Sam had poisoned their moment. They looked self-conscious and talked about music. Minna von Escher, not at all pleased by Sam's coyness, made yawning signs of going home, and the party broke up in 15 minutes, with effusive announcements of what a good time they had had. And so, in the taxicab, when they had dropped Minna at a residence which was confoundedly out of their way, Sam and Fran again started the battle. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. After Fran had cried, "Good night, such a happy evening, auf Wiedersehen," to Minna von Escher, she was silent for a minute, and it was a minute of 60,000 seconds, each weighted with fury, like the minute of suspense before a thunder-shower, in a meadowland where the grass turns poison green with fear. Sam waited, trying to think of something to think. She spoke in the manner of a schoolteacher who has endured too much but who is still trying to keep her temper. "Sam, heaven knows I don't ask much of you in the way of social graces, but I do think I have a right to ask you not to be so selfish that you spoil not only all my pleasure but that of everybody else. I really don't see why you should always and unfailingly demand that everybody do what you want." I didn't. We were all perfectly happy, sitting there and talking so cheerfully. And I didn't notice that you were being so neglected. Certainly that dog-faced von Escher woman was flattering you and your pioneer hardihood sickeningly enough, and you simply lapping it up. And it wasn't even very late. I don't suppose you'll ever learn that Berlin and Paris are not exactly like Zenith, and that sometimes people do manage to keep awake here after 10 o'clock. Count Oberstdorf was telling me all about his family, and it was frightfully interesting, and suddenly you feel sleepy, and bang, the great Samuel Dodsworth is sleepy. The great industrial leader wants to go home. Everything must break up immediately. Nobody else must be considered. The great I Am has spoken. Fran, I'm not going to lose my temper and let you enjoy a row tonight. At least I hope not. Go on, lose it. It wouldn't be such a novel and shocking sensation. I'm quite used to it. You are like hell. You've never seen me lose it properly. The last fellow that did, well, I paid the hospital bills. Oh, the wonderful great hero that can knock people's heads off. That has all the charming virtues of a drunken lumberjack. This is a little beside the point, Fran. I wasn't boasting, I was regretting. Listen, darling, now that you've blown off steam, can't you be reasonable a little while? Thus they reached the Adlon, bowed to the doorman as though they were in the best of humor, crossed the marble lobby, a fine, substantial, dignified couple, went serenely up in the elevator, and fell to it again. Fran, we've got to come down to cases. We've been drifting, without any plans, and I wanted to talk plans. Maybe you were right about tonight. I didn't mean to sound grouchy when I suggested going home, and if I did, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, it was probably a good thing. I have a slight headache from too much cigarette smoke in that tiny place. I do wish you wouldn't always take your own cigars along and smoke them. It looks so pretentious. But let's not talk plans tonight. Heavens, if you were in such a mad passion to get away and get to bed, it's a little too much for you to want to stay up half the night talking about plans but I'm in a mood for it. But I'm not. My dear man, is there any hurry? But we'll put it off the way we've been putting it off if we wait till tomorrow. Does it matter? It certainly does. By God, I'm going to be a little stubborn myself for once." "For once? Oh, Sam, as if you were ever anything else." "All right, have it your way. If I'm always stubborn, you won't be surprised." "And please don't shout." "I am not shouting. Fran, please quit playing the cat and mouse with me. Look here, it's getting to be time for us to go home, and I do like von Oberstdorf, but he's the kind of fellow that's always so surrounded with people that if we stay here we'll find ourselves mixed up with a whole lot of folks, and we won't get away for weeks." "What of it? Isn't that what we want? Isn't it worthwhile really knowing one European city? Not that Kurt has anything to do with it. It's really my cousins, the Beedners." "But it is Kurt that counts. He's a mighty nice, kind chap, but he isn't satisfied unless everybody's having a party all the time, unless he sees you every day, and especially as he's sort of attracted to you." "Sam, are you hinting that he and I—" "Oh, this is too much. Just because I did like one man besides your high and mighty sacred self, I can see that you're going to have the pleasure forevermore of throwing it up to me, and of hinting the most outrageous things if I so much as have a polite talk with a man." "Fran, for God's sake, stop acting." "And for God's sake, stop cursing. Oh, I don't know what's gotten into you. A few years ago, even a few months ago, you would never have dreamed of talking to me the way you do. And every day you're getting worse. You have no idea of the kind of language you use. Stop acting. I know perfectly well that so far this Oberstdorf fellow and you have been as innocent as babes. But I also know that you could get too fascinated by him." "Nonsense. All we have is the polite interest that any European gentleman and lady have in each other. It's just exactly what I was saying tonight. The American male is totally unable to think of any woman as an agreeable tea-time companion. If I hadn't been too polite and wanted to protect you, I could have told them a lot more about American wives and husbands. You never think of any woman except as a potential mistress, or as too unattractive to interest you. Whereas Kurt, innocent as babes, why, of course we have been, and will go on being so." "You sure will. And if only for the reason that I'm not going to have another Arnold Israel affair." She did not flare back as he expected. She stood fixed, looking at him reproachfully, tears coming. She was suddenly young and helpless and pitiful, and she spoke slowly. "Oh, Sam, that wasn't kind of you. I never remember things and throw them up at you as you do with me. You never understood about Arnold. I didn't defend myself when you were angry about him, but he was romance, probably my last, and certainly my first. You were always so good. I've admired you and respected you, but you've always been so sound, so cautious, whereas with Arnold there was danger and excitement and madness, and just for once in a whole lifetime I let myself risk danger. And I found I had a talent for it too. And then for you, I gave it up. I obediently settled down to plodding around from hotel to hotel wherever you wanted to go. Arnold kept writing me, and I scarcely ever answered him, and now, of course, I've lost him forever, for your sake. And then you insult me about him. Oh, Sam, that wasn't generous." She cried a little, sitting twisted in a big chair, her cheek against the back of it. Sam felt that there was something wrong, something self-dramatizing about her version, but his sulkiness at being beguiled was less than his fondness of her. He stroked her hair. He said, more tenderly and intimately than for a long while, "I was beastly. Forgive me. And besides, of course, I know your friendship for Kurt is something quite different." He heard an inner, testy voice. "It isn't, and you know it, fool." But he went on urgently, drawing a small gilt chair, ridiculous beneath his bulk, to her side, and holding her hand as he talked. "Fran, I want to go home and get to work. I'm naturally an active sort of fellow. I can't stand this loafing any more. And I don't want to manufacture cars. Maybe I half agree with you in what you said about industrialized America tonight. What I want to do— oh, I suppose there'd be a lot of industrialization to it. Certainly have to use modern methods in production and sales and advertising if we're going to meet competition. But there would be a kind of individual achievement, I'd hope, and lasting. This is something I've been figuring on for 9-10 months now, but I haven't said anything about it because I wanted to be sure. And for once, it would be something you could take part in. She sat up with a bounce, tears dried, and demanded, "Oh, say it. Don't make a speech. Forgive me, darling, for being rude, but you do take such a time." "Well, I want to have this clear, especially to myself. I never did pretend to be especially quick on the trigger." "As a matter of fact, you do think very quickly, once you have your facts. But you have a superstition. I fancy it started back in college, when you had to play up to the silent hero role. You have some kind of a childish idea. Oh, I know you so much better than you do yourself. You have an idea that it's somehow ridiculous for so big and solid a man as you are to speak quickly, and you've always suffered from it. We're getting away from the point. Let me finish. As I say, this is a project that you could do as much with and have as much fun with as I could, and maybe more. Here's the idea." And, rather lumberingly, much interrupted, he outlined his notion of a better Sans Souci Gardens. He had scarcely finished when she volleyed, "Oh, it's too utterly impossible." "Why?" "You haven't the taste for that sort of thing. Domestic architecture and decoration and so on. Why, Sam, I bet you can't tell me what the color of the last curtains we had in the drawing-room at home was." They were a kind of— now let's see. They were pale red." "They were a sort of beige, with so little red in it that it didn't matter." "Dear, I do see the fun of a new venture like that, but for you—" "Well, I personally attended to picking out the body colors and upholstery of the Revelation the last 5 years, and I think it's generally admitted that they were the swellest." "You didn't really. You depended on that awful Lizzie Willie Dutberry that you had in the designing shop." "Well, anyway, I picked out Willie, didn't I? And I had sense enough to follow his steer, didn't I? Even if he did wear side whiskers and a pink tie. And for my development, I'll pick out— hell, Fran, I do know how to pick men. I don't pretend to know everything, even about autos. I don't need to. But I can. And another thing, Sam, I do love you for wanting to produce something individual and lasting, but an American Garden suburb? Phooey. Nasty jammed-together huddle of World's Fair exhibition buildings with pretentious street names. Then make one that isn't pretentious or jammed. People have to live somewhere. And I depend on you a lot for suggestions about good taste and all that." "It's awfully flattering of you, my dear, but I certainly do not intend— or certainly not till I'm a lot older— I don't intend to give all my days and nights to being sweet to a lot of horrible parvenus who want Touraine chateau with Frigidaire furnishings and all at mail-order prices." They argued for an hour. Fran had recovered from her Doucet role and was alternately airy and pityingly maternal. Sam felt that he had somehow not made clear his plan, but she blocked his each new effort at being articulate, and they went to bed at 3 with nothing clear, except that while she might condescend to go home with him in a vague 4 or 5 or 6 months, she was not going to help him build stone castles of cement and brick manor houses of linoleum, and that she was refraining entirely on account of her artistic ethics. Remumbling the whole talk again as he lay awake, Sam could not get quite straight how it had happened that he had again failed to lure her home. "And she says I'm a bully. Well, as a bully, I class about half horsepower, 2 miles per hour," he sighed as he fell asleep. He dreamed that Fran had fallen from a cliff and lay dead below him, and that Minna von Escher had come to smirk temptingly at him. He woke to revile himself, then to rejoice that it wasn't so. In the dawn he sat up in bed to look at Fran, and she was so childish, even her little nose hidden under the sheets, that he could think of no slogan of deliverance from her power. Dining with Kurt, at Hiller's, Borchart's, Peltzer's, at the Bristol and Kaiserhof, at the simpler Siechens and Shorebrow. Dining at the Winter Garden on the terrace, watching the vaudeville performance. Dining at outdoor places round about the Tiergarten, as the weather grew warmer and the beer more refreshing. A motor flight to the country house of a friend of Kurt, where all one glorious Sunday afternoon they loafed in the garden or bathed in the hovel. But the point was that they were always with Kurt. And Kurt, though he liked Sam, admired him, yet had conceived that Sam and Fran, like so many other American couples he had seen squabbling into and out of the Internation Tourist Agency, were on the point of breaking. And to him, the Viennese, accustomed to tempestuous strays from the bitter mountains and grey plains to eastward and the north, this cool, eager American woman was more exotic, more stimulating than any Russian or Croatian or Zingara. And she had a useful income of her own. And there was, in all honor, no reason why he should not be there when the break-up came, nor why Fran should not have the privilege of buttressing the ancient house of Oberstdorf. At least, so Sam guessed at Kurt's opinion, and he could not protest that the chart was altogether in error. It was a slow task for Sam to admit that he, with the training of an executive and the body of a coal-heaver, could not bully or coax his slim wife into reasonableness when her romanticizing ran away with her, and she disclosed a belief that she was so superior that he ought to accompany her wherever she cared to stroll, or to stand acquiescent while she beamed at Kurt. It was impossible, but it was so. Sam tried all the recognized methods of bullying her. Their naked and wretched squabble after Kurt's party was repeated. He insisted that she was coming home to America and coming right now. But what was he to do when she reminded him that she had an income, and when she asserted, she really believed it, that she could always earn her own living? What still less could he do when, after a night when he had lain awake ribbing up righteous anger, they awakened to a sparkling growing day, and they walked along the canal, lunched well, drove to the Wannsee and back, and watched sunset over the Tiergarten? When she stopped, twitched his sleeve, and said gravely, "Oh, Sam, darling, will you let me thank you for all the lovely places you've taken me? I'm so heedless and silly that often I don't speak of it, but all the while, inside of me, dear—" Her eyes were wet. "I'm terribly grateful. Venice, Rome, Paris, and this quiet sunset. Thank you, dear, and thank you for not being a Tartar husband, for understanding that I can be excited and friendly with nice little people like Kurt without being a hussy." Just what was he to do? Except perhaps to mutter, "Have I ever remembered to say I adore you?" Nor could he turn on Kurt von Oberstdorf, since Kurt was, after much doubting, Sam believed it, quite as fond of him as of Fran, since Kurt seemed eager to bring them together again, whatever it might cost himself in a chance at Fran's favors and fortune. With the Dodsworths' isolation in Berlin, Kurt's ability to fall headlong in friendship, and Fran's liking for the glories of a count, however dimmed, they three became a family, and as one of the family, Kurt sought to soothe them. He was curiously impartial. With all his emotionalism, he was a fair umpire. When Fran snapped at her husband for his inability to learn any German beyond zweimal dunkels, Kurt begged, "Oh, do not speak so crossly. That is not nice." And when Sam growled that he'd be damned if he'd sit till 2 a.m. watching her dance, Kurt would represent, "But you ought to be happy to see her so happy. Forgive me, but she is so lovely when she is happy. And she is fragile. She is easily broken by things and moods that we do not mind." Kurt said, he really seemed to mean, that he was too lonely in Berlin, and though he very much did not want to intrude, he would be glad if he might play about with the Dodsworths every day that they remained, and whatever his comparative poverty might be, he always paid his share of the bills. Be so much easier, too, if he weren't so damn fair and square," Sam sighed. He had no proof whatever, that there was between Kurt and Fran anything more than this family affection. Once or twice, as when the Berlin agent for the Revelation card looked Sam up and took him to a luncheon of the American Club, Kurt and Fran slipped away by themselves. He spent a conversational evening at the Adlon bar while they went learnedly to the opera. After these outings, Fran looked rosy and content. In London, thanks to the attentions of Mr. A.B. Hurd, Sam had retained something of a position as an industrialist. Since then, progressively he had become merely the husband of the charming Mrs. Dodsworth. He saw it, though he could not see precisely how it had happened. In Berlin he felt that no one considered him as anything save her attendant, even after the unfortunate incident of Herr Dr. Johann Josef Blumenbach. Herr Blumenbach's card was brought up to Sam as he was about to change for dinner. "Don't know who he is. Still, name does sound kind of familiar. Probably some friend of hers," Sam decided, and grumbled to the page, "Let him come up." When he informed Fran, who was sewing a snap on an evening frock in her bedroom, she protested that she knew no Blumenbachs. She followed him to their sitting room and sniffed. A square, bullet-headed, bristle-headed, swollen-nosed man was Herr Dr. Johann Josef Blumenbach, with ancient and absurd spats. "Excuse me that I call on you, Herr Dodsworth," he sputtered. "And please to excuse my English. It is, I guess, awful bad English that I speak. But I have some little interest in a motor factory and from the motor magazines. Besides, my cousin lives in America, in St. Louis. I know much about your development of the streamline in automobiles. I would be very pleased if Frau Dodsworth and you would care to look over our factory." Very suavely, Fran eliminated Herr Blumenbach with, "That's very kind of you, Herr, but we're leaving in just a couple of days, and I'm afraid we're going to be frightfully busy. You will excuse us, I'm sure." He looked at her with a most active dislike. He snorted, "Oh, thank you very much," and disappeared with quite ludicrous haste. "His nerve. Probably hoped to get money out of you for some horrible gamble," she said placidly, as Sam trailed her back to the significant business of sewing on the snap. "Horrid man. And you'd have taken an hour to get rid of him." When Kurt inevitably came to pick them up for dinner, Sam inquired, "Ever hear of a man named Blumenbach? Johann Blumenbach or some such name, something to do with motors?" "But of course," said Kurt. "Horrid man," offered Fran. "Oh, no. He is a very fine man, very public-spirited, and he is one of the 2 or 3 big men in the motor industry in Germany. He controls the Mars Company. I suppose the Mars is the finest motor in Europe." "Of course. That's right, heard the name," muttered Sam. "And I wish you could meet him. He would give you everything inside on motor industry here. But I have not the honor to know him. I have just seen him in a Gesellschaft." "We must hurry," said Fran, and Sam said nothing at all. He thought many times that if he telephoned to Herr Dr. Blumenbach, he might be accepted and entertained in Berlin as the Samuel Dodsworth he once had been, might thus again become that Samuel Dodsworth. And he did nothing at all. They had expeditions with the Baroness Wolinski and Minna von Escher, until Kurt, wounded to his little heart, as he could so often and so piteously be wounded, was convinced that no amount of advertising the merits of the pretty little Baroness would make Fran like her. As to why Sam and Minna did not get along, he never understood, so he looked hurt and gave it up. To Sam, Frau von Escher was a reminder that there were women who did not find him clumsy and cold, and he wanted to escape from that reminder. He could well enough picture falling into the entertaining distress of passion. He could even question whether it wasn't merely emotional indolence or fear of getting mixed up, not morality, which had kept him pure. Wasn't it because he did want to kiss Minna's wide derisive mouth that he was chilly to her and contradicted everything she said? and gave Fran a chance to point out that he was rude, and that it had only been her influence which had kept him amiable all these years. "Hell," said Sam Dodsworth wearily, and for all his searching he never found a more competent way of expressing it. So he groped through the fog, and there was no path to be found. In the distance was the sound of menacing waters, and always he stumbled over unseen roots in a trance less real than any dream. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. It seemed a singularly undistinguished morning. Sam looked forward only to a vague dinner with Kurt and a friend from Vienna, and as Kurt had said nothing more ecstatic about his friend than that he was such a good fellow and speaks 7 languages and is so funny, Sam knew that the fellow couldn't be up to much. For the afternoon they planned to see the exhibit of Kolbe's sculptures at Caceres and the French Impressionists at the Galerie Tannhauser, and Sam hoped, not very optimistically, to lure Fran out to Charlottenburg to inspect factories and tenements for laborers. She liked to discuss what she called the lower classes with everyone save members of the lower classes. He lolled in the sitting-room of their suite, rather slovenly in dressing-gown and ancient slippers, which Fran was always going to replace by new elegance, and never did. When he had finished reading the Paris American papers, and had exclaimed over the fact that Mr. T.Q. Obelisk of Zenith had just landed in Europe and was going to squander an entire 3 weeks in Paris, he had nothing more to do. He thought of answering Henry Hazard's last letter, but, oh thunder, there was no news. He thought of having a drink, and answered that it was much too early in the day. He thought of going for a walk, but, oh, he'd walked all over the inner city. He mouched. He prowled through the sitting-room, turning over tourist agency folders about Java, the North Cape, Rio de Janeiro. He peeped into the bedroom. Fran, in nightgown and fluffy pink knitted bed-jacket, was still abed, but over her chocolate she was furiously trying to read the Vossische Zeitung and the Tageblatt with the aid of a dictionary, imagination, and discreet skipping. He looked admiringly at her display of scholarship. He said that it was going to be a swell day, and returned to the sitting-room to stare out at the Pariserplatz and wish he were home. At a knock, he said, "Come in," indifferently. It would be the room-waiter to clear away. It was a boy with a cable. For a time Sam put off opening it. It pleased him to think that even in his insignificance here in Berlin, he was the sort of man who received cables. Then he read, "Congratulate us, birth 9-pound son, stop. Emily's splendid shape, cheers, stop. Your first grandchild, Harry McKee." Sam stood glorying. He was not finished after all. Something of him had been carried on with this new life. And Emily would be so happy. How he loved her. And now, by golly, Fran would want to go home. They'd catch the next steamer and see the baby, Emily, Harry, Brent, Tub, Henry Hazard, in maybe 2 weeks. He paraded into the bedroom, trying to play-act, trying to sound unemotional as he remarked, Fran, little cable from Zenith." "Yes," sharply. "Anything wrong?" "Well, Fran." He went to kiss her. He ignored her slight impatience. "We're Granddaddy and Grandmammy, and the devils never let us know youngster was coming. Probably spare us worry. Emily has a son, 9 pounds. "And how?" "She's fine, apparently. So Harry wires." In her quick, happy look he felt more secure and married and real than for weeks. "My God, I wish they had the transatlantic phone working from here, way they have from London now. We'd phone 'em, if it cost $100 a minute. Wouldn't that be great, to hear Emily's voice? Tell you what I'm going to do. I'll phone Kurt Oberstdorf and tell him about her grandson. I've got to holler." Her face tightened. "Wait." "What's the idea?" I'm delighted, of course. Dear Emily. She'll be so happy. But, Sam, don't you realize that Kurt— oh, I don't mean Kurt individually, of course. I mean all our friends in Europe— they think of me as young. Young. And I am. Oh, I am. And if they know I'm a grandmother— God, a grandmother— oh, Sam, can't you see? It's horrible. It's the end for me. Oh, please, please, please try to understand. Think, I was so young when I married. It isn't fair for me to be a grandmother now at under 40. With swiftness, he calculated that Fran was now 43. A grandmother, lace caps and knitting and rheumatism. Oh, please try to understand. It isn't that I'm not utterly happy for Emily's sake, but I have my own life, too. You mustn't tell Kurt, ever. He knew then well enough. He was too hard hit to dare to be angry. Yes, I see how you mean. Yes, well, I'll go cable to Emily and Harry. It was that evening, before they went out to dinner with Kurt, that he noticed her new habit of perfuming the back of her right hand, and reflected, I wonder if it has anything to do with his kissing her hand. Wonder? You don't wonder, you know. He saw further that she faintly perfumed the inside of her arm to the elbow, and he was a little sickened as he stalked out to the sitting-room and tried to divert himself by reading the list of circular tours in Great Britain and France in the European Travel Guide of the American Express Company, while he waited for her to finish dressing. It didn't altogether absorb him. He looked about the room. There were roses, sent by Kurt. There was Furtwänger's Jud Süß, sent by Kurt. Then there was Kurt himself, knocking, coming in gaily, crying, Is that wife of ours late again? Sam, I have brought you a box of real Havana cigars, smuggled through without duty. Oh, my roses came. I am glad. Sam, have you any idea how thankful a lonely poor man— and to a Wiener like me, Berlin is just as foreign as it is to you— so thankful to have Fran and you tolerate me while you are here. You are so good. Fran, are you not dressed? You are keeping your poor children waiting. If I were Sam, I would beat you, and my friend probably waiting in the lobby. Coming, Kurt, she sang lark-like. And Kurt was kissing the back of her hand, and Sam Dodsworth said nothing at all. But it was down in the bar, where they went to have cocktails and to wait for Kurt's friend, that the new and almost honestly analytic Sam Dodsworth caught himself in a situation more shameful and enfeebling than anything that had happened in their apartment. An American motor salesman, whom Sam had met at the American Club luncheon, stopped at their table to nod his greetings, and Sam caught himself saying a little proudly, Mr. Ashley, I don't think you've met my wife, and this is the Count Oberstdorf. Mighty pleased to meet you, Count, said the motorman, after kissing Fran's hand in what he considered a European manner. Sam sharply cross-examined himself. Look here, Sambo, were you flattered to be able to introduce a Count? This tourist agency clerk? How long will it be before you become the kind of rotten soak that sits around boasting that his wife has a Count for a lover? No, I'm not that bad, not yet. But I guess my mind is kind of sick now. What the devil was it that hit me? I don't understand. Emily, my darling, with a son. Doesn't Fran want— Coolly, quite prosaically, he interrupted Kurt to demand of Fran, Say, remember I told you about that young lady, that cousin of mine that's just had a baby? Wouldn't you like to skip back to America and see her? Oh, I'd love to, but I don't suppose we'll see her till next autumn, said Fran placidly. Here comes my friend. Such a lovely fellow, said Kurt. The second message from Zenith, from home, came in a letter which was handed to Sam at the desk 3 evenings later, as they were going out to dinner with Kurt. From old Tub, he chuckled and tucked it into his pocket. When they were at table, he suggested, Mind if I glance at my letter? Tub wrote, in schoolboyish script, How are you, and how's all the lovely femmes in Europe? Well, you're not going to get away with hogging them much longer. Matey and I have finally decided about time we ran over and had a look at the old country and get a decent drink. She's a grand wife and likes her liquor. We sail on May 10th on the Olympic, arrive London probably 16th and Paris the 21st. Stay Savoy London and Continental Paris. In Paris about a week, then Holland, Belgium, Switzerland, Italy, South France, and sail from Cherbourg again on June 20th. Some fast trip, eh? But I bet we don't miss much. Your last postcard, and a hell of a tightwad you are about writing. Say you're going to Germany, but don't see what you find there. Can only get beer there, and it's the bubbles that cure all your trouble that I want to taste again. You remember old song, Champagne. Now, if you're too busy to remember old friends, all right. But we'd be awfully glad if you could manage to meet us London or Paris, or if a long route afterwards. Send me schedule, care of Equitable Trust, 23 Rue de la Paix. Don't take any wood money. Sincerely, your friend, Thomas J. Pearson. The letter had followed Sam from Paris to Rome to Berlin. Tubb was already in London and would be in Paris in 3 days. It was one of the few holograph letters Sam had received from Tubb. Usually, his laconic messages were dictated, typed on banking-house paper, as stiff and luxuriously engraved as a bond. In it, Sam felt an unfamiliar urgency. Tubb was prepared to be angry, to consider himself deliberately slighted if the Dodsworths did not appear in Paris to greet him and his jolly wife Matilda, otherwise Matey. He interrupted Kurt. Damn it, seems as though these days I always have to interrupt that fellow in order to be able to speak to my own wife. He crowed, "Say, who do you think's in London and going to Paris? Tubb and Matey." "Oh, really?" she said politely. She showed considerable more warmth in explaining to Kurt. "Tubb is an old friend of Sam, quite a prosperous banker. If they come to Berlin, they'd be awfully happy to meet you. Oh, you said one day you wished you could get into a bank in America. Tubb, Mr. Pearson his name is, might be able." "But we'll see him in Paris," Sam interrupted again, "not coming to Berlin. And we ought to skip right down and be there to welcome 'em. Remember, they've never been abroad before. I'll wire him in London tonight. Might even see if I can get him on the phone, and we can probably get reservations for the Paris train for tomorrow evening." Surely, when Fran heard good old Matey gossip of their friends, when she scented zenith again, the miracle had happened. "But Sam, dear," Fran protested, "I don't see any reason under heaven why we should go down. And you complaining of how tired you were of Paris when we left it. I know how fond you are of your friends, but I don't see why you should let them use you." "But don't you want to see Tubb and Matey?" "Don't be silly. Of course, I'd be very glad to see them. But to trot all the way to Paris—" "But don't you want— I can't imagine you're not wanting." "Well, if you must know, I think your good friend Mr. Tubb Pearson is a little heavy in the hand. He always works so hard at being humorous. And you yourself have admitted that Matey is dreadfully uninteresting. And fat. Good heavens, I've had them for 20 years. No, you can do what you like, but I'm not going." "But I wouldn't be much good to him as a guide. I can't speak French." "Exactly. Then why go? They can get along as everyone else does." "But you could make it so much pleasanter for them." "It's all very well to be friendly and that sort of thing, but I'm not going to travel 15 hours in a dirty train for the pleasure of acting as an unpaid cook's guide to Mr. and Mrs. Tubb Pearson." "Well, all right. Then I'll go by myself." "As you wish." She turned briskly to Kurt, and with excessive sweetness discoursed on the state of the theatre in Central Europe. Kurt looked at Sam, troubled, wishing to say something soothing. Sam was very quiet all that evening. It was she who opened the engagement when they were alone at the hotel. "I'm sorry about Tubb, and I'll go down there. A beastly journey, if you absolutely insist." "I never insist on anything." "But I do think it's too ridiculous to be expected to be a guide. And, of course, your beloved Tub will want to go to the most obvious and stupid and Americanized places in Paris. No, I've decided you better not come. You're probably right. Tub will want to get drunk on Montmartre. For which charming occupation, my dear Samuel, you'll be a much better collaborator than I, I'm afraid. Look here, Fran. I wonder if you have any idea how dangerous it might be for you one of these days if you go on being so airy and insulting with me. I'd stood, it's the truth, a good deal. I can understand your not thinking Tub is any Endicott Everett Atkins, but how can you fail to enjoy giving a good time to a neighbor that we've known as long and as closely as we have Tub? Why you don't just for once forget what you're going to get out of it and think what you could give. Oh, put in the Beatitudes, too, is simply beyond me. I used to think you were loyal. I am. The way I've refused to stand anyone ever criticizing you. Will you listen? Don't be so damned perfect just for once. I used to think you were loyal, but between this business about Tub and your lack of interest in Emily's boy, now I've had enough. You've quite sufficiently indicated that I'm an inhuman monster. Why, after I heard the news about Emily, I cried half the night, wanting to see her and the baby. But, oh, if I could only make you understand. She had thrown off her flippancy and was naked and defenseless in her seriousness. I do rejoice that she has a child. I do love her. But, oh, I've tried to use my brains, such as they are, which I admit isn't very much, except that I do have common sense. I've tried not to be sentimental and ruin myself, yes, and you, without doing Emily or anybody else any good. What good would it do if I were there? Could I help her? I could not. I'd just be in the way. Heavens, any trained nurse would be of more value than a dozen me's, and she's surrounded with only too much love and solicitude. I'd be just another burden at a time when she has plenty. On the other hand, as it would affect me, when the world hears the word grandmother, it pictures an old woman, a withered old woman, who's absolutely hors de combat. I'm not that, and I'm not going to be for another 20 years. And yet, most people are so conventional-minded that even if they know me, see me, dance with me, once they hear I'm a grandmother, that label influences them more than their own senses, and they put me on the sidelines immediately. I won't be. And yet I love Emily, and let me tell you, young man, when there was something I could do for her and for Brent, I did it. I'm not for 1 second going to stand any hints from you that I'm not a good mother, and loyal. For 20 years, or anyway till Brent went off to college, there wasn't one thing those children wore that I didn't buy. There wasn't a thing they ate that I didn't order. You, oh yes, you came grandly home from the office and permitted Em to ride on your shoulders and thought what a wonderful parent you were. But who'd taken her to the dentist that day? I had. Who'd planned her party and written the invitations? I had. Who'd gotten down on her knees and scrubbed Em's floor when the maids had the flu and the nurse was away junketing? I did. I've done my work. I've earned the right to play, and I'm not going to be robbed of it just because you're so slow and unimaginative that you've lost the power of enjoyment and can't conceive any occupation beyond selling motors and playing golf. Yes, I guess maybe there's a good deal to what you say, he sighed. Well, it works out all right. I'll trot off and welcome Tub and then come back. Yes, and you'll probably enjoy it more if I'm not there. Men ought to get off by themselves now and then, away from the dratted women. Take my advice and get rid of Matey as much as you can. Get her interested in buying a lot of clothes, and you and Tub knock around together. You'll probably have a wonderful time. You do see now that I wasn't merely being beastly and unselfish, don't you? And she kissed him fleetingly and was cheerfully off to bed. Even of such kisses there had not been over many since the affair of Arnold Israel. The change in their intimacy was never admitted, but it was definite. It was not that Fran was less attractive to him. Indeed, more than ever, he valued her sleek smoothness. But she had become to him a nun, taboo, and any passion toward her was forbidden. She seemed relieved by it, and they had drifted into a melancholy brother and sister relationship which left him irritable and hopeless. They said nothing, neither then nor next day, of the fact that when Sam went to Paris, Fran and Kurt von Oberstdorf would be left together. And these two, Fran and Kurt, very cheery and affectionate, saw him off on the evening train for Paris, and Kurt brought him as bon voyage presents a package of American cigarettes, a cactus plant, and a copy of The Nation, under the misconception that it was one of the most conservative of American magazines, and especially suitable to the prejudices of a millionaire manufacturer. Sam had to share his sleeping compartment with a small, meek German who insisted, with apologetic gestures, on taking the undesirable upper berth, to which Sam was billeted. So, when the German wanted to keep on the nightlight, Sam could not object, and he lay in his berth staring up into a narrow vault made gloomier by that sepulchral blue glimmer, which took away the oblivion of darkness and revealed the messy crowdedness of the compartment. The horribly lifelike trousers swaying against the wall, the valises wedged under the little folding table by the window, the litter of newspapers and cigarette butts. The train was loud with fury. It carried him on powerless. Life carried him on powerless. Without Fran, he felt small, callow, defenseless. Why was he venturing to Paris alone? He knew no French, really. He knew little of anything in Europe. He was marooned. She had let him go off so casually. Was he going to lose her, to whom he had turned with every triumph and every worry these 24 years, whose hand had always been there to let him warm and protect it, that he might himself be warmed and protected? Or already lost her? He brooded, a lumpy, blackened mound in the mean blue ghostlight. What could he do? The train seemed to be running with such abnormal speed. Surely even the 20th century had never raced like this. Anything wrong? It would be nice if it were Fran in the upper berth. If her hand were drooping over the edge so that he could see it, perhaps touch it by pretended accident. Not that she'd be in the upper, though, if they were together. When he awoke at 3, his first loneliness for her had passed, and he had worked up a good deal of angry protest. This adventurous new life they'd been going to find? Rats. Might be for her, but he himself had never been so bored. All came of trying to suit himself to her whims, and then lose her after all. What would Kurt and she be doing while he was away? And this business of her having been such a devoted mother. Ever been a time when the children hadn't had a nurse or a governess, with plenty of maids? If she ever did get down on her knees and scrub a floor, it had never happened more than once. Oh, she'd meant it. She really did believe she'd been a sacrificing mother. Chief trouble with her. Never could see herself as she was. Never. Yes, he'd have to rebel against her, or against his worship of her. Not been a go, his trying to be happy in her way. Make a life for himself. Be pretty darn lonely for a while, sure, but not impossible to make a new life. There were women, to say nothing of men friends. Suddenly he was taut with desire for Minna von Escher. He felt her lips. He saw her too clearly. Well, there were gorgeous girls in Paris. Hang it, he was no washed-out Sir Galahad like he'd read about in Tennyson. He'd been patient and sacrificing. A lot of good it had done him. Why should Fran have all the love? He'd go out. Then Fran's face, hovering in the wan blue dusk, a hurt, reproving face, very pale, very pure. He could not wound her, even by thought. And so he tossed, helpless in the rushing train, turning from the desire to serve Fran to the desire for Minna's warm arms, and back ever to Fran, and back ever to Minna. He breakfasted well in the restaurant carriage, and if he missed Fran, it was a relief to have a man's proper ration of bacon and eggs, without having her chronic complaint that the real Europeans don't take horrid heavy breakfasts. When he had lighted a cigar, Sam felt a faint, exciting flavor in traveling alone, in going where he would. He heard an American woman at breakfast say to her companion, "But the play I really liked was They Knew What They Wanted." He heard no more. He pondered, "That's been the trouble with me my entire life. It isn't simply that I've never got what I wanted. I've never known what I wanted. There are women who are better sports than Fran, not so selfish, more peace, if I find them. Be funny if now I really were starting that adventure in new life that we've talked so much rot about. Yes, I have known what I wanted, Fran, but probably as a kid wants the moon. That's what she's like, too, the moon on a still November night. And if I can't have her, well, I hope I have the sense to find something else and to take it. But I won't." End of Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. He was going to surprise Tubb and Matey at the station. He had gone to the Continental Hotel, at which Tubb had reservations. From Berlin he had merely wired Tubb in London, "Be in Paris day or two after you arrive. Delighted to see you." From Paris he had telephoned to Mr. A.B. Hurd of Revelation Motors in London, asking him to snoop about and find out from the Savoy porter what train Tubb was taking. Sam waited at the Gare du Nord, excited but pleasantly superior. He was no American tourist, embarrassed by the voluble Parisians. He knew 'em. He could say to a porter, "Apportez le bagage de monsieur à un taxicab," just as well as old Berlitz, almost as well as Fran. He swung his stick, strolled along the platform, and nodded to the gathering porters, feeling much as he had on the evening after the last game of the football season. When the lean, swift French locomotive flashed in, hurling its smoke up to join the ghosts of smoke palls that lurked under the vast roof of the train shed, he chuckled aloud, "Old Tubb, and Matey, first time in Paris." He looked over the heads of the crowd and saw Tubb handing his bags out of the car window to a porter, saw him and the plump Matey hustle out of the car, saw him, with the blank, worried nervousness of a man who doesn't expect to be met, and who feels that the labors of travel are too much for him, wave his arms in the effort of explaining in zenith French, de-alcoholized French hag, where he wanted to go. Swift, looming, Sam thrust through the crowd toward the Pearsons. He saw that Tubb himself was carrying a small suitcase, probably with Matey's famous and atrocious jewelry. He swooped on Tubb, grasped his shoulder, and snarled, with one of the exceedingly few impersonations in his unhistrionic life, "Here, you fella, not allowed to carry your own baggage." Tubb looked up with all the rage of an honest American who has been enfeebled by rough seas, doubted by customs officials, overcharged by waiters, overinformed by guides, misunderstood by French conductors, who has suddenly by thunder had enough, and who was going to expose and explode the entire continent of Europe. He looked up, he looked bewildered, and then he said slowly, "Well, you damned old horse thief, well, you big stiff." They banged each other's shoulders. Sam kissed the suddenly beaming Matey, and they went down the platform together, Sam with one arm about Tubb's shoulder and one about Matey's. He said sharply to the porter, "Un taxi, s'il vous plaît," just as the porter was waving to a taxi on his own, and Tubb clamored, "Well, I'm a son of a gun. Say, you've certainly learned to parlez-vous like a native, Sambo." They asked after Fran. It hurt him that they seemed content to miss her, willing to believe that she had a touch of flu and had to lie low a couple weeks so she couldn't come down to welcome you. But he resented it only for a moment. There were so many exciting places to show Tub. It was delightful to have the Tub who had always been clever and more fashionable than he, now regarding him as a sophisticated European, and turning to him, admiring his dash and flavor. And it was pleasant to be tubbish and foolish and noisy without Fran's supercilious inspection. Matey Pearson was a good soul. She was fat and pleasant. As a girl, she had been the gayest and maddest of her set in Zenith, the fastest skater, the most ecstatic dancer, the most reckless flirt. Now she had 3 children. One was Brent's classmate in Yale, and she cultivated the Episcopal Church, a rare shrewd game of poker, and the choicest dahlias in Zenith. Fran said that she was vulgar. She said that Fran was lovely. At the hotel, she kissed Sam again and cried, "Say, my heavens, but it's nice to see a human being that's human again. Now you boys get to thunder out of here and let me unpack, and you go off and get decently drunk, but do try to be sober enough for dinner, which gives you 2 hours if we dine at 8, and enough time too, says I. Get out of here. I love you both, with reservations." To be alone with Tub Pearson on Tub's first afternoon on the continent of Europe. They had leapt over the barriers that had been erected between them since college. Different vocations, rivalry as to the splendor of their several children, rivalry as to social honors, and this last flagrancy of Sam in living abroad while Tub stayed true at home. They were today the friends who had shared dress shirts and speculations in senior year. From time to time they looked at each other and muttered, "Awful good to be here with you, you old devil." Sam did not see that Tub was completely gray, that he was podgy, that round his eyes were the lines of a banker who day after day sharply refuses loans to desperate men. He saw the lively Tub, whom he had protected in fights with muckers, and whom he had admired for his wit. And while he held to his temporary superiority as the travelled man and the tutored gourmet, he anxiously showed Tub all his little treasures. He took Tub to the New York bar, and impressed Tub as an habitué by casually asking whether anybody had heard from Ross Ireland. He took Tub to Luigi's, introduced him to Luigi, and recommended the scrambled eggs. He took Tub to the Chatham bar. He was so fortunate as to find Colonel Kelly the famous soldier of fortune, and he felt expansive and philanthropic. He felt, after this third highball, as though his European agonies really had been worthwhile, when he observed Tub's respectful attention to Colonel Kelly. He felt that Tub was the finest and most lovable man living, that he was beyond belief lucky to have such a friend, and they returned to the Continental in a high state of philanthropy and Yalesianism. Matey looked them over and sighed, "Well, you aren't much drunker than I thought you'd be. And now you better go in and wash your little faces in the bathroom and have a couple of bromo seltzers. Believe me, Sam, traveling with that man, I never fail to have some real genuine American bromo along. And then, if you can both still walk, we'll go out and have the handsomest dinner in Paris." He took them to Voisin's, but when they were seated, Tub looked disappointed. "Not such a lively place," he said. "No, I know it isn't, but it's a famous old restaurant, and perhaps the best food and wine in town. What kind of place would you like? Find it for you tomorrow." "Well, I don't know. I don't know exactly what I did think a Paris restaurant would be like, but, I thought there'd be a lot of gilt and marble pillars and a good orchestra and lots of dancing and a million pretty girls, regular knockouts, and not so slow either. I'd better watch myself, or I'll be getting Matey jealous." Said Matey. "Tub has a good, conscientious, hard-working ambition to be a devil with the ladies. Our fat little Don Juan. But the trouble is, they don't fall for him." "That's all right now. I'm not so bad. Say, can you dig us up a place like that tomorrow?" "I'll show you a good noisy dance place tonight," said Sam. "You'll see all the pretty chickens you want, and they'll come and tell you in 9 languages that you're a regular Adonis." "They don't need to tell me that in more than 1 language. The extrabatorious language of clinging lips. Yo-ho! yearned the class wit. "You're wrong, Sam," said Matey. "He doesn't make me sick. Not very sick. Not worse than a channel crossing. And you're wrong about thinking that I secretly wish he'd go out with one of these wenches and get it out of his system. Not at all. I can get much more shopping money out of the brute while he's in this moon, June, spoon, loon mood. And when his foot does slip, how he'll come running back to his old matey." "I don't know whether I will or not. Say, do we eat?" The head waiter had been standing at attention the while. Sam was aching to show off his knowledge of restaurant French, and he held out his hand for the menu, but Tubbs seized it and prepared to put into the life of Voisin's all the liveliness and wit and heartiness he felt lacking. "Do you sprechen Sie pretty good English?" he demanded of the head waiter. "I think so, sir." "Attaboy. Been in England, son?" 16 years, sir." Not so bad. Not so bad for a frog." "Well, now, look here, Giuseppe. We want Mrs. Voisin to shake us up something tasty, and you take the orders from me, Francois, and you bring me the check afterwards, too, see, and don't have anything to do with that big stiff there. He's a Scotch Jew. If you let him order, he'll stick us with stew, and then he'd make you take 10% off the check. Now listen, have you got any nice roast elephant ears?" Tubb winked at Sam tremendously. The head waiter said patiently, but not too patiently, "May I recommend the canard au navet?" But Tubb was a conscientious Midwestern humorist. He was a great little kidder. He had read Innocents Abroad and had seen The Man from Home, and he knew that one of the superbest occupations of an American on the grand tour was kidding the life out of these poor old back numbers of Europeans. He tried again. "Not got any elephant's ears, Alberto? Well, well, I thought this was a first-class hash house, right up to the child's class. And no elephant's ears?" The head waiter said nothing, with much eloquence. "How about a nice fricassee of birds' nests?" "If the gentleman wishes, I can send to a Chinese restaurant for it." "Tubb," Matey observed, "the comedy isn't going over so big. You give Sam that menu now and let him order. Hear me?" "Well, it was kind of a flop," Tubbs said morosely. "But I told you this was a dead hole. I may not be the laddie buck that locks up the boulevards every evening, but I know a live joint from a dead one when it comes up and bites me. Well, shoot the work, Sam." With a quiet superiority for which he would have deserved to be flogged, except that with Fran's monopolization of that pleasure he rarely had a chance at it, Sam swiftly ordered foie gras, consommé, frog's legs, gigot of mutton, asparagus, and a salad, with a bottle of Chateauneuf de Pape. And though he ordered in French, so well trained were the head waiter and the sommelier that they understood him perfectly. And again the luxurious inquiries about home. Was Emily really well? How was Harry Hazard's Lincoln sedan standing up? What was this business about building a new 30-story hotel? They had dined at 9. It was 11 when Sam took them to Montmartre, to the celebrated Caverne Russe de Quarant-Vent, where Tubb was satisfied in finding the Paris he had pictured. The cavern was so large, so noisy, with such poisonously loud Negro jazz bands, such cover charges, such incredible coat-room charges, such abominable champagne at such atrocious prices, such a crowded dance-floor, such a stench of cigarette smoke and perfume and perspiration, such a sound of the voices of lingerie buyers from Fort Worth and Milwaukee, such moist girls inviting themselves to one's table, such rude Hellenic waiters and ruder Hebraic managers, that it was almost as good as Broadway. A Frenchman had once entered the place in 1926, but he had had to go as courier to a party from Birmingham, Alabama, and he resigned and utterly gave up the profession of courier the next day. "Gee, this is some place," exulted the Honorable Thomas J. Pearson, president of the Centaur State Bank, trustee of the Fernworth School for Girls, vice president of the Zenith Chamber of Commerce, vestryman of St. Asaph's P.E. Church, and straightway he was dancing with a red-headed girl like a little brass and ivory statue. "Well," philosophized Matey. Heavens no, I don't want to dance in this stock exchange." "Well, I might just as well pretend I don't mind Tubbs chasing after all these little goldfish, because he'll do it anyway, and I might as well get the credit for being broad-minded, which I ain't." "You old darling, Sambo, I was sorry Tuffeldy had to uphold the banner of American humor by making a goat of himself with that snooty waiter at that place, what'd they call it, there tonight." "Oh, good Lord, Matey, he's just like a—" "You're going to say, he's just like a kid let out of school, and he's got to kick up his heels, which, if I remember the rhetoric that old Miss Getz drummed into my mutton head in finishing school, is both a cliché and a mixed metaphor. Oh, I adore the fat little devil. He's awfully sweet when you can get him tied down at the domestic hearth with no audience, but once that animal smells applause, honestly, I think that the sense of humor of the people that talk about having a sense of humor is a worse vice than drinking. Oh, well, it might have been worse. He might have turned out religious, or a vegetarian, or taken to dope. The little monkey. And he's drinking too much tonight. I just hope he won't take enough so he'll wake up with a perfectly fierce head tomorrow and feel so conscience-stricken that I'll have to give him the devil just to relieve him. Oh, I can do it, and probably will. But I want to enjoy myself, too, while I'm here, and I'm going to take home a great big expensive Boule Cabernet if I have to forge a check for it." She consented later to dance with Sam, though it was more like charging a mob than dancing. She was nimble for all her plumpness, and as she did not, like Fran, point out his every clumsy step, his every failure to follow the music, he danced rather well with her and enjoyed it, and recovered some of the high spirits with which he had met them at the train, spirits too high and romantic to last forever. Tubb dug out somewhere, probably in the bar, a quite respectable fellow banker from Indiana, and 2 Irish girls, whose art was commercialized but pretty, and everybody danced, everybody drank a good deal, everybody laughed. Tubb himself had so good a time that he showed the highest sign of pleasure known to an American. He wanted to go on someplace else. They did. To another cavern or tavern or palais or cave or rendezvous, with the same high standard of everything except wine and music and company, and then too brightly lit to waste any more time in dancing or flirtation or anything save sitting and really attending to drinking and humor, Tubb insisted that they go back to the New York bar, where, he assured Matey, they would meet regular fells. They did. In a corner table of the bar, under the sketches of Parisian celebrities, they were picked up by an American Navy officer, who had magnificent lies about the China coast, and somehow there was added to their party a freelance journalist and a lone English corn merchant, who talked a good deal and very spiritedly about the admitted fact that Englishmen never talk much and then shyly. Tubb in one day was a warmer habitué of the New York bar than was Sam Dodsworth after a year. It was not merely that Sam was dogged by a sense of dignity, by a feeling that a prominent manufacturer ought not to be seen about bar-rooms, but also that he had a certain judicious timidity, which suggested that there was no reason why the keen, hard-minded journalist who frequented the bar and exchanged gossip of kings and treaties should be interested in him. But Tubb was a professional good fellow. When he was away from the oak panel and gold velvet vestry of St. Asaph's, the trustee's room at the Fernworth School, or the marble and walnut office at the Centaur State Bank, where he put on a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles which somehow prevented his eyes from twinkling or looking slyly humorous. He hadn't forgotten one of the men he had met at the bar that afternoon. He called 2 of the journalists by their first names, and he was in general so full of prankishness that the lone naval officer broke into tears of relief and told them all about his most recent fight with his wife. But there was one flaw in the joviality. Tubb had drunk Burgundy at dinner, Napoleon brandy afterward, champagne all evening, and now he decided in spite of the earnest counsel of Sam, Matey, the naval officer, the Englishman, the journalist, the waiter, and a few bysitters, to show his loyalty to America and the good old days by drinking real American rye whiskey, and it was a very copious loyalty that he showed. In the middle of the commander's story about his wife, Tubb began to look listless, with fine lines of sweat drops on his upper lip. And it was only 2 a.m, and he had been drinking steadily for only 12 hours, which is not even par for a representative of Prohibition America on his first day in Paris. Matey cried to Sam, "He's passing out. Can you take him off and kill him or something?" In the seclusion of the washroom, usefully close at hand, Sam washed Tubb's face, fed him aspirin, scolded him, and they started home, and all of Sam's romantic exultation was gone. The glow was gone. The childish belief that he had suddenly achieved freedom was gone in a leaden light of reality. He was not angry with Tubb, but he had felt warmth and assurance. He had felt, he admitted it, a protection against Fran in Tubb's comradeship, and that was not enhanced in the unromantic service of holding up a man retching and swaying in a barroom toilet. They got Tubb into a taxicab while he protested that he was all right now and desired to return to his friends. Sam had to roar at him a good deal and lift him in. During this knockabout scene, an open motor passed, and Sam saw that looking disgustedly out of it was Endicott Everett Atkins, with his high nose, his Roman Imperial, and his Henry Jamesian baldness. Atkins turned to say something to the lady beside him. Sam shivered. He fancied Atkins getting the information to Fran. He heard her saying, "Now was I right about your dear friend Tubb?" He felt cold and irritated. He was less gentle with Tubb than he had meant to be. Not till Matey and he had Tubb in bed did it come fully to Sam that he might do well to forget himself and think of her. "Hard luck," he whispered, "but we all slip now and—" "Oh, you can talk as loud as you want," she said placidly. "Gabriel with an augmented trumpet band wouldn't wake that little monkey now. But I do want to talk to you, and if he did wake up and want to go out again— oh, well, there's no place to go but the bathroom. Hey, scandal in Zenith Society. I guess this is that new American jazz mania you read about." They sat absurdly in the bathroom, she on a white straight chair, he precariously on the cold edge of the tub, while she went on. "No, I don't mind, honestly. Tubb doesn't get really potted more than once a year, and I never did think much of the females who lay for their menfolks and try to get an advantage over 'em when they have a chance like that. Life's too short to raise hell about anything except some real vice, like his being humorous and making speeches. Rather be friendly and— Sam, you old dear thing, when are you going to chuck Fran and let yourself be happy again?" "Why, Matey, honestly, she and I are on the best terms." "Don't lie to me, Sam, darling. You know how Tubb and I do love you. Rather, don't lie to yourself. I know. Fran has written to me now and then. Awful clever and jolly and uninterested. And you don't propose to sit there and tell me that if she wouldn't come home last summer and wouldn't come down from Berlin to see us, she isn't about ready to cut out Zenith entirely. And there's no reason why she shouldn't. She never was very much Zenith anyway, or she thought she wasn't. Only, Sam, darling, only, if she is going to cut out Zenith, she's going to cut out you. For even if you are kind of a Lord High Chancellor, still, same time, you are Zenith, and in the long run, after you've had your fling, you'd rather see the sun shine on a nice ragged old Middle Western pasture than on the best formal wop garden in the world." "Well, yes, I guess that's more or less true, Matey, but—" He wanted to tell her of the Sans Souci Gardens dream. He dismissed the matter and struggled on. "But that doesn't mean Fran doesn't appreciate Zenith and her friends and all that. Course she does. Why, she's always talking about Tubb and you." "Yeah, I'll bet she is. My dearest Samuel, Is it necessary for women like your dear Mrs. Pearson to use such vulgarisms as "I'll bet she is" all the time? Though Matey's hearty and slightly brassy voice could never mimic Fran's cool melodies, there was enough accuracy in the impersonation to make Sam grin helplessly, and with that grin he was lost. Matey took advantage of it to pounce. "Sam, darling, I do know it's none of my business, and you can tell me so whenever you want to, but I figure that probably you've been so alone here, seeing nobody but the kind of folks that Fran wants, and, Sam, I've seen you change a lot, more than you know, this last 10 years. You never were a chatterbox, but you did used to enjoy an argument or telling a nice, clean, smutty story, and you've been getting more silent, more sort of scared and unsure of yourself, while Fran has been preening herself and feeling more and more that it was only her social graces and her Lady Vere de Vere beauty that kept up your position, because you were so slow and clumsy and so fond of low company, and so generally an undependable hick. And you have more brains in your little finger than... And you're kind and humble, too damn humble, and you want to know a fact twice before you say it once, and well, she wants to say it twice before she's learned it at all. Oh, golly, I guess I'm defying the thunderbolt. Shoot, Jupiter." Now, mind you, I liked Fran. I admire her. But when I think of how she's treated you, as though she were the silver-shod Diana of the outfit, and especially the way she shows it in public, by being so pisen polite to you, well, I just want to wallop her. Now tell me to go to the dickens, darling. Listen to that man Tubbs snoring in there. There's an aristocratic, college-bred consort for you, the poor lamb. How sick and righteous he'll be tomorrow, up to about noon." Sam laboriously lighted a cigar, searched through a perfectly blank mind for something to say, and then, for the first time in months, he was talking candidly about something that really mattered to him. "Yes, Matey, I'll admit there is something to what you say. I suppose I ought to be highty-tighty and bellow, 'How dare you talk about my wife?' But, hell, Matey, I'm so sick and tired and confused. Fran is a lot kinder and more appreciative than you think. A lot of what you imagine as snootiness is just her manner. She's really shy, and tries to protect. Oh, I am so tired, Sam, of hearing and reading about these modern folks. You get 'em in every novel, these sensitive plants that go around being rude and then stand back complacently and explain that it's because they're so shy." "Shut up now. Listen to me." "That sounds better." "Well, I mean, it is true with Fran, partly, and partly she enjoys it, gets a kick out of it, feels she's a heroine in a melodrama. Damn this bathtub, coldest armchair I've found in Europe." Without a smile, he laid the bath mat on the edge of the tub, heavily sat down again, and went on. "And she really thinks that having a social position is worth sacrificing for, and that it still matters to have a title. And I do know she makes me clumsy, but, well, first place, I really am an old-fashioned believer in what we used to call the home. I hate to see all the couples busting up the way they are. Think of the people we know that have separated or gotten divorced, right in our own bunch at home. Dr. and Mrs. Daniels. Think of it, married 17 years, with those nice kids of theirs. And then, and I guess this is more important, Fran has got a kind of charm, fascination, whatever you want to call it, for me that nobody else has. And when she likes something, it may be meeting somebody she likes, or a good party, or a sunset, or music, well, she's so wrought up about it that it seems as if she had a higher-powered motor in her, with better ground cylinders than most of us. Even when she's snooty, she's trying to have some form in life, some standards, not just get along anyhow sloppily the way most of us do. And then we resent her demanding that we measure up to what she feels is the highest standard. And her faults. She's a child some ways. To try to change her, even if a fellow could do it, would be like calling in a child that was running and racing and having a lovely time in the sunshine and making her wash dishes." "And so she leaves you to wash the dishes. Oh, Sam, it's a thankless job to butt in and tell a man that in your important opinion his wife is a vampire bat, but it makes your friends sore to see you eternally apologetic to your wife, when she ought to thank her lucky stars she's got you. I swear she never for one moment with anybody thinks what she can give, but only what she can get. She thinks that nobody on earth is important except as they serve her or flatter her. But you've never been interested in any other woman, have you?" "Not really." "I wonder if you won't be. I'm making a private bet with myself that after another 6 months of carrying Fran's shawl, you'll begin to look around. And if you do, you'll be surprised at the number of nice women that'll fall for you. Tell me, Sam, could you fall for them?" "Well, I don't know. I don't believe in being deliberately unhappy for the sake of sticking to a bad bargain. If Fran and I did drift apart and I couldn't find some kind of security elsewhere, I wouldn't regard it as any virtue, but simply as an inability to face things as they are." "Aha! A year ago you wouldn't have admitted that. A year ago, if I dared even to thumb my nose at Fran, you'd have bitten me. Sam, you old darling, I never have criticized Fran before, have I? Not in all these years. Now, I feel that the bust-up has happened, and all that's needed is for you to see it, and then you'll be nice and heartbroken and sulky and unhappy, and after that you'll find some darling that'll be crazy about you and spoil you proper, and then all will be joyous tra-la. Curse it, that sounds like Tub. And I'm going to bed. Good night, Sam, dear. Like to ring us up about 11? As he plowed down the vast corridors of the hotel to his room, too sleepy to think, Sam felt that this saint of unmorality had converted him, and opened a door upon a vista of tall woods and dappled lawns and kind faces. End of Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. What Tub and Matey and Sam did during their week together may be deduced by studying a newspaper list of where to lunch, dine, and dance in Paris, the advertisements of dressmakers, jewelers, perfumers, furniture dealers, and of reviews, and by reprinting for each evening the more serious features of Tub's first night in Paris. It was a fatiguing week, but rather comforting to Sam. Through it, the pious admonitions of Matey, along with the thought of Minna von Escher and his own original virtue, prepared him to yield to temptation. Only he saw no one who was tempting. The Pearsons begged him to go on to Holland with them, but he said that he had business in Paris. He spoke vaguely of conferences with motor agents. Actually, he wanted a day or two for the luxury of sitting by himself, of walking where he would, of meditating in long, undisturbed, luxurious hours on what it was all about. He had 2 hasty, stammering notes from Fran, in which she said that she missed him, which was all very pleasant and gratifying, but in which she babbled of dancing with Kurt von Oberstdorf till 3 a.m., of a day with Kurt in the country, of an invitation from Kurt's friends, the von Armanals, to spend the next weekend at their place in the Harz Mountains. "And, of course, they'd be enchanted to have you also if you get back in time. Ask me to tell you how sorry they are you aren't here." Her pen sputtered. Said Sam. Suddenly he was testy. Oh, of course she had a right to be with Kurt as much as she liked. He wasn't a harem-keeper. And, of course, it would be puerile to rage, "If she has a right to be loose, then I have the same right." There was no question of rights. It was a question of what he wanted, and whether he was willing to pay for it, whether he wanted new, strange loves, whether he could find them, and whether he was willing to pay in dignity in the respect that Fran had for him despite her nervous jabbings. When he had seen the Pearsons off for Amsterdam, with mighty vows to meet them in Zenith within 6 months, when he had for an hour sat outside the Café des Deux Magots brooding on the Franocentric universe, which had cataclysmically replaced the universe of business and creating motors and playing golf, then sharply gripping the marble top of the little table with his huge hand, he admitted with no more reservations that he was hungry as a barren woman, hungry for a sweetheart who should have Fran's fastidiousness, Minna von Escher's sooty warmth, and Matey Pearson's shrewd earthiness. He dined alone in a little Montparnasse restaurant filled with eager young couples, a Swedish painter with an Italian girl-student, an American globetrotter with his Polish mistress, pairs of White Russians and Italian anti-fascists. They all twittered like lovebirds and frankly held hands over the vin ordinaire and horse-meat. And here, as it was very cheap, there were actually French people, all in couples except when they belonged to enormous noisy family parties. And the couples stroked each other's hands, unabashedly nuzzled each other's cheeks, looked into each other's eyes, the world well lost. It was spring in Paris, scent of chestnut blossoms, freshness of newly watered pavements, and Sam Dodsworth was almost as lonely as though he were at the Adlon with Kurt and Fran. When he thought of Fran's cool, neat politeness to him, he was angry. When he looked about him at youth in love, he was angrier. This passion, ungrudging and unabashed, Fran had never given him. He had been robbed, or robbed her. All wrong either way. Had enough. Oh, he was lonely, this big friendly man, Sam Dodsworth, and he wanted a man to whom he could talk and boast and lie. He wanted a woman with whom he could be childish and hurt and comforted, and so successful and rich was he that he had neither, and he sought them, helpless, his raw nerves exposed. So searching, he strolled after dinner to the Select, which was rivaling the Café du Dôme as the resort of the international yearners in Paris. A man alone at a café table in the more intellectual portions of Paris, and not apparently expecting someone, is always a man's suspect. At home, he may be a prince, a successful pickpocket, or an explorer, but in this city of necessitous and over-friendly strollers, this city where anyone above the rank of assassin or professional martyr can so easily find companions, the supposition is that he is alone because he ought to be alone. But it is also a rule of this city of spiritual adventurers, which lies enclosed within the simple and home-loving French city of Paris, this new Vanity Fair, of slimier secrets, gallanter Amelias, and more friendly Captain Dobbinses than Thackeray ever conceived, that if such a solitary look prosperous, if he speak quietly to the waiters, not talk uninvited to the people at the next table, and drink his fine Allo slowly, he may be merely a well-heeled tourist, who would be gratified to be guided into the citadel of the arts by a really qualified, gently tourist-despising, altogether authentic initiate of the Parisian hobohemia, a girl who has once had a book review printed, or a North Dakota cellist who is convinced that everyone believes him to be an Hungarian gypsy. So it happened that when Samuel Dodsworth sat melancholy and detached at a table before the Select, 4 young people at another table commented upon him, psychoanalytically, biologically, economically, cleverly, penetratingly, devastatingly. "See that big dumbbell there by himself?" remarked Clinton J. Gillespie, the Bangor miniaturist. "I'll bet he's an American lawyer. Been in politics. Fond of making speeches. He's out of office now and sore about it." "Oh, hell," said the gentleman next. "In the first place, he's obviously an Englishman. And look at his hands. I don't suppose you have room for mere hands in your rotten little miniatures. He's rich and of good family, and yet he has the hands of a man who works. Perfectly simple. He's the owner of a big country estate in England, crazy about farming, and probably he's a baronet." "Grand," said the third, smaller, sharper-nosed man. perfect, except for the fact that he is obviously a soldier, and I'm not quite sure about this, but I think he's German." "You all," said the fourth, a bobbed-haired girl of 20 with a cherubic face, rosebud mouth, demure chin, magazine-covered nose, and the eyes of a bitter and grasping woman of 40. "Make me very sick. You know so much that isn't so. I don't know what he is, but he looks good for a bottle of champagne, and I'm going over and grab it." "What the devil good, Elsa?" complained Clinton J. Gillespie. "As if for you to come to Paris if you always go talking to Babbitts like that fellow. You never will become a novelist." "Won't that be fierce, when I think over some of the novelists that hang around this joint," rasped Elsa, and she tripped to Sam's table. She stood beside him, warbling, "I beg your pardon, but aren't you Mr. Albert Jackson of Chicago?" Sam looked up. She was so much like the edifying portrait of Miss Innocence on the calendar which the grocer sends you at New Year's that he was not irritated even by this most ancient of strategies. "No, but I wish I were. I am from Chicago, but my name is Pearson, Thomas J. Pearson, loans and banking. Won't you sit down? I'm kind of lonely in Paris." Elsa did not seat herself precipitately. It was impossible to say just when it was that she did sit down, so modestly did she slip into a chair, looking as though she had never had so unmaidenly an encounter, as though momently she would take fright and wing away. She murmured, "That was too silly of me. You must have thought I was a terribly bold little creature to speak to you, but you did look so much like Mr. Jackson, who's a gentleman that I met once at my aunt's house in New Rochelle. My father is the Baptist minister there, and I guess I felt lonely too a wee bit. I don't know many people in Paris myself, though I've been here 3 months. I'm studying novel writing here, but it was awfully kind of you not to mind." "Mind? It was a privilege," Sam said gallantly. And within himself he was resolving, "Yes, you cute little bitch kitty, you lovely little gold digger, I'm going to let you work me as much as you want to, and I'm going to spend the night with you." And he was triumphant, after so much difficulty, at having been at last able to take the first step towards sin. "And now, young lady, I hope you're going to let me buy you a little drink or something, just to show you think I'm as nice and respectable as if you met me in your aunt's house, too. What would you like?" "Oh, I've scarcely ever tasted alcohol." Sam had seen her flip off 2 brandies at the other table. "What does one drink? What would be safe for a young girl?" "Well, of course you wouldn't touch brandy." "Oh, no." "No, of course not. Well, what would you most like?" "Well, oh, you won't think it's awfully silly of me, Mr. Thomas, Pearson J. Thomas. Of course, how silly of me. You wouldn't think it was awfully silly of me, Mr. Thomas, if I said I've often heard people speaking about champagne, and always wanted to taste some?" "No, I wouldn't think that was a bit silly. I'm told it's a very nice innocent drink for young girls." "I will, and tonight. She picked on me first." "Is there any particular brand of champagne you'd like to try?" She looked at him suspiciously, but she was reassured by his large and unfanciful face, and she prattled more artlessly than ever. "Oh, you must think I'm a terrible little silly, just a regular little greenhorn, but I don't know the name of one single brand of any kind of wine. But I did hear a boy that I know here, he's such a hard-working boy, a student, but he told me that Paul Roger, Quince, 1915, was one of the nicest vintages." "Yes, I'm told it's quite a nice little wine," said Sam, and as he ordered it, his seemingly unobservant glance noted that one of Elsa's young men shrugged in admiration of something and handed another of the 3 a 5-franc note, as though he were paying a bet. "Am I going to have collaboration in my first seduction?" he wondered. "I may need it. I'll never go through with it. I'd like to kiss this little imp half to death, but, oh God, I can't pick on a kid younger than my daughter." While he talked ardently to Elsa for the next half-hour, about Berlin and Naples, about Charles Lindbergh, who had just this week flown from New York to Paris, and inevitably about Prohibition and the novels that she hadn't yet quite started to write, his whole effort was to get rid of scruples, to regain his first flaunting resolve to forget the respectable Sam Dodsworth and be a bandit. He was helped by jealousy and champagne. After half an hour, Elsa started ever so prettily and cried, "Why, there's some boys I know at the second table over. As you are alone in Paris, perhaps they might be willing to take you around a little, and I'm sure they'd be delighted to meet you. They're such nice boys, and so talented. Do you mind if I call them over?" "Be delighted." She summoned the 3 young men with whom she had been sitting, and introduced them as Mr. Clinton Gillespie, late of Bangor, miniaturist, Mr. Charlie Short of South Bend, now in the advertising business, but expecting shortly to start a radical weekly, and Mr. Jack Kuyp, the illustrator. Just what Mr. Kuyp illustrated was forever vague. Unlike Elsa, they did not need to be coaxed to sit down. They sat quickly and tight, and looked thirsty, and exchanged droll sophisticated glances as Sam meekly ordered 2 more bottles of Pol Roger. While taking his champagne, they took the conversation away from him. They discussed the most artistic of topics, the hatefulness of all other artists, and now and then condescendingly threw to that Philistine, Mr. Pearson J. Thomas, a bone of explanation about the people of whom they gossiped. After half a bottle each, they forgot that they thought of Elsa only as nice young men should think of a Baptist minister's daughter. They mauled her. They contradicted her. One of them, the sharp-nosed little man Mr. Kuyp, held her hand. And after an entire bottle, Elsa herself rather forgot. She laughed too loudly at a reference to a story which no Christmas-card cherub would ever have heard. So, jealousy and a very earnest dislike of these supercilious young men came to help kill Sam's reluctance. "Hang it," he informed himself, "you can't tell me she hasn't been a little more than intimate with this Kuyp rat. In any case, old Granddaddy Sambo would be better for her than this four-flusher. Give her a much better time, I will." His resolution held. Once he had accomplished the awful struggle of winning himself, once he turned from it to winning her, he began to see her, through a slightly champagne-colored haze, as wondrously desirable. "Probably I'll kick myself tomorrow. I don't care. I'm glad I'm going to have her. Now to get rid of these young brats. Stop brooding, Sam, and speak your little piece. I'll take her to the Continental, too, by thunder." Fran would have marveled to hear her taciturn Samuel chattering. Early he discovered a way of pairing these young geniuses, by admitting, before they hinted it, that he was a lowbrow, but that he ranked higher among the lowbrows than they among the highbrows. This attack disorganized them, and enabled him to contradict them with cheerful casualness. He heard himself stating that Eddie Guest was the best American poet, and a number of other things which he had heard from Tub Pearson and which he did not believe. His crassness was so complete that they were staggered, being accustomed to having gentlemen as large and as rich as Mr. Pearson J. Thomas deprecate their own richness and largeness, and admire the sophistication of Mr. Gillespie, Mr. Short, and Mr. Kuyp. Elsa agreed with him in everything, made him ardent by taking his side against them, encouraged him till, with a mild astonishment at his own triumphs of asininity, he heard himself asserting that vacuum cleaners were more important than Homer, and that Mr. Mutt of the comic strips was a fuller-blooded character than Soames Forsyte. And meantime he was buying. Mr. Gillespie, Mr. Short, and Mr. Kuyp never refused another drink. After the champagne, Elsa suggested brandies. She had forgotten that it was a beverage of which she had scarcely heard, and there were many brandies, and the pile of saucers, serving as memoranda of drinks for which he would have to pay, rose and rose in front of Sam, while the innocent pioneer part of the table in front of Mr. Gillespie, Mr. Short, and Mr. Kuyp was free of anything save their current brandies. but Sam was craftily delighted. Could anything better show Elsa that he was a worthier lover than the sharp-nosed Mr. Kuyp? He was talking now exclusively to Elsa, ignoring the young men. He was almost beginning to be honest with her, in his desire to have sympathy from this rosy child. He decided that her eyes weren't hard, really, but intelligent. He finally dared to grope under the table, and her hand flew to his, so warm, so young, so living, and answered his touch with a pressure which stirred him intolerably. He became very gay, joyous with the thought of a secret they were sharing. But a slight check occurred to the flow of his confidences. Elsa cooed, "Oh, excuse me just a moment, dear. There's Van Nuys Rodney over there. Something I have to ask him. Excuse me a moment." She flitted to a table at which sat a particularly hairy and blue-shirted man, and he saw her drop all her preening in an absorbed conversation. He sat neglected by his guest at his own table. In 3 minutes, Mr. Jack Kuyp lounged to his feet, muttered, "Pardon me a moment," and Sam saw him join Elsa and Van Nuys Rodney and plunge into talk. Then Mr. Gillespie yawned. "Well, I think I'll turn in." Mr. Short suggested, "Glad met you, Mr. O," and they were gone. Sam watched them stroll down the boulevard. He wished that he had been pleasanter to them. Even Shorts and Gillespies would be worth having in this city of gaiety and loneliness. When he looked back, he saw that Elsa, Mr. Kuyp, and Mr. Rodney had vanished complete. He waited for Elsa to come back. He waited an hour, with the monstrous pile of saucers before him as his only companion. She did not come. He paid the waiter. He rose slowly, unsmilingly beckoned to a taxicab, and sat in it cold and alone. Sometime in the night, and he was never quite sure whether he had been dreaming or half awake, he heard Fran saying coldly, "My dear Samuel, don't you see at last? Isn't it exactly what I told you? That you have less knowledge of women than a European like Kurt would have at 18? You American men, fussing and fuming and fretting over the obvious question of whether or not you'll seduce that little harlot, and then unable to accomplish it. What a spectacle! But Kurt, in the first place, of course, Kurt would have taken Elsa away from there, away from her little parasite friends." It was Fran's very voice, and he had nothing to answer. He woke again to hear not Fran but himself jeering, "And the rottenest part of the whole thing was the cheap superiority you felt to those 3 little rats of would-be artists. Poor kids! Of course they have to be conceited and supercilious, to keep their courage up because they're failures." And again, "Yes, that's all true, but I'll find Elsa again, and this time—" End of Chapter 27. Chapter 28, Of Dodsworth, by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. He slept badly. He rose at 6 and rang for breakfast. But at breakfast everything was gratefully dear to him. He was so thankful that he had not gone astray with Elsa that he did not think of it for more than a second. All his thoughts blazed about Fran. Why had he let the dissensions, the blame and impatience, all the nothings, grow into a barrier, unreal but thwarting as a wall seen in a nightmare? All that was needed was a really frank talk with her. And this trip to Paris, confessing to Matey, being idiotic with Elsa, just being alone and away from Fran, had made it possible for him to be frank. He'd been stupid. Fran was a child. Why not treat her as one, a lovely and much-beloved child? Be more patient, not be infuriated by her passing tantrums. A child. A lake mirroring sunny clouds and thunder squalls. Just go back and say, "Look here, dear." He wasn't sure what he was to say after "Look here, dear," but he would be ever so affectionate and convincing. He did love her. Fran, with her eager eyes. But what about Kurt von Oberstdorf? Well, belligerently, what about it? Either she was still innocent and did not understand her danger, or she had fallen and would regret it. In either case, when he had paternally explained the danger of freelance lovers like Kurt, she would come to her senses and laugh with him at this make-believe enmity between them. Yes, that was all a make-believe, an exciting game, like so many things in her secret and dramatic life, and they would go home together. He would hasten to her, now. If possible, he would fly. He would see her late this very afternoon. He had never been in an aeroplane, for all his professional interest in aviation engines. Like most sound people, he had always been slightly afraid of flying, but in his ardor now he despised his fear. Then there rose such a hubbub of efficiency as he had not experienced since the most critical days of Revelation Motors. A demand that the porter find at what time the Berlin plane flew. It went at 9, 2 hours from now. Telephoning to demand a ticket. The room waiter rushing down for Sam's bill. The valet de chambre packing. A motor ordered to take him to the flying field. Driving out, he felt a slight agitation. His much motoring had not hardened him to flying, but his apprehension was overcome by the prospect of seeing Fran in a few hours, and when he dismounted at the flying field, when he saw the great plane, its metal body and thick crimped metal wings as solid-looking as a steamer, when he saw how casually the pilot took his place in front and the attendants loaded luggage, all nervousness vanished in exultation. He climbed up a tiny stepladder, walked across the left-hand wing, and entered the little door like a child taken on a boat ride. The cabin was like that of a very large limousine, or a rather small omnibus. The seats were of leather, deep and easy as chairs in a club. The cabin walls were covered with stamped leather. The pilot was to be seen, with his intricacy of instruments before him, only through a tiny window forward. Save when he glanced out of the window beside him, Sam had no sense of being in anything so fantastic and fragile as an aeroplane. His half-dozen fellow passengers seemed casual about the whole thing. One of them, as soon as he was seated, opened a book and did not look up for an hour. Sam was vastly ashamed that he had been diffident. He almost hoped for a little danger. They started with no ceremonies, just at a gesture from the official in charge. They trundled along the ground for so long a time that Sam wondered whether they were overloaded, unable to rise. Suddenly a little qualm came. Oh, it would be all right, of course, when they were high in air, going on a steady course, but wouldn't it be rather nasty to leave the ground, to spin and toss as they climbed? Actually, he never did know when they left the ground. They were bumping along the turf very noisily, the propeller draft blowing the grass stalks backward. Then, magically, they were 10 feet up in the air. They were above the hangar roofs. They were as high up as the distant Eiffel Tower, and as for sensations, there were none save the lively inquiry as to why he didn't have any sensations. He noted that the country below him was like a map. He told himself that he was thrilled when they passed over something like a fog bank, and rather more like a wash of soapsuds, and he realized that it was a cloud and that they must be nearly a mile high in air. But he had read of the country looking like a map of passing over clouds. In fact, he experienced nothing of which he had not read many times, until he noted, and this was something he had never read, that aeroplane travel in calm weather is the most monotonous and tedious form of journey known to mankind, save possibly riding on a canal boat through flat country. How tired he got of looking at maps hour on hour. He had less relationship to the country than in the swiftest motor, the most violent train. It was so monotonous and safe-seeming that he laughed to remember his nervousness, laughed the more when a French businessman took out his portable typewriter, set it on a suitcase on his knees, and a mile up in the air began placidly to type a letter. He forgot then all about aviating, and just glancing out occasionally at distant green hills, he gave himself up to the thought of Fran. Oh, he would do anything for her. He would make her understand it. Surely such devotion would bring her to his arms. They had left Paris at 9. They were due to alight in Germany at Dortmund at 20 minutes to 3. Before 1, they ran into a thunder shower, and all the commonplace dullness of their flight was instantly snatched away. Their little cabin seemed gruesomely insecure as the lightning glared past them, as they quivered in a blast of wind, as they ran into a dark cloud and for 2 minutes seemed lost in midnight, as they came out of the cloud into rain which crashed against the windows. Sam, who had cheerfully enough driven with motor cars at 110 miles an hour, was distinctly bothered. He was helpless. There was no ground to step out on, not even a sea to swim in, only the treacherous and darkened air. The man across the little aisle from Sam, and Sam never did find out what was the snarly language he spoke, looked over, laughed deprecatingly, took out a bottle of cognac, drank long and gurglingly, and without a word handed it over. Without hesitation, Sam drank from the bottle and bowed his gratitude. He tried to think of Fran again, and she remained a floating pale young face that outside his window kept pace in mid-air with the plane. But for a time she was only that. They ran through the thunder shower into rough air. They swooped upward, they fell 100 feet. The sensation was precisely as in a dropping express elevator, which leaves one's stomach 2 floors above. They rocked and quivered like a dory in high seas. The businessman, who had uninterestedly kept up his typing all through the storm, quietly rose and was very sick in a little paper bag. At the sight, the agreeable philanthropist with the cognac was sicker, much sicker. And Sam Dodsworth wanted to be sick and was distressed because he couldn't be. For an hour and more they were shaken thus, helpless as dice in a box, and when with ineffable gratitude they circled down toward the flying field at Dortmund, Sam saw that there was another thunder shower coming. Had Fran or Tub Pearson been there to observe him, he might not have had the courage to admit that he hadn't the courage to go on to Berlin by plane, and it was hard enough in the presence of that rather demanding censor, Sam Dodsworth. But as they delicately touched the ground and taxied along, the aeroplane as innocent and demure as though it had never thought of such insane capering a mile in air, Sam determined, well, we'll call that enough for a starter, and go on by train. Though he reeled a little with land sickness when he stepped out, he beamed with idiotic bliss on the recovered earth, the beautifully safe and solid earth. There were taxicabs waiting at the flying field, but it came to Sam that he did not know the German for even station or train. In Berlin he had depended on Fran. He looked disconsolately at the driver of the taxi in which a porter had set his bag and grunted, "Berlin? Wagon? Berlin?" "Surest thing you know, boss," said the taxi driver. "Train for Berlin. Well, how's the folks back in the States?" Sam said the inevitable. "Was I there? Say, don't make me laugh. I was born in Prussia, but I was 26 years in Philly in KC, and then I come back here like a boob and got caught by the army, and don't let nobody tell you that was any nice, well-behaved war either. Jump in, boss." On the Berlin train, Sam forgot Fran for 3 minutes in anger at himself for having failed to go on by aeroplane. It betrayed him as irresolute and growing old. Was he soft? He determined that the coming autumn, with Fran or without, he would make another canoe trip in Canada. He would live sparsely, sleep on the ground, carry on the portage, paddle all day long, and make himself shoot the worst rapids. Yes, with Fran or without. But it must be with. Surely Fran could not withstand the new passion he was bringing to her from his Paris venture. His train reached Berlin just before midnight. At the hotel, he seized his suitcase without waiting for the doorman and pounded into the lobby. "My wife in? Mr. Dodsworth, suite B7, he demanded at the desk. "I think the lady must be out, sir. The key is here," said the clerk. Dismally, Sam followed the boy with his bag to the elevator. He sent the key back to the desk. He told himself that he did so because he was tired and might be asleep before she returned. She was not in the suite. It smelled of her, shouted of her. She had spilled a little pink powder on the glass cover of her toilet table, On the turned-back bed was her nightgown with the Irish lace. A half-finished letter to Emily was on the desk in the sitting-room, and these shadows of her made her absence the more glaring. From midnight till 2:30, he sat waiting for her, reading magazines, and all his furious and simple-minded excitement grew cold minute by minute. At 2:30 he heard laughter in the corridor. Hating himself for it, yet quite unable to resist, he sprang up, turned off the lights in the sitting-room, and stood in the dark bedroom, just beyond the door. He heard the door opening, heard Fran bubbling, "Yes, you can come in for a moment, but not too long. Poor little Fran, she is all in. What an orchestra that was! I could have danced till dawn." And Kurt, "Oh, you darling, darling." "Good evening," said Sam from the bedroom door, and Fran sobbed once quickly. "Just got back from Paris." Sam strode into the sitting-room, turned on the lights, stood there feeling clumsy and thick, wishing he had not been melodramatic. "Oh, Sam, I am so glad you got back safe," cried Kurt. "Fran and I have been dancing. Now I will go home, and tomorrow I ring you up about luncheon." He glanced at Fran, hesitated as though he wanted to say something, bowed, and was gone. Fran glared at Sam with lip-biting hatred. Sam begged, "Dear, I came back so quickly. Listen, dear, I flew, because I couldn't live without you. I'm not angry that Kurt and you are out so late." "Why should you be?" She tossed her gold and crimson evening wrap on the couch. "Dear, listen. This is serious. I've come back to you, willing to do everything I can to make you happy. I adore you. You know that. You're everything I have. Only we've got to cut out this nonsense of being homeless adventurers and go home." "And that's your idea of making me happy? And now you listen, to repeat your favorite phrase. I love Kurt, and Kurt loves me, and I'm going to marry him, no matter what it costs me. We decided it tonight, and all I can say is, I'm glad Kurt was too much of a gentleman to punch your head, as he probably wanted to when you played that sweet, provincial trick of hiding in the bedroom to listen to us. Fran, Fran! Now don't play the injured and astonished small boy. You have no complaint. You've never known me. You've never known anything about me. You've never known what I wore, what flowers I put in your study, what sacrifices I made to cover up your awkwardness and help you keep your dull friends and your dull work and your dull reputation. Fran! Oh, I know, I'm being beastly, but I was so happy with Kurt, till 2 minutes ago, and then I find you here, a prowling elephant. Oh, yes, the great Mr. Dodsworth, the motor magnate, who has a right to commandeer my soul and my dreams and my body. I can't stand it. Poor, yes, Kurt and I will be poor, only thank God we'll have my 20,000 a year, but that will be poverty among the sort of people he knows." She was altogether hysterical. She was tearing at her evening frock, and he was as appalled as a man witnessing a murder. He said timidly, "All right, dear. Just one thing. Does he want to marry you?" "Yes." "Then I'll go away." He had a vision of such loneliness as he had known in Paris at the Select. "Can you get a divorce here in Germany?" "Yes, I believe so. Kurt says so." "You'll stay in Berlin?" "I think so. A friend of the Biedners has a nice flat to let, overlooking the Tiergarten." "All right. Then I'll go away. Tomorrow. 'Fraid it's too late tonight. I'll sleep on the couch here in the parlor, if you don't mind." "Very well. Oh, you would play the role of the patient, suffering martyr at a time like this. You have just enough native instinct to guess that's the one way you can put me hopelessly in the wrong, and make me feel as if I'd been a dirty dog in not appreciating you, as if I must go back and be the dutiful dull consort. Well, I won't. Understand that." He felt as though he were being driven into a corner. "Kurt has everything I've always wanted. Real culture, learning, manners, even his dear, idiotic, babyish clownishness. Yes, I'll hurry and get it in before you graciously throw it up at me. Yes, and position. I admit I'd like to be a countess, though how unimportant that part is, a man like you could never understand. Yes, and physically, Kurt has— oh, he hasn't your lumbering bull strength, but he rides, he fences, he dances, he swims, he plays tennis. Oh, perfectly. And he has a sense of romance. But you'll go around telling all the dear, dull people in Zenith that I didn't appreciate your sterling— stop it, I warn you— virtues, and that I'm a silly, tuft-hunting American woman. And you'll enjoy sneering that for all his rank, the Count Oberstdorf is only a clerk and probably a fortune-hunter, and that will make you feel so justified for all your dullness. Oh, I can see what a sweet time you'll have spreading scandal about me. God! Fran shrank at something in his face. He was standing by the center table. He had cooled his huge right hand by grasping a vase of roses. That hand slowly closed now, his shoulders strained, and the vase smashed. The water dripped through his fingers. He threw the mess, glass fragments and crushed flowers, into a corner, and wiped his bleeding fingers. The hysterical gesture relieved him. She looked frightened, but she quavered gallantly, "Don't be He broke in with a very hard, businesslike, "We'll have no more melodrama on either side. I warned you that I'd fly off the handle. If you enjoy your little game of picking at me any more, it won't be a vase next time. Now, there's just a couple of things to settle. That I go is decided. But you're quite sure that Kurt wants to marry you?" "Quite." "Then anything more than—" "No, not yet, I'm sorry to say. There might have been if you hadn't come tonight. Oh, I'm sorry. Please, I don't mean to be quite as nasty as I sound. But I'm a little hysterical, too. Don't you suppose I know what people will think about me? What even Brent and Emily will think? Oh, I'll pay." "You will. Now will you promise me? See as much as you want of Kurt, but promise me that you'll wait a month before you decide to sue for divorce. To be sure." "Very well. I'll instruct my bank to send you $10,000 a year on top of your own money. That seems to end everything." "Oh, Sam, if I could only make you see that it was your ignorance, your impotence, and not my fault." Suddenly he had seized an astonished and ruffled Fran, thrust her into the bedroom, growled, "We've talked enough tonight," locked the door on her infuriated protests, berated himself for that ruffianism, sighed that he would lie awake all night, and with no bedtime preparations save removing his coat and shoes, dropped on the couch and gone instantly and blindly asleep. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. In the morning he was cool, determined to clear off as soon as possible. She was no less cool. When he unlocked the bedroom door at 8, she was already dressed, in crisp blue coat and skirt and plain blouse, and she looked at him as though he were a servant whom she had resolved to discharge for insolence. She said quietly, "Good morning. You know, of course, that your mauling me and threatening me last evening made finally impossible any rapprochement between us." That's fine." Oh, I see. Very well. That makes everything so much easier. At last we know where we are. Now I suppose you'll return to Paris, at least for a while." "I suppose so. I'll take the evening train." "Then you'll have a lot to do. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I'm afraid we'll have to make a number of agreements about our house in Zenith, about finances, and so on. It's very generous of you to go on sending money, though I certainly should not take it unless I felt that, after all, running your house, entertaining your business acquaintances and all, perhaps I've earned it. And you'll have to pack. Be something of a job to divide up the luggage, of course, now our things are all mixed up together in the trunks. So we must get busy. If you be so good as to order breakfast for us, and to shave, which you decidedly need if you'll permit me to say so, I'll go down and have the concierge get your wagon lit and ticket. And I'll telephone to Kurt. I assume you will want to abuse him for a while. Oh, he won't mind. And I think it might be good for my reputation here, so long as I'm in an anomalous position, which I can't expect you to understand or appreciate, if Kurt and I saw you off together on the train tonight. Fran, I'm not planning to get out any shotgun, but I most certainly will not see von Oberstdorf again, any time, under any considerations. For both my sake and his, I'm afraid you'll have to give up your idea of having your cake and eating it, of kicking me out, and yet of having everyone suppose you're a devoted and deserted wife. That's flat. Understand? Quite. Very well. And I should be glad if you'd find it possible not to yell at me any more just this last day, so that I'll have a little pleasanter memory of you. Please order some orange juice for me. I'll be back by the time breakfast is here. You'll find your blue suit freshly pressed in the closet. I had it done while you were away. At 11, while Sam was packing and Fran was out buying another suitcase, into the sitting room, into the bedroom, without knocking, came Kurt von Oberstdorf, and Sam looked up to see him standing in the door, his fingers nervous on his palms. I know you did not want to see me. Fran telephoned me so. But you do not understand, Sam. I am not a gigolo or a Don Juan. I do love Fran. I would beg her to marry me if she were free. But if I told you how much I like and admire you, you would think I was a sentimental fool. I have kept telling her she does not appreciate you. If I could bring you two together— Oh, don't run off and desert her. She needs your steadiness. If I could bring you two together again and keep you both for my very dear friends, I would go away instead. Yes, I would go today. Sam rose from the wardrobe trunk, dusted his hands, stood gravely in his shirt-sleeves. Suppose I just called your bluff on Oberstdorf? Suppose I said, all right, you leave Berlin today for good and I'll stay. I would do it. I will. If in turn you promise me to be always more tender with Fran. Oh, I do not mean I can go forever and hide myself. I am a poor man. I support partly my mother. But I can be called for business to Budapest for 3 weeks. We organize now a new branch there. Shall I go? He looked the zealot. He said it like a crusader. But Sam realized hastily, dismayingly, that he wanted to go, that he wanted to be free of Fran's play-acting. He realized that he was afraid to be left alone with her fury if Kurt should desert them. No, he said, and I apologize. I believe you. Here's what we've got to do. Of course, I have no way of knowing just how fond you are of Fran, but it certainly doesn't look as if Fran and I could ever get together again. I don't even know it would be a good thing for either of us. What we have to do is to do nothing. Let things take their course. I'm going. She stays. You stay. You see how you feel, and I'll see how I feel. And if you do love the girl, as I by God have, and as I suppose still do, don't let any consideration for me stand in your way. I wouldn't, I guess, if the shoe was on the other foot. Not that I'm going to say any bless you, my children. I feel more like saying damn you both. But I can't see where you're to blame. No. Now, I've got to finish packing. Goodbye, Oberstdorf. Don't see me off tonight. Definitely don't want it. And I guess I ought to tell you that I'm afraid she's right. Guess you can make the girl happier than I can. But you, going alone. Now, hell's big bells on a mountain. Don't worry about me. I'm free, white, and 21. Everybody's had too much considerateness for everybody else in this business. I figured that maybe it would have been a lot clearer cut if one of us had been out-and-out hoggish and known what he wanted and just grabbed it. No, I'll be all right. Goodbye. Kurt shook the proffered hand hesitatingly. Sam turned his back. When he looked up, Kurt was gone. If Fran knew that Kurt had called, she gave no sign. All day she was courteous, brisk, and harder than enamel. To pack for his journey, the journey to nowhere which might last forever, it was necessary to unpack the rather large number of trunks and bags which these spoiled children of new wealth had found necessary. Their baggage had for months been their only home. To divide it was like the division of property after a funeral. But she was efficient about it, and horribly kind. When she came to the shawl he had bought as a surprise for her that exciting day in Seville, she looked at it slowly, stroked it, started to speak, then firmly put it away in a drawer of the bureau. But it was harder when she came to the silly shell-box. It brought back a day on the Roman Campagna, a windy, radiant day of fast walking. They had found a tomb old as the Caesars, forgotten amid long grass, and had lunched in a palm-thatched outdoor booth at a peasant trattoria. A peddler came whining to their table with a tray of preposterous shell-boxes, and Fran seized one, crying, "Oh, darling, will you look at this adorably awful thing?" It was a masterpiece, a wooden box with cheap red velvet glued round the sides, and on top a scurf of tiny gilded seashells about a small streaky mirror. "Look, all my life, when I was a little girl, we had a maid, only I think we called her a hired girl, that had a box exactly like this, and I thought it was the most beautiful thing in the world. I used to sneak up to her little room under the eaves to worship it, and I've always wanted one like it, and here it is. But, of course, we couldn't buy the horrible thing." "Why not?" "Oh, could we? It would make me remember—" "Oh, of course not. Perfectly silly with us traveling." But he rose to her fancy. He demanded of the old peddler, "How much liras, eh?" and interrogatively held up 5 fingers. After much conversation which neither Sam nor the peddler understood, and at which Fran giggled helplessly, Sam bought the object for 7 lire, and that night Fran surrounded it with a pearl necklace and burned a candle in front of it. Then she had forgotten it, but not quite thrown it away. It had made its way into one of those neglected drawers of a wardrobe trunk, one of those old attics of traveling, which contain bathing suits, walking shoes, solid histories intended to make journeying educational, and all the other useful staples which one surely will use and never will. Fran dove into this attic drawer busily. She drew out the shell box and stood holding it. Her eyes were deep, pitiful, regretful, and all her defense was gone. He looked back at her, helpless, and neither of them found anything to say, and suddenly she had snatched out of the attic drawer a never-used thermos bottle, and their moment was gone. A minute later, when, after desperate groping for speech, he felt that it would be an ingratiating thing to say, "If I happen to go to Spain, would you like me to get you any lace or embroidery or anything?" She answered suavely, "Oh, thanks, no. I fancy I may run down to the Balkans before long, and I believe there's some very decent embroidery there. I say, will you please notice that I'm putting these dress collars not with your day collars, but with your evening shirts? Heavens, we must hurry." When a man straggles on the short death walk from his cell through the little green door into the room where stands the supreme throne, does he, along with his incredulous apprehension, along with trying to believe that this so-living and eternal-seeming center and purpose of the universe, himself, this solid body with its hard biceps, its curiously throbbing heart that ever since his mother's first worry has in its agonies been so absorbing, this red-brown skin that has glowed after the sea salt at Coney Island and has turned a sullen brick after wild drinking, the astonishment that this image of God and eternity will in 5 minutes be still and stiff and muck. Is he at that long slow moment none the less conscious of a mosquito bite, of a toothache, of the smugness of the messages from Almighty God which the chaplain gives him, of the dampness of the slimy stone corridor and the echo of their solemn march? Is he more conscious of these little abrasions than of the great mystery? So busy were Sam and Fran at the station, buying magazines, looking over the new Tauchnitzes, seeing that his extra trunks were registered through to Paris, that they had no time to question whether this might be their last parting. They had dined in the crowded bar of the Adlon, too close to others to have the luxury of mourning. She had said nothing more emotional than, "If you should decide to go to America, when you see Emily and the boy, tell them that I'll come back and see them in a few months now, no matter what happens, unless they'd like to come over to Europe. Of course, I'd like that. I put some new tooth powder in the bottle in your fitted case." She was as attentive as a courier at the station. It was she who, with her quick, inaccurate German, persuaded the conductor to change Sam to a one-berth compartment, who prevented his giving the hotel porter, who met them with their hand luggage and registered the trunks through, more than 4 marks as tip. By general, it had been he these months who had borne the duties of tickets, luggage, reservations, while she sat back in cool elegance and was not shy about criticizing him for his errors. But tonight she led the expedition. She thought of everything, and he felt helpless as a maiden aunt. He had a new respect for her. Perhaps, with Kurt, she wouldn't be a child any longer, but grasp reality. That made him the more disconsolate, the more hopeless of some future miraculous reconciliation. He saw her a woman reborn. It seemed to him that she was grasping the intricacies of daily life in Europe as deftly as she managed everything from the cook's salary to the women's club program in America. He could not imagine her, just now, going back to Zenith. Kurt von Oberstdorf and the Princess Drachenthal and Europe had utterly defeated and put in their place Sam Dodsworth and Tubb and Matey Pearson and Ross Ireland and the Midwest. Thus his thoughts blundered and writhed while he ambled after her through the station, to the newsstand, to the cigar stand, to the train gate, feeling himself no closer to her polished and metallic briskness than he was to the bundle-lugging third-class passengers who plodded through the echoing immensity of the train shed. And thus, with everything necessary and unnecessary accomplished and over-accomplished, they stood together beside his sleeper, his luggage stored, his ticket taken by the guard, and suddenly they tumbled like the falling Lucifer from the paradise of keeping busy to the inferno of feeling. She put it off a moment. She sighted the boy trundling his little platform wagon of wine and sandwiches and fruit. She cried, "Oh, you might want something to drink," and darted off to bring him back a flask of cognac. There was nothing else. The train took another diabolic 3 minutes to start. They walked up and down, a tall, well-tailored pair, obviously complacent and not much interested, not very emotional. He took her arm, as he had so many times at so many railroad stations, but dropped it with hot guiltiness. "No, please," she said, tucking her arm into his. "It is going to be a little hard to realize, isn't it, old thing? Oh, Sam, darling, you and I can't get along together. And I do love Kurt. I stand by that. But we have been partners, good partners in this funny business of life. We've had so many happy times, just you and I together." Her voice lost its confidence. "Shall I ever see you again? And, oh, my blessings, my dear." "Einsteigen! Bitte einsteigen!" cried the mourning voice of the guard. "That means all aboard?" croaked Sam. "Yes, quick." The train was starting as he climbed up to the vestibule. Fran stood alone. He saw her with a strange, impersonal pity. She seemed so slim and young and defenseless, so alone in the gray city. He realized that she was crying. His heavy, mature voice became young and shaky as he cried, "Dear, did I remember to tell you today that I adore you?" The guard slammed the vestibule door, and as through an open window he craned to look back at her, he saw Kurt von Oberstdorf running down the platform. He saw Fran droop into Kurt's arms, and he walked slowly into the roaring loneliness of his compartment. End of Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Dodsworth, by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Kaleidoscope. Scarlet triangles and azure squares, crystalline zigzags and sullen black lines. Meaningless beauty and distortions that were the essence of pain. Such were the travels of Samuel Dodsworth those summer months. He longed to go home to Zenith, to have the solace of Tub and Matey, of Emily and Brent, of streets and corners and offices that respected him and did not sneer at him as an ignorant tourist. But to face the derision that would be his if he came back without Fran, to hear in every corner the delighted whispering, which was the vicarious vengeance of men who wanted to be free of their own wives and took out their timorous hatred in snickering and twilight gossiping about the marital troubles of others, that he could not endure. And to face a gloating, damp, pawing pity, to face the morons who would suppose that he was so little that he would be gratified by their libeling Fran, his Fran, and by cumbersomely congratulating him on losing her, who was his very soul, that was not to be borne. If he had had a job at home, he would probably have plunged back into it, and in a fury of papers and secretaries and telephone calls have concealed himself from the scandal. But he hadn't. Just now, the Sans Souci Gardens plan seemed to him as preposterous as his lifelong belief that he was man enough to hold his wife. Yet twice in Paris he reserved passage to America, and twice he frugally went to the Cunard office and got back his passage money. He crept over to London to hear the one language he knew, and fled from it because he did know the language, because someone might recognize him and pity him. He went on a German tour to the North Cape and the Baltic, got off at Riga, and fled from it because he did not know the language. He returned to England, rented a motor, and toured along the old Roman road through Kent, stopping in villages of half-timbered houses and cottages covered with red-tile shingles, into Sussex villages secret in still wooded valleys beneath the shining downs. He might have been seen, a very large man alone in a rather small car, a lone figure sitting on the sky-cut rim of a hill, hour on hour, clasping his knees, apparently brooding. A man alone in a public bar, listening to everything that was said, surprised and pleasant when someone spoke to him. He felt the peace and security of the English valleys and farmsteads, and it made him the more restless because he was so definitely an outsider. He returned to Paris, and night after night he sat in American bars, and was put down as one of the beachcombers who have been something once, but who have gone bankrupt, financially or nervously or alcoholically, and of whom one must pityingly beware. He understood. So it came to pass that he spent most of his time alone, in his room in the Grand Universal. It gave him a curious mean pleasure now to have a cheap single bedroom instead of a suite. He drank a good deal. Sometimes he had a cognac instead of breakfast. But between blurred drowsinesses he saw with clarity that he was utterly a man alone, that his work, his children, his friends, his habitual routine of life, and at last his wife, all the props and crutches with which he had been enabled to hobble through life as a good fellow, were gone, and that he had nothing upon which to depend except such solaces as he might find in his own brain. No one really needed him, and he was a man who had never been able to depend on anyone to whom he could not give. In childish, absurd ways he managed to kill time, day on day, in a fog which now and then mercifully concealed from him the needs of Samuel Dodsworth. Till noon he loafed in his room at the Grand Universal, frowsy in dressing-gown, taking an hour to read the Paris Tribune and Herald, taking half an hour to shave. He managed once a fortnight to spend an hour in having his hair cut, and though he tried to give the appearance of being a busy and important man, he was glad when he had to wait at the barber's, when he could, without looking ridiculous, spend that time in turning over sketch and the graphic. He took to having manicures. He had despised the practice. He never admitted it to himself, but he neglected giving a hotel address to the Guarantee Trust, so that he might have a reason to plod to the bank for his mail every day. He was grateful to the doorman and the mail clerks at the Guarantee Trust for treating him like someone who still mattered. And when he had a letter, they were few now, and most of them were from Fran, who seemed to desire to keep up a sisterly friendship with him, he took it with fatuous dignity and retired to a table in front of a café on the Boulevard des Italiens to reread it, though the most that he gathered was that she had found a charming new restaurant in Berlin. Once a man who was asking for his mail at the Guarantee Trust said, "Aren't you Mr. Dodsworth of the Revelation Company? Met you, sir, at the motor show in New York." Sam was so pleased that he asked the man to lunch and telephoned to him often, to the end that the man, who had regarded Sam as one of his gods, saw that he was merely a solitary and common human being, and despised him and was uninterested. And always Fran was with him, scolding at his weakness. Always he saw her face. At twilight and at 3 in the morning, when he could sleep no longer and rose to smoke a cigarette, he heard her saying, "Oh, Sam, I couldn't have believed that you would ever become a dirty drunk like this." He nestled his head on her shoulder and weepingly confessed his failure as a human being, and thereafter was racked with pity for her mad and gallant effort to be more than herself, so that he would gladly have done what he could to help Kurt to win her. Samuel Dodsworth, so abnormally flushed that no friend of his hearty triumphant days would have recognized him, sitting on the edge of his bed, his hair wild and his pajamas wrinkled, smoking cigarettes, longing to telephone from Paris to Berlin and tell Fran that he hoped she would be the Countess Oberstdorf, and kept from it chiefly by the thought that she wouldn't like it at all and would be very tart about it if he awoke her at 3 in the morning. He had known unhappiness often enough, but never complete suffering like this, a suffering so vague and directionless and unreasonable that he raged at himself for his moody weakness, a suffering so confusing that he would have preferred any definite pain of the body. Fran was to him a madness. Now he cursed her for disloyalty, and in long, unmoving silences reviewed her superciliousnesses, but the result was no stout resolution to be free, but sudden pity for her, a fear that she would be slighted by Kurt's family, a picture of her alone and friendless, crying at twilight. He remembered in jagged reminiscences the most grotesquely assorted things. A white fur evening cape she had once had, and how she had prepared a lunch of coffee and salad and cold partridge on the roadside, when they had motored to Detroit. Her way of saying, "I am a very sleepy young woman," and a funny slatternly pair of pink wool bedroom slippers which he had loved. He glowed in these relivings and came bolt out of them to ache the more, till she was to him a spiritual virus from which he had to be free. He found non-Nazareno, and he was rather completely untrue to Fran, and while he liked Non, he could not persuade himself to like being untrue. He had gone back to the Café Select, hoping to see Elsa, and by some magic to take her away from the sharp-nosed Mr. Kuyp. There was no question now of willingness to be what he still called disloyal. There was only a question of keeping from going insane. The moralities with which comfortably married clergymen concerned themselves did not exist for him now. He did not see Elsa, and as he sat alone, a tall, rather handsome girl, with a face as broad between the cheekbones as a Tartar, ambled up, sat down uninvited, and demanded, in an English that sounded as though it were played on a flute, "What's the trouble? You look down in the mouth." "I am. What would you like to drink?" "Grand Marnier. Did she die, or run away from you?" "I'd rather not talk about it." "So bad as that? Good. I talk about this place here. I give imitations of the people here." And she did, merrily, not badly. She seemed to him quite the brightest light he had found since Berlin. His guess was that she was an artist's model. There were few professional prostitutes to be found at the Dome or the Select, no matter how competent were some of the amateurs. She told him that she was non-Azaredo, as though he ought to know who she was. Fair non-Azaredo, he discovered presently, was half Portuguese, half Russian, and altogether French. She was 25, and she lived in 9 countries, been married 3 times, and once shot a Siberian wolf. She had been a chorus girl, a dress mannequin, a masseuse, and now she scratched out a thin living by making wax models for show window dummies and called herself a sculptress. She boasted that though she had had 57 lovers, "And, my dear, one was a real prince, well, pretty real," she had never let one of them give her anything save a few frocks. And he believed her. This alley kitten, or alley tigress, read him as such geniuses as Elsa and Cuyp and Gillespie and Short had never done. She knew by divination that he was an American, a businessman, graduate of a university. She knew that he had lost at love. She knew that essentially he was kindly and solid and not to be diverted by the obscenities with which she had amused other traveling Americans. "You are a nice man. Maybe you buy me a dinner. Or I don't care a damn. You come to my little flat, and I cook you a shop. I have got no man now. The last, oh, the dirty hound, I threw him out because he stole my fur coat and pawned it." And he believed her. Her flushed vitality pleased him. Though she said nothing of importance, she uttered her little profane, sage comments on the warfare between men and women with such vigor, she so assured him that he was large and powerful and real, and that she preferred him to all of the limp poetasters about the place, that he was warmed by her companionship. And without mentioning Berlin or Kurt, without making it quite clear whether Fran had been a sweetheart or wife, he forgot his "I'd rather not talk about it," and told her rather frankly of his illness. Then he returned to his hotel, packed a bag, and spent 3 nights and days in the flat of Non Azeredo. She astonished him by the casual, happy, utterly proud way in which she served her man. He had not known that any women, save spinster secretaries, could be happy in serving. She darned his socks and made him drink less cognac. She cooked snails for him so that he actually liked them. She taught him new ways of love, and when she found that he did not know them, she laughed at him, but affectionately. For the first time in his life, he began to learn that he need not be ashamed of the body which God had presumably given him, but which Fran had considered rather an error. He found in himself a power of intense passion, such as all his life he had guiltily believed himself to lack, and sometimes Non's flat seemed to him the bower of Eden. It was an insane little flat. 3 rooms, just under the roof, looked on a paved courtyard which smelled of slops and worse, and was all day clamorous with quarrelling, children playing, delivery of charcoal, and the banging of garbage cans. Her dishes were cracked, her cups were chipped. The plaster walls were rain-streaked, and Sam's roses she set out in a tin can. But on a couch covered with gold brocade lolled horribly a number of powdery-faced dolls, very elongated and expensive. Her clothes were in heaps, and there was no concealment of sanitary appliances. And everywhere were instruments for the making of noise. A phonograph which by preference she turned on at 3 in the morning, rattles and horns left over from the last carnival, a very cheap radio, fortunately out of order, and 7 canaries. He could not for a time believe that Non, whatever her virtues, was not calculating on what she would get out of him. When they were ambling the Rue de la Paix together, that street which Fran had seemed to know so well, but which Non made living by telling the most scandalous tales about the shopkeepers and their favourites among the women clerks, he buzzed, "What do you like me to buy you, Non? Some pearls, or—" She stopped before him, planted her arms akimbo, and spoke furiously. "I am not what you call a gold-digger. I am not lady enough. If, when you get tired of me, you want to give me $100, or 50, fine. But you must, by God, understand, when Non Azeredo takes a man, it is because she likes him. Pearls? What would I do with pearls? Can I eat pearls?" She worked daily, though not for many hours daily, at her atrocious modelling, and somehow she managed to bring him in precisely the sorts of English books he wanted. Shelley, for the vanity of remembering that he had been a university man before he became a beachcomber, and detective stories which he really read. Lord, he reflected, What a wife she'd make for a pioneer! She'd chuck this Parisian show like a shot if she loved somebody. She'd hoe the corn, she'd shoot the Indians, she'd nurse the babies. And if she couldn't get Paris lingerie, she'd probably spin it. But it was just her admirable vigor which after 3 days wearied him. It was amusing the first time to see Nan, arms akimbo, in a shawl or chemise, denouncing the grocer's boy for an overcharge of 30 centimes, denouncing him with so many applications of the epithet camel that he blanched and fled. But it was much less amusing the 20th time she quarreled with tradesmen, waiters, taxi drivers, and motorists, who, she believed, were in a conspiracy to run her down, and with Sam himself for not eating more. She was so shrill. Her conversation started with a shriek and ended with a howl. He longed for a decent quiet, and always he saw Fran watching Nan and himself in mockery. Whenever he stoutly convinced himself that Nan was beautiful as a young tigress and a miracle of loyal kindness, the cool wraith of Fran appeared, and Nan seemed then a blousy gutter-looper. To his angry defense of Nan, Fran answered with the look she gave rude servants. She watched while Nan scrubbed the floor, bawling indecent lyrics. She slipped through the room just as Nan cheered Sam by slapping his rear, and he was turned into a schoolboy caught with the kitchen maid. So he told Nan that business called him to Italy. She pretended to believe him. She begged him to be careful of cognac and women. She casually accepted a present of $100. She saw him off. As the train was starting, she slipped into his hand a little package. He looked at it an hour or two afterward. It contained a gold cigarette case, which must have cost her all of his $100. Non Azaredo. He never wrote to Nan. He wanted to, but she was not one to whom you could say anything on paper. She seemed to him a character in a play, a rather fantastic and overacted character, but she had definitely done something to him. She had, along with the glances of Minna von Escher, broken down all the celibacy which had plagued him, and however much he still fretted over Fran, imagined her loneliness in Berlin, let himself be wrung by pity for her self-dramatizing play at romance which was bound to turn into tragedy, he no longer felt himself her prisoner, and he began to see that this world might be a very green and pleasant place. He was more conscious of the wagon-lit than he had ever been, for he was wondering if he might not spend much of his life now in those homes for people who flee from life. Blue upholstered seat, rather hard, with hard cylindrical cushions. Above the blue velvet, yellow and brown florid stamped leather, rough to a speculative touch. The alarm signal to stop the train, all labeled nicely in 4 languages for the linguistic instruction of tourists, which he always longed to pull, even if it cost him 500 lira. The tricky little cabinet in the corner, which turned into a washstand when one let down the folding shelf, and the detached loneliness of which he rid himself now and then by poking out into the corridor, to lean against the brass rail across the broad low windows, or to sit on the tiny folding seat. And outside, mountains, stations with vacant-faced daring loungers, plains which seemed to him altogether like the American Middle West, till suddenly the sun, revealing a high and distant castle on an abrupt cliff, restored him to the magic of foreignness. Till now, Sam Dodsworth had never greatly heeded fellow passengers, except Americans, who looked as though they might be good fellows with whom to gossip and have a drink. Of most of them, had you demanded a description from him after the journey, he would have said, "Oh, they looked about like anybody else, I guess. Why?" He saw them not as trees walking, but as clothes sitting. But the incredible jar of being dismissed by Fran, the opening of his eyes to the possibilities of misery in the world, made him feel the universal pathos of things more sensitively than he had even on the exalted night when he had first beheld the lights of England. He felt, no doubt sentimentally, akin to everything that was human. He saw, no doubt often without reason, a drama, tragic or comic, behind all the face masks of travellers, behind surly faces, stupid faces, mean faces, common faces. He a little forgot himself, and Fran and Kurt and non-Nazareto, as he wondered whether that tight-mouthed woman had recently been burying her husband, whether that overdressed young salesman had a nagging wife at home, whether that petulant and snarling old man had lost his fortune. He studied the railroad workmen who stood back to let the train pass, and speculated as to which of them was about to be married, which was an ecstatically religious communist, which was longing to murder his wife. Thus brooding, hour-long, not having to hasten back to the compartment and entertain Fran. Thus slowly and painfully perceiving a world vaster than he had known. Thus considering whether he was so badly beaten, so enfeebled by Fran's scorn, that he could never find the not-impossible she, and with her experience the not-impossible self-confidence and peace. He poked about Rome for a week, trying to persuade himself that he was studying architecture. It was hot, and he fled to Montreux, with a notion of swimming and cool mountains. Daily he examined schedules of sailings for New York, and surmised that one of these days would find him fleeing aboard a steamer. He drifted to Geneva, solemnly viewed the League of Nations building, and in his hotel wondered which of the not very exciting-looking gentlemen with top hats were famous ministers of state. Then, in a small restaurant, he heard, like an angelic trump, the voice of Ross Ireland, the correspondent. "Well, Sam, you old devil, where did you come from?" They had many drinks. With Ross he tramped for a week, rucksack on shoulders, through the Bernese Oberland. He felt rather foolish at first to be carrying a sack and walking dustily past large hotels, for he had been trained to feel that it was undignified for him to walk, except on a duck pass or a golf course. But he enjoyed seeing a view without the need, as a rich, busy, and motorized tourist, of having to hustle past it. He found himself breathing deeper, sleeping better, brooding less, and drinking beer instead of cognac. In fact, he believed that he had discovered walking, and wrote enthusiastic recommendations of it on postcards to Fran, Tubb, and Dr. Hazard. He came to feel superior to large plushy hotels. Ross and he ate dumplings and pig's knuckle. They rested at tiny tables in front of inns when they had panted into a village, sweaty and shoulders aching. Ross insisted that whenever they saw church steeples and heard the bright prattle of children, those were the signs certain and indivisible of the proximity of beer, and however much they enjoyed the mountainside lanes, they cheered up and hastened their step and began to listen for the bright prattle as soon as they saw a church steeple. And Sam decided what he would do with the wreckage of his life. He had not known that wandering could be so satisfying as it was with Ross Ireland, who never complained and became superior like Fran, or felt bound to be funny like Tubb, or noisy like Non, who was interested in everything from pig pens to cloisters, and who enjoyed erecting theories of life more than anything save tearing them down. Ross was going to the Orient again after summer in Europe. He invited Sam to come along, and Sam accepted, with more tingling anticipation than he had known since he had first sailed for England. Turkestan, Borneo, Siam, Peking, Penang, and the sight of Java Head. Ross was called to Paris, but that city meant for Sam now only too much loneliness and too much Non, and he squatted in Gstaad, trying to be very healthy and full of fresh air. And before Ross had gone 48 hours, Sam was thrown back into as much fidgety fretting as he had ever known. He cursed himself for his weakness. He sought to sink himself in an enormous volume on English gardens and domestic architecture of the 18th century. He sought to recapture a longing for the Orient, and it was in vain. Bluntly, he could not go off to the Far East and leave Fran unprotected. Oh, he told himself, she did not need protection. His presence irritated her more than it soothed her, and he was a fool, a puerile and whining fool, not to be able to cut loose from his mother's apron strings, now inconveniently worn by a wife. But if anything went wrong there in Berlin, if Fran wanted to run to him for help and he should be 10,000 miles away, he couldn't do it. He wondered occasionally if he wasn't confusing the need to serve Fran with the need of women in general, that basic need which he had just consciously discovered. He wondered whether, if it were a woman with some of Ross Ireland's sportsmanship and inquiring mind who had invited him to come along, he would not have found it possible to go, armored with a good, round, satisfying cliché like, "Fran made her bed, let her lie in it." No. He swore to himself that his care for Fran was authentic, was to him what prayer was to a hermit, and honor to a soldier, and always he wound up his fretful meditations with, "Oh, hell, I can't analyze it, but I'm not going to desert her. Only I wish I could." He wrote Ross not to count on his company this coming autumn, and again fled from himself but with himself to Venice, because the current news photographs from the Lido, the pictures of gay companies on the beach, made it seem a place to divert a solitary man. And perhaps one of these exquisite gold and ivory Englishwomen. No, he didn't want that sort. He wanted someone with Fran's fineness, but with non-sturdiness, Ross Ireland's brains. He was able to laugh at himself. If there were such a woman anywhere, what would she want with you? But as in the too familiar blue velvet and stamped leather wagon-lit compartment, he clanked on toward Venice. He was not quite free of the pictures of lovely ladies on Lido Beach, not quite sure that he had in life any purpose beyond the quest of the not impossible she. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Sam was not particularly enlivened by the Lido in season. The hotel seemed to him to smack of the Chicago World's Fair of 1893, with the added flavor of a Turkish bath. And the intimacy with which two-thirds of this basking, bathing, lunching, dancing society knew one another, whether they were Italian, English, American, or Austrian, made him feel utterly the outsider. He moved back into Venice to the Bauer Grunwald, which, despite a German atmosphere which too readily reminded him of his Berlin debacle, was more welcoming than the Royal Danieli. Venice is the friendliest city in the world. There are other cities in which friendlier people may be found, but in Venice it is the city itself, the spectacle of the Piazza San Marco, the cozy little streets, the open-fronted shops of the coppersmiths, the innumerable churches that are always open, the alternately effusive and quarrelsome gondoliers, the greedy but amiable pigeons, the soft sky, the rustling water of the Grand Canal, the cafes thrusting their tables halfway across the piazza, the palaces so proud in their carved balconies and so cheerfully poverty-stricken in their present inhabitants, the crowd with nothing to do save stroll and wait for the band concerts, which are so amiable that here less than anywhere else in the world does the stranger miss the warm gossip of people whom he knows. Sam found the waiting into which all his life had turned now more tolerable than it had been at any time save when he had been drugged with fatigue on his walking tour with Ross, or save when that rather soiled Salvationist non-Nazareto had stooped to save him. He lay abed till 9, content with the sound of the Grand Canal outside his windows, the squabbles of gondoliers. He rose to lean placidly on the sill and look at the wonders of Santa Maria della Salute and San Giorgio Maggiore, seeming on their tiny islands to be floating out to sea. To watch the panorama of vegetable scows, brick scows, cement scows, wangling their way into side canals, while the bargees quarrelled magnificently with the more aristocratic gondoliers and with the uniformed drivers of motorboats belonging to officials. He had a meager cup of coffee, and buying the latest Paris Daily Mail, Chicago Tribune, and New York Herald on the way, ambled to the piazza for his real breakfast. In the afternoon, Florian's and the Aurora were the accepted haunts, shaded then from the biting sun, but in the morning it was the Quadri and Levinas which were sheltered, and at one of these cafes he drank his coffee, nibbled at croissants smeared with clouded honey from the Monte Rosa, and read the papers, excited at the news from Washington and New York, excited when he saw that someone he knew, Ross Ireland or Endicott Everett Atkins had dined with a celebrity at Ciro's. And once, in the Berlin news, he saw that Mrs. Samuel Dodsworth had been the guest of honor at a dinner given by the Princess Drachenthal, and that among those present had been the Count of Oberstdorf, the Baroness de June, Sir Thomas Jenkins of the Allied Commission, and the newly made Geheimrat, Dr. Biedner. He sat for a long time, looking vacantly across the piazza, at the spate of tourists whose wives were kodaking them in the act of feeding the pigeons of St. Mark. He worked at his new game of architecture. With Ruskin's Stones of Venice under his arm, he saw daily a new church, a new palace, and now and then he made sketches. Not very bad, and was not displeased when loudly commenting tourists mistook him for an authentic artist. He lunched simply. He slept for an hour afterward, and betook himself then to the one real duty of a wise visitor in Venice, to spend most of the afternoon and evening sitting in the piazza and doing nothing whatever save watch the spectacle. It had been agreeable in Paris or on Unter den Linden to watch the parade, but there were the motors, the horses, the brisk policemen had made it a hard and somewhat nervous spectacle. Here, where there was no traffic, where the marble-walled piazza was like a stage with the chorus of an incredibly elaborate comic opera, there was only a lazy and unharassed contentment. The crowd changed every second. Now 2 fascist officers paced by, trim in black shirts, olive-green uniforms, and gold-badged and tasseled service caps. Now it was 2 cabinieri with the cocked hats of Napoleon and the solemn manner of judges. Now a tourist steamer vomited a rush of excited novices, inquiring Germans or stolid English, golden-haired Scandinavians or Americans, of whom the women were thrilled, and the males cocked up their cigars and announced very publicly that if this was Venice, they didn't think it was so doggone much. The guides, slightly less numerous but much more insistent than the cloud of pigeons, attacked everyone who was not entirely engaged in the sacred act of being photographed, and yammered, "Me guide speak fine English, show you San Marco." The children fell under everybody's feet. The gatherers of cigarettes swooped on each butt as it fell. The English couples went by, amiably contemptuous. And at last the sunset turned the dark leaded glass behind the horses of San Marco into gold. He was content by comparison with his act of agonizing in Paris, but he was also lonely, despite the show of the piazza. He had to have someone to talk to, and never did he meet anyone whom he knew. It was not easy for him to pick up acquaintances. Once he sat at a table next to a party of Americans. They did not seem very complex and difficult. They looked like small-town merchants and professional men with their wives. And Sam took the chance. He leaned toward the nearest, a spectacled little man, and drawled, "On a tour?" The little man looked scornfully cautious. He'd read the papers. He wasn't going to be taken in by any of your slick international crooks. He sniffed, "Yes," and he did not embroider it. Enjoying Italy?" "Yes, thanks." The little man turned his back, and Sam was flushed and shamed and much lonelier than before. He was grateful when he was picked up by a large and lugubrious and green-hatted Bavarian, who was apparently even more desolate than himself, and though they had in common only 100 words of English, 20 of German, and 10 of Italian, they were both strong men who could endure a lot of gesturing. They gave each other confidence in battling with gondoliers, and together they lumbered to the Caglione and St. Giovanni e Paolo, gaped at the glassmakers at Murano, and visited the Armenian monastery on the peaceful isle of San Lazzaro. Sam saw the Bavarian friend off at the station as regretfully as he had seen Ross Ireland off at Interlaken, and all that evening he clung to his favorite table at Florian's as though it was his only home. He heard regularly from Fran, but where once her letters had been festal, now he hesitated to open them. She complained a good deal. It had been rainy, it had been hot. She had gone to the Tyrol for a week. She did not say that Kurt had come along, but he guessed it, and the hotels had been crowded. She had suffered unparalleled misfortune in having to stay at a small hotel, where the food was heavy and the guests heavier. She had met a cousin of Kurt, an Austrian ambassador, as though she had showered blessings of wit and courtesy on the fellow, he had not appreciated her. And as to whether Sam himself was any happier, she never inquired. Her letters left him always a little blue, and they did not suggest that she would like to see him. He was in the piazza, meditating on one of these letters, a little after 4 of a blazing afternoon. He saw a familiar-looking woman pass his table. She was perhaps 40. She was slim, rather pale. She wore black crepe, without ornament, and a wide black hat with a tiny brooch of brilliants. Her hands were as fine as lace. He remembered. It was Mrs. Cecil R.A. Courtright, Edith Courtright, American-born widow of the British minister to Romania, or was it Bulgaria, who, on a hint from Tubbs's nephew, had asked them to tea at her flat in the Palace Ascani in Venice months ago. He darted up to welcome the first recognizable face he had seen in weeks. He hesitated. Mrs. Courtright was not the sort of woman one greeted carelessly. He ventured again. He tossed a 10-lira note on the table for the waiter, and circling the square with his long stride, so arranged it that he met her as she was passing through the Piazzetta de Leoni and entering the Calle di Canonica. "Oh, how'd you do?" he observed. "Do you remember having my wife and me to tea last spring? Friends of Jack Starling?" "Oh, but of course, Mr. Samuel Dodsworth. You and Mrs. Dodsworth have come back here soon." "Oh, she had to stay in Berlin." "Really? You're here alone? You must come to tea again." "Be awfully glad to. You walking this way?" Quite fatuously, rather eagerly. "Just a bit of shopping. There's a rabbit warren of a pastry shop down here. Perhaps you'd like to come along and come home for a cup of tea this afternoon, if you haven't friends waiting for you." "I don't know a soul in town." "In that case, you must come, surely." He rolled beside her, bumbling, "Must be an awful lot of people you know at the Lido now, with the season on." "Yes, unfortunately." "Don't you like the rotogravier set?" "Oh, that is a nice thing to call them," she said. "I've been looking for a phrase. Some of them are extremely agreeable, of course. Nice, simple people who really like to dance and swim, and don't go to the Lido just to be seen and photographed. But there's an international Anglo-American French set. Smart women, just a little ambiguous, and men with titles and tailors and nothing much else, and sharp couples that play bridge too well, and 3-necked millionaires that, well, they seem to me like a menagerie. There's a dreadful woman named Renée de Penable." "Oh, you know her?" "How can anyone help it? The woman contrives to be simultaneously in Paris, the Lido, Deauville, Cannes, New York, and on all known trains and steamers. You know her? Do you like her?" "Hate her," remarked Sam. "Oh, I don't know as I ought to say that. She's always been awfully decent to us. But I feel she's a grafter." "No, she's subtler than that. She is quite generous to 99 out of 100 of her group, tramps in gold foil, so that she can get the dazzled 100th to set her up in a gown shop or a charity society or something else that mysteriously collapses in 2 months. She's very amusing, of course." "Neither do I," roared Sam. They smiled at each other, to the approval of 7 youthful Venetians, engaged in doing nothing and choosing the dimmest and smelliest soda portico to do it in. Sam rejoiced that Edith Courtright might prove to be human, patient with large lost men. He was sure of it as he heard her bartering with the owner of the minute pastry shop for a dozen cakes. The proprietor demanded 5 lire, Mrs. Courtright offered 2, and they compromised on 3, which were their probable value. Often enough Sam had seen Fran chaffering, but she was likely to lose her temper, more likely to make the shopkeeper lose his. With Mrs. Courtright, the baker shook his fingers, agonized over the insult to his masterpieces, asserted that his 9 children and grandmother would starve, but she only laughed, and all the while he laughed back. He took the 3 lire with the greatest cheerfulness, and cried after them, "Addio," as though it were a blessing. "The good soul," said Mrs. Cortright as they returned to the piazza. "We do that every week. That's really the reason why I go to him myself instead of sending a maid, who gets them for 20 centesimi less than I do, probably, and pockets 10. But this pâtissier is an artist, and like all artists, a conservative. He tries to keep up the good old days when buying and selling in Italy really was an adventure, because everybody made a game of bargaining. The days that Baedeker wrote of when he tells you to keep a calm and pleasant demeanor when haggling. But that's all passing, I'm afraid. Between the regulations of the fascists and the efficient business of impressing tourists, the shops are becoming as dependable as Swan and Edgar's or a Woolworth's, and about as appealing. I think I'll go back and end my few declining years on Mulberry Street in New York. That's about the only part of Italy now that hasn't been toured and described and painted and guided to death. The only part that hasn't been made safe for the vicar's aunt." In the presence of Fran and her aggressive smartness, Edith Cortright had been abrupt, hiding her heart behind dutiful courtesy as she hid her taut frailness of body beneath frocks of soft, non-committal black. But now, as they tramped to the Palazzo Ascani, avoiding the sun in arcades and under vast walls above tiny streets, as they climbed the sepulchral marble steps to her flat, and sighingly relaxed in the coolness of the vast rooms behind blinds streaked with poisonous sun, she was easy. In a subdued silvery manner she was gay. It was as though she found everything in life amusing, and liked to think about it aloud. And she seemed younger. He had thought her 45, now she seemed 40. The stone floor of her drawing-room, laid in squares waxed to ivory smoothness, the old walnut of a 16th-century armoire, suggested quietness, a feeling of civilization grown secure and placid through generations. The formal monastic chairs which had dignified the room when Sam had seen it in the spring, as well as the shameless, overstuffed Americanized armchairs with which Mrs. Cortright had eased the rigor of Venetian stateliness, had been replaced by wicker with chintz cushions. Sam's spirit was refreshed here, his hot body was refreshed, and when Mrs. Cortright showed herself so superior to expatriate Americanism that she dared to be American and to offer iced tea, he rejoiced in her more than in the mosaics of St. Mark's, which he had taught himself to admire with a quite surprising amount of sincerity. Mrs. Cortright and the room which illustrated her seemed to him quite as traditional as the faded splendors of the Princess Drachenthal at Potsdam. But he could reach Mrs. Cortright, understand her, not feel with her like an inanely smirking boy invited to tea by the schoolmaster's wife. He was a little afraid of her, a little afraid that behind her pallid restraint there might be comment on such a stumbling tourist as himself. But it was a fear that he could understand and answer, not a bewildering midnight strangeness. He saw that in an age of universal bobbing, when no Fran would have dared to be so eccentric, Mrs. Cortright kept her hair long, parted simply and not too neatly. And he saw again the lovely hands moving like white cats among the cups of taffy-colored majolica. She did not talk this time of diplomats and Riviera villas and painting. She said, "Tell me, really, I'm not impertinent. I ask myself the same thing, and perhaps I'm looking for an answer for myself. What do you find in Europe? Why do you stay on?" "Well, it's kind of hard to say." He sipped his iced tea, appreciative of the thin tart taste against his tongue. "Oh, I guess... well, to be absolutely frank, it's because of my wife. I've enjoyed coming abroad. I've learned a lot of things, not only about pictures and all that, but in my own line. I'm a motor manufacturer, if you remember. For instance, I went to the Rolls-Royce works in England, and it was a perfect revelation to me, the way they were willing to lose money by going on having things like polishing done by hand instead of by machinery, as we do them, because they felt they were better done by hand. But, oh, I can understand how the artists that hang around places like Florence, and that don't care whether the government is monarchical or communist as long as the tea and the sunsets are good, can be perfectly content to stay there for years. But me, I'm getting restless at being so much of an outsider. I feel like the small boy that's never consulted about where the picnic will be held. I suppose I'm awfully lowbrow not to care for any more galleries and ruins, but, oh, I want to go home and make something, even if it's only a hen coop." "But couldn't you make that here? In England, for example?" "No. I'd feel the English chickens wouldn't understand my speaking American, and probably go and die on me." "Then you don't want to stay? Why do you?" "Oh, well, my wife still feels—" Swiftly, as though she were covering a blunder, Mrs. Courtright murmured, "And of course she is lovely. I remember her with such pleasure. She must be an enchanting person to wander with. And please, don't feel that I'm one of those idiots who regard painting as superior to manufacturing. I neither regard it as inferior, as do your chambers of commerce, who think that all artists are useless unless they're doing pictures for stocking advertisements, nor do I regard it as superior, as do all the supercilious lady yearners who suppose that a businessman with clean nails invariably prefers golf to Beethoven." It was not brilliant talk, nor did it dazzle Sam by novelty. In both Europe and America he had encountered all the theories about modern businessmen: that they were the kings and only creators in the industrial age, that they were dull and hideous despots. He had hacked out his own conclusion, that they were about like other people, as assorted as cobblers, labor leaders, Javanese dancers, throat specialists, whalers, minor cannons, or asparagus growers. Yet in the talk of Edith Courtright there was a sympathy, an apparent respect for him, a suggestion that she had seen many curious lands and known many curious people, which inspirited him. Incredulously he found himself trying to outline his philosophy of life for her. More incredulously he found himself willing to admit that he hadn't any. She nodded, as in like confession. He urged, "I've enjoyed talking with you. Look here, would I be rude if I asked you to go for a gondola ride, now it's getting cooler, and possibly dine with me on the Lido this evening, if you're free? I've been, kind of lonely." "I should be glad to, but I can't. You see, my friends here are mostly the rather stuffy, frightfully proper, very sweet old Italian family sort, who haven't yet got over being shocked by Corleone. I'm afraid I couldn't go out in a gondola with you unless I were chaperoned, bedraggoned, which would be a frightful bore. Why won't you come here to dinner tomorrow evening? 8:30, black tie?" "Be pleased to. 8:30. But why do you stay in Europe?" "Oh, I suppose America terrifies me. I feel insecure there. I feel everybody watching me and criticizing me unless I'm buzzing about doing something important, uplifting the cinema or studying Einstein or winning bridge championships or breeding schnauzers or something. And there's no privacy. And I'm an extravagant woman when it comes to the luxury of privacy. But look here. In America you could certainly go gondoling, well, motoring, as you liked. Here you have to be chaperoned to avoid criticism." "Only with one class, the formal people that I've chosen, wisely or foolishly, to live with. My grocer and my dentist and my neighbor on the floor below, amiable-looking person, I rather fancy he's a gambler, they don't feel privileged to help me conduct my affairs, or rather they wouldn't if I were so adventurous as to be conducting any. At home they would. It's only in Europe that you can have the joy of anonymity, of being lost in the crowd, of being yourself, of having the dignity of privacy." "You try New York. Get lost enough there." "Oh, but New York! Self-conscious playing at internationalism. Russian Jews in London clothes going to Italian restaurants with Greek waiters and African music. 100% mongrels. No wonder Americans flee back home to Sussex or Somerset. And never, day or night or dawn, any escape from the sound of the elevated. New York, no. But I am sure that there is still a sturdy native America, and not puritanical either, any more than Lincoln or Franklin were puritanical, that you know. But tell me, to get away from my lost, expatriate, awfully unoriented and unimportant self, tell me frankly, what have you seen in Europe? I mean, that you'll remember 10 years from now." He slumped in his chair, he rubbed his chin, and sighed. "Well, I guess about as much as I'd get out of reading the steamship and hotel ads in a New York Sunday paper. I know a little less than when I started. Then I knew that all Englishmen were icicles, all Frenchmen chattered, and all Italians sat around in the sun singing. Now I don't even know that much. I suspect that most Englishmen are friendly, most Frenchmen are silent, and most Italians work like the devil. Pardon me." "Exactly." "I've learned to doubt everything. I've learned that even a fairly successful executive, and I was that, no matter how much of a loafer I seem now." "Oh, I know." "I've learned that even a fairly good garage boss like myself isn't much good at deciding between Poiret and Lavande or between early English and decorated. No American businessman ought to go abroad, ever, except to a Rotary convention or on a conducted tour where he's well insulated from foreigners. Upsets him. Spoils his pleasure in his own greatness and knowledge. What have I learned? Let's see. The names of maybe 50 hotels, of which I'll remember 5 in a few years, the schedules of half a dozen deluxe trains, the names of a few brands of Burgundy, how to tell a Norman doorway from Gothic, how to order from a French menu, providing there's nothing unusual on the bill, and I can say how much and too much in English, French, German, Italian, and Spanish. And I think that's about all I've learned here. I guess they caught me too late." End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. With his second drink at Florian's after dinner, he recaptured a rare, exhilarating glow at the thought of travel, alone and fast. He could go as he would, north, south. The very names had magic. North and snowdrifts among silent pines, south and bamboo huts in the jungle, east and a cranky steamer jogging up a purple strait, west and a bench by a log cabin in the Rockies, with a lake 2,000 feet below, and himself, strong and deep-breathing as he had been at 30, smelling the new-cut chips, the frosty air. Yes, he would see them all. He wouldn't go back to an office. He had 20, perhaps 30 years more. He would have a second life. Having been Samuel Dodsworth, he would go on and miraculously be someone else, more ruthless, less bound, less sentimental. He could be a poet, a governor, an explorer. He learned the faults of his commercial-mindedness, of timidity before women. Correct 'em. He'd seen the gaps in his knowledge. Fill 'em. 20 years more. Start right now. Tomorrow he would take up Italian. Tomorrow he would write to Ross Ireland about that jaunt to the Orient. Yes. After the comfort of tea with Edith Courtwright, he had been lonelier than ever. For 5 minutes he had planned to flee to Fran, but fried scampi and a drink solaced him. A second drink set his imagination dancing. Then he wanted another drink, and didn't want it. No, he shook himself. He hated this flabby, easy escape through alcohol into a belief in his own power and freedom. He wasn't, proudly, one of the weaklings who took refuge from problems in the beautiful peace of the gutter, where the slime covered one's ears from the nasal voices of the censors, who were always demanding of a tired man a little more than he could do. But was that true? Was anything he had thought true, even this easy disgust at easy escape? Was it possible that he was unable to fall permanently into drunkenness, to disintegrate, to scorn all decent scorn, and be content with a non-azeredo in a stinking garret, not because he was too strong, but because he was too weakly afraid of what Fran, Tubb, Matey, strangers like Mrs. Courtwright would say? Was it possible that it took more courage to be a hobo, deliberate, out and out, than to go on living like a respectable manufacturer while he ached like a Verlaine? Was dry rot really braver than a moist and dripping rage of defiance? He gave it up. He was so tired of dragging out his little soul and worrying over it. If he could only be laughing, unthinking with Tub Pearson, or if Mrs. Courtright had been willing to dine with him. Mrs. Courtright. Now there was a woman. As proper as Fran, and as worldly, yet as indifferent to titles and luxury as none. Mighty sweet woman. He thought again about that third drink, then vehemently didn't want it, vehemently retired into the respectability from which for a moment he had thought he might escape. For at the next table was an American party, full of merriment, and keeping their brother from falling by setting an edifyingly bad example. There were 3 men, 3 women. Apparently, some of them were married to some of the others, but they seemed confused as to who was married to whom. They noted Sam, and one of the men staggered over to shout, "American, ain't you? Well, say, why the lone fiesta? Come over and join a live bunch." Rather pleased, Sam went over and joined. "Just arrived?" he asked, as was proper. "You bet. Landed at Naples yesterday," said his host. "Came over on a wop ship. Elegant boat, too. And say, boy, that was some trip, too, I'll tell the cockeyed world. Say, I've heard about wet voyages, but this trip, say, I bet I never went to bed before 3 a.m. once, the whole way over. And the girls, say, they were just as good as the men. Doreen here, she drank 2 bottles champagne in 2 hours, and the whole bunch were so crazy about the Italian officers. Say, the officers had to brush 'em off the bridge every time they wanted to do any fancy navigating, and that gave us boys a chance to get in a little petting ourselves. Some trip. Say, if you could have seen the nightshirt parade the last night out, boy, some trip." One of the women, and save for her damp eyes, a most spinsterish and unaphrodisiac lady she appeared, cried, "Some trip is right. I've got a date to meet the second officer in Paris. He's going to lay off one trip, and maybe I'll just keep him laid off. Maybe I'll decide to buy me a nice little boyfriend. Some baby. Oh, those oriental eyes. Say, Pete, for the love of God, ain't you going to buy our little friend here?" She pointed at Sam with a thin, chaste, over-manicured and rather wobbly forefinger. "A little drink?" But Sam declined. His vision of the beauties of the gutter had vanished with haste and a ludicrous squawking. He was grimly again the Sam Dodsworth who was proud of keeping in shape. He accepted, with irritating signs of pleasure, a lemonade. It was the first he had tasted in months, and sat wondering about these fellow countrymen. He could not place them. In age they seemed to run from 30 to 40. They were not so vulgar nor so vicious as at first they seemed. Once in a while they were betrayed by alcohol into revealing that they did have vocabularies and had perhaps read a book. He suspected that 2 out of the 3 men were university graduates, that all 6 of these loud-mouthed libertines were, at home, worthy deacons and pallbearers. He had known in Zenith of young married couples, theoretically responsible young doctors and lawyers and salesmen, who turned dances at country clubs into a combination of brothel and frontier bar. But he had not gone to such dances. These people were none of his. Then, shocked, he realized that perhaps they were. Were these oafs anything but younger and gayer and slightly more amorous Tub Pearsons? They were not altogether to blame. They were the products of prohibition, mass production, and an education dominated by the beliefs that one goes to college to become acquainted with people who will later be useful in business, and that the greatness of a university is in ratio to the number of its students and the number of its athletic victories. Or so Sam brooded. He had heard much of the sexually cold American woman. Heaven knows, he raged, he had felt it in Fran. Yet with these riotous women, it was the lack of chill which he resented. The amiable lady who was going to buy her a second officer had, during Sam's stay at the table, kissed one of the men, held the hand of another, and was now turning her withered excitement on himself. "Say, you're some husk. Gee, I bet you hurt the little old golf ball's feelings when you slam at one." He smiled bleakly. He thought of seeing Mrs. Courtright next evening. He had recalled her only as a pleasant, unexciting, worthy person, but now he saw her as a Grecian vase. He saw her as a bowl of alabaster within which a fire could be lighted. A finish to her, like a European, he reflected. Yet she's American, thank God. I couldn't fall for a real European. Has to be somebody that could look at an old gray New England barn with frost on it in October and get a kick out of it without my having to explain. His long ambling thoughts were interrupted by his original host's inquiring, "You been here in Venice some time?" "Yes, several times." "Well, maybe you can explain. Hope I'm not stepping all over anybody's feet but me. Well, this is the first time I've ever been abroad, and I'd always thought Venice would be kind of like a musical comedy. But of all the darn slow places, why, there isn't a first-class cabaret in town. Nothing but a lot of run-down tenements with a lot of carvings on 'em and a bunch of Chicago drainage ditches in between." "Well, I like it." "But what do you like about it?" "Oh, lots of things, especially the architecture." But what his mind saw, as he blurted out something about being tired and took his leave, was no vision of arching bridges, of secret alleys and the quivering reflection of airy towers. It was the memory of Edith Courtright serene in her Venetian palace. She couldn't possibly go out and grab things like Fran, he reflected as he clumped toward the Bauer Grunwald. She's definitely a great lady. Yet I'll bet that at heart she's lonely. She wouldn't mind cooking for her man any more than Non would. Oh, damn it, Sam, why are you so simple? Why do you insist on thinking everybody else is lonely merely because you are? It was a small and placid dinner at Edith Courtright's on Thursday evening. The only guests besides Sam were an English couple who were vaguely and politely something important, very politely but very vaguely. If Sam did not find them cheery, he was amused by the pleasant carelessness of Mrs. Courtright's household. The Fran who liked to quote poems about gypsies and Vallon and the brave days when we were 21 was in private life a sergeant major. Theoretically, she was the mother confessor and breezy confidant of all her servants and of the plumber, the postman, and the bootlegger. Practically, she was always furious at their incompetence. She was chummy with them only when they assured her of her beauty and power, when the seamstress gurgled that Fran had the most exquisite figure in Zenith, or when the corner druggist asked her if his new hat was really correct English style. Or so Sam brooded. Edith Courtright seemed to have no discipline, no notion as to her servants' duties. They argued with her. They contradicted her. The butler said that she had ordered broccoli, and the maid came in with clacking slippers. They were always chattering. They seemed to be sharing some secret joke with her. And when she smiled at Sam in her tired way after a voluble colloquy with the butler, he wished he could be admitted to their tribal companionship. A stone floor the dining room had, and walls of hard plaster, with strips of Syrian embroidery. About the walls were chairs, stately, uncomfortable, inhuman. The windows, giving on the Grand Canal, were immensely tall. It was an apartment for giants to live in. Sam felt that into this room had strode men in armor, who, with gigantic obscene laughter, had discussed the torture of pale Protestants against the Doge, and that they, not so unlike Edith Courtright for all her gentleness, had guffawed here with servants purple-uniformed, slatternly, and truculent. The English couple crept away early. After their flutter of goodbyes, Sam lumbered to his feet and sighed, "I guess I'd— No, stay half an hour." "If you'd really— And how I have come to hate hotels." "You really liked having a home." I certainly did. Why do you stay away from it? Isn't it—" Then she laughed, lighted a cigarette, held it with arching fingers. "I suppose it's rather ludicrous, my trying to give advice, and my own life such a mess that I endure it only by getting rid of all ambition, all purpose, and just floating, trying to get along with as little complication as possible." They talked slowly, and mostly they talked in silence. It was tranquil in that vast, cool room above the Grand Canal. Out on the harbor, bands of singers and gondolas chanted old Italian ballads. They were actually rather commercialized, these singers. Not for romance and the love of moonlight were they warbling, and between bursts of ecstasy they passed the hat from listening gondola to gondola, and were much rewarded by sentimentalists from Essen, Pittsburgh, and Manchester. The songs were conscientiously banal, Donne Mobile and Santa Lucia for choice. Yet the whole theatric setting and the music across the water lured Sam into a still excitement. "I can't imagine you in any complications," he wondered. "I shouldn't use that word, perhaps. All the complications are inside myself. It's just that certain conditions of life have rather taken my confidence in myself away from me, and I'm so afraid of doing the wrong thing that it's easier to do nothing. That's how I feel myself. Though with you, I can't imagine it. You're sure of yourself." "Not really. I'm like a man learning a new language. He can do it beautifully as long as he can introduce the subjects of conversation and use the words he knows. He can talk splendidly about, 'Waiter, bring 2 more coffees,' or 'What is the next train for Turin?' But he's lost if somebody else asks the questions and insists on talking about anything beyond page 60 in the Hugo method. Here, in my own flat with my own people, I'm safely on this side of page 60, but I'd be horribly fluttered if I stepped out on page 61. By the way, I shall be very happy if you're bored by your hotel here and care to come in for tea now and then." "Awfully good of—" Without much consciousness of rising, he had strolled to the open window. "I do appreciate it. Feel rather at loose ends." "Why don't you tell me about it, if you care to? I'm a good confidant." "Well—" He flung out with a suicidal defiance. "I don't like to whine, I don't think I do much, and I don't like admitting I'm licked. But I am. And I'm getting a little sick of not being able to sleep nights, brooding about it. Too damn much brooding, probably." He tramped out to the narrow balcony, above the canal and the sound of splashing water. On this balcony once, though Sam did not know it, Lord Byron had stood, snarling to a jet-bright lady a more pitiful and angry tale. Edith Courtwright was beside him, murmuring, oh, her words were a commonplace, "Would you like to tell me about it?" But her voice was kind, and curiously honest, curiously free of the barriers between a strange man and a strange woman. And with her Venice murmured, and the songs of love. "Oh, I suppose it's a very ordinary story. My wife is younger than I am, and livelier, and she's found a man in Berlin, and I guess I've lost her. For keeps. Oh, I know I oughtn't to undress in public like this, but I swear I haven't before. Am I rotten to?" She said quickly, "Don't. Of course you're not. I'd be glad if I could tell my own story." "Please." "And I haven't told people either, not even my friends, though I suppose they guess. Perhaps you and I can be franker with each other because we are strangers. I do understand how you feel, Mr. Dodsworth. I suppose the people I know here and in England and at home believe that I lead such a nun-like existence because I had an idolatrous worship of the late Honourable Cecil R.A. Courtwright. Such a charming man, perfect manners, and too perfect a game of bridge, wonderful war record, M.C., D.S.O. Actually, my husband he was a dreadful liar. One of these hand-kissing, smiling, convincing liars. He was a secret drunkard. He humiliated me constantly as a backwards American. Used to apologize to people, oh so prettily, when I said, I guess instead of the equally silly I fancy. And his dear mother used to congratulate me on my luck in having won her darling. Oh, I'm sorry. Beastly of me. Fatal Venetian night. Her quick breath was not a sob, but a sound of anger. Her hand gripped the thin fluted railing of the balcony. He patted it shyly and said, as he would to his daughter Emily, "Maybe it's good for both of us to tell our troubles a little. But I wish I could hate my girl. I can't. And I imagine you can't hate Courtright. Might be good for us." "Yes," dryly, "it would. But I'm beautifully beginning to be able to. Have you ever seen Malipere's etchings? Let me show you a book of them I received today." He dutifully looked at etchings for 15 minutes, and said farewell rather pompously. Trudging home, along dark pavements which hung like shelves above swarthily glittering rios, through perilous-looking unlighted archways, he was by turns guilty over having talked of Fran, impatient with himself for having too touchy a conscience, raging at the late Cecil Courtright as a scoundrel, and joyous that behind her fastidious reticence Edith Courtright could be blunt. It was the guiltiness which persisted when he awoke. Edith would be hating him for having blatted about Fran, for having led her to talk. When for half an hour he had been trying to compose a note of apology, a note came from her. "No, you did not say anything you should not have, and I don't believe I did. I write this because I think I know how remorseful all Americans are after we have said something we really think. Put it down to Santa Lucia, who, though I don't really know my hagiology, is probably the patroness of sentimentalists like you and me. Would you like to come in for tea at 5 today? Edith Courtright." End of Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Daily for a fortnight he saw Edith Courtright, at tea, at dinner, at lunch on the Lido. She apparently forgot her discomfort at being unchaperoned, and went architecture coursing with him, went with him to the summer opera, sailed with him to Torcello and Malamocco, sailing gondola with orange lateen sail, from which they looked back to Venice floating on the dove-colored water. He talked of Zenith and Emily, of motors and the virtues of the Revelation car, of mechanics and finance. He had never known another woman who was not bored when he tried to make clear his very definite, not unimportant notions on the use of chromium metal. And she talked of many things. She was a reader of thick books, with a curiosity regarding life which drifted all round its circumference. She talked of Bertrand Russell and of insulin, of Stefan Zweig, American skyscrapers, and the Catholic Church. But she was neither priggish nor dogmatic. What interested her in facts and diagrams was the impetus they gave to her own imagination. Essentially, she was indifferent whether the world was laboring toward fascism or Bolshevism, toward Methodism or atheism. He followed her through all her mazed reflections. He was not rebuffed by her ideas, as so often he had been by Fran's pert little learnings, for Fran wore her knowledge as showily as she wore her furs. Of themselves they talked rarely, and they believed that they talked but little of Fran and Cecil Courtright. Yet, lone sentence by sentence, they told their married lives so completely that Sam began to speak of Cecil and Edith of Fran, as though they four had always been together. When she realized it, Edith laughed. "We ought to make an agreement that I shall be allowed to speak of Cecil for just as many minutes as you do of Fran. Or we might compose a sort of litany. O Lord, Cecil was irritable before breakfast, and, Lord, thou knowest Fran did not appreciate streamlined bodies." And once she got below the surface, and told him that subconsciously he had wanted to lose Fran to Kurt, or to any other available suitor. Yet there was always between them a formality, even when they used each other's first names, as well as those of their eternally problematic mates. They did not discuss their souls. They did not discuss why it was that they seemed to like each other. The nearest they came to intimacy was in planning, almost childishly, their futures. He said abruptly, at coffee after dinner in Edith's flat, "What shall I do? Shall I go back to America without Fran? And shall I do the job I've been trained to, or play with some experiments? Let me tell you of a couple of silly ideas I have." He outlined his plans for caravan building and for venturing on Sanssouci Gardens villages. "Why not do both?" suggested Edith. She seemed to take his desired experiments more seriously than had Fran. "I like your idea of trying to make a suburb that would be neither stuffy nor dreadfully arty, no grocery clerks coaxed to dance on the green, and the caravans would be fun. Cecil and I had one for 2 months in England." "Do you mean to say you did the cooking?" "Of course I did. I'm an excellent cook. I babble of Freud and Einstein, but I know nothing about psychoanalysis, nothing about mathematics. But I do know garlic and tarragon vinegar. I really love housekeeping. I should have stayed in Michigan and married a small-town lawyer." "Could you like a town like Zenith, after Venice?" "Yes, if I had a place of my own there. Here everything decays. Lovely decay, but I'm tired of being autumnal. I'd like a hot summer growing and spring budding for a change, even if the cornstalks were ugly." Then first did it occur to him that it was not quite ludicrous to think that Edith and he might some day return together to Zenith, to work and to life. He said little to himself, nothing at all to her, of what seemed dimly to be growing as a secure and healing love. Yet a day or two after he seized the impulse and showed Edith the letter from Fran. Fran's letter revealed more of herself and of her relation to Kurt than anything she had written. "I haven't heard from you for a week, old man. I admit I haven't been much on correspondence either, but I haven't been feeling any too merry and bright. I think too much city. I really must get out into the country, and Kurt and I—you really are an old darling, and awfully generous, I realize it, to let me talk so frankly about him, and still be friends with me. We're going to try to go to the Hartz Mountains for a week. It's been a funny thing. You always think I have no meekness, but honestly, I have shown quite biblical humility in trying to fit myself to his so different life. He lets me fuss over his funny, pathetic little flat. Oh, Sam, it just breaks my heart the way that flat reveals how poor the poor man is. That ought to be a great nobleman like his ancestors, and I suppose would have been if it hadn't been for the war, which, after all, was not his fault. At first I was irritated by the complete sloppiness, etc., of his dear funny old servant. Then I thought maybe it was because she has such an elementary kitchen equipment. Honestly, it was about what you would expect in Kurt's native wilds, a frightful old coal stove that she has to stoke up all the time, and the flues do not draw. I wanted to give him a jolly new electric range, and he finally consented, though not readily, honestly. Please, pretty please, I hope this won't hurt your feelings, and, as I say, I know how generous you are, but you can't have any idea how proud he is. But it was the cook who balked. No, she wouldn't have a nice new electric range, or an electric dishwashing machine. She preferred their own familiar things. She's truly feudal. Isn't that almost as hard as truly rural that we used to say in school? And so is Kurt. I think perhaps I realized that with a chauffeur— of course, Kurt can't afford his own chauffeur, or even car yet, though I do believe with his real genius for finance he will be a very rich man on his own inside another 10 years. But he can't afford one now. But whenever he can get him, he uses an Austrian chauffeur at a hire garage near here that was a private in Kurt's own regiment during the war, and that really is almost practically like Kurt's own chauffeur. Well, at first, do you know, I was shocked by their chumminess. The chauffeur would tell the Herr Graf that the Herr Graf was wearing lovely new gloves today, and Kurt would ask him about his sweetheart, and they would joke about it. And Kurt would tell him he ought to make his sweetheart an honest woman, and the chauffeur would waggle his finger in a knowing way that made me angry, and so one day I jumped on Kurt about it, and my dear, the way he turned on me. He said, 'You are a bourgeois. I am feudal. We who are feudal can be familiar with our servants because we know they cannot ever be impertinent.'" Sam laid down the letter, and it was of Edith and her wayward servants that he was thinking. "I find myself settling, dear old man, no matter if we have apparently busted up for keeps, and it is rather tragic if one suffers oneself to think about it after the many, many happy years we did have together, didn't we? But if we did break up, I do know you will go on being my friend, and be glad to know that I do find myself settling down to my job of being a European. It hasn't been easy, and I can't expect you to understand the pains, the almost agony I have given to it. Sometimes I am frankly lonely. For whatever you may say about me to Tub and your dear matey— oh, Sam, I suspect you talked about me to her in Paris far more than you ever admitted. But I mean, whatever you may say about me, perhaps with a lot of justice, at least you must admit that one of my probably few virtues has been a rather rare frankness and honesty. And frankly, at times I have been lonely, have wished you were here so I could tousle your funny old thick hair. And sometimes I have been frightened by the spectacle of one lone femme Americaine facing all of censorious Europe. And sometimes, you know his dear childish enthusiasm without very much discrimination, I have been a little bored by some of Kurt's dear old friends. Yet I love, and I think I am coming to really understand the thickness of European life. Our American life is so thin, so without tradition." Sam laid down the letter and thought of the tradition of pioneers pushing to the westward, across the Alleghanies, through the forests of Kentucky and Tennessee, on to the bleeding plains of Kansas, on to Oregon and California, a religious procession, sleeping always in danger, never resting, and opening a new home for 100 million people. But with no comment, he read on. "I have learned, and I must say with some surprise which has probably been good for my little ego, that Kurt thinks much more of a violinist or a chemist than of the nicest prince with the most quarteriest quarterings living. And, for whatever you may think about me, you must admit that I do understand the Europeans, and I really am European, and do grasp it. I haven't had too much difficulty following him. Oh, my dear, do forgive me if this hurts you, but he is what the romantic novelists call my man. I have some stunning plans for him. I think I see the way. I can't, of course, give away any details, even to you, but I think I see a way of getting a certain great American bank to establish a branch in Berlin and making Kurt the head of it. You would probably be amused. You certainly wouldn't know your wild Fran, how meek she is if you saw her letting Kurt boss her in all sorts of little things. Yes, and I suppose big ones too, but still, he is so dear. He always notices what I wear. Honestly, he bullies me really dreadfully about my clothes, but at the same time is always willing to go shopping with me, which, you must admit, for all your gorgeous bigness, you never were. Oh, my dear, I suppose it is unpardonable to write to you about him this way, and if I stop to think about it and reread this letter, probably I never shall mail this letter, that I'm writing in my ducky little coloraturo, or is it coloratura, flat on an evening that, if I must confess, is a little lonely and makes me feel like a lost lorn tourist American. But we are friends, aren't we? Phone ringing. Must answer. Bless you, F. He had the letter at 10 in the morning. At 12 he was ringing at Edith's flat. He thrust Fran's letter at her without a word. When Edith had read it, she sighed and suggested, "It's so hot here. I've been thinking of going down to Naples, to Posillipo out on the point where it's cool, and taking a little house on the estate of the Ercolis. Baron Ercoli has a big place, but he's frightfully poor. He's an ex-diplomat. He teaches law at the University of Naples, and the poor darlings live mostly by renting villas on their place. Why don't you come down with me?" I don't think there's much more to be said about your Fran after this letter. It might be good for you to swim and sail at Naples instead of sitting here brooding. Would you like to come?" "Decidedly. But what about your friends who are so eager to be scandalized?" "Oh, not the Ercoles. They'll believe I'm having an affair with you and be delighted. They've lived in too many countries in the diplomatic corps to have many morals. They'll like you. Edmondo Ercole and you will have such a good time being silent together. Oh, that sounds like Fran, I imagine. I'm sorry." In the sunset, an Italian hill town, battlements and a shaggy tower on a rock abrupt amid the sloping plain. The windows of the town took the low sunlight and blazed one after another as the train passed. "As though the houses were full of gay people," said Edith. He looked at it with still pleasure. He felt that her presence had unlocked his heart, had enabled him for the first time to see Italy. He had theoretically been in Naples before, but as they drove from the station to the Villa Ercole, he realized that all he had seen anywhere in Europe, had not been the place itself, but Fran's hectic and demanding attitudes, her hysteria of delight over a moonlight, or her hysteria of annoyance over bad service. In Edith's quiet presence he perceived that Naples was not, as he had remembered it, a rather grim, very modern barricade of tall apartment houses, but a series of connected villages extending for miles along the bay, between blue water and hills into which human beings had burrowed like gophers. The driver of their taxi, being Neapolitan, was in a rage so long as any vehicle was on the road ahead of him, and as that was always, their journey was a series of escapes from death. Yet even in this chariot race, Sam expanded and nestled into contentment. As in the old days of overwork and brief vacations, he had relaxed into delight on his holidays in a canoe. He patted Edith's hand in an effort to express his happiness as he saw Vesuvius roll up with its trail of smoke, towards Naples, now promising good weather, saw Capri with the dots of white houses on the lofty plateau between the ruin-dotted mountains, saw sun-washed Sorrento at the foot of its giant promontory, saw the villas of Posillipo below the cliff up which their taxi was racing. The taxi passed a yellow plaster gatehouse with a bobbing concierge, a smiling, life-loving, plump Italian woman with numerous children about her, and instantly they were free of the roaring thoroughfare, free of banging traffic, ejaculatory drivers, shouldering trams, suicidal children, and cluttered little shops for the sale of charcoal and wine. The park of the Villa Ercole dropped from that high-lying thoroughfare down to the bay, with a roadway twisting and redoubling on itself like a mountain trail. They sped among the enormous pines, between whose framing trunks he saw, across the suave bay, the bulk of Vesuvius, as absolute in its loneliness as Fujiyama. They passed half a dozen plaster villas, yellow as old gold, very still, remembering glories not quite past. In a modern stone wall, supporting a stretch of the corkscrew road, was a patch of thin ancient Roman brick set in a herringbone pattern, and above it the fragment of a marble bust, the head of a warrior whose villa may have stood here 2,000 years ago. There was no sound, even of birds, no sound from the street above, a minute away, yet inconceivably far. "Lord, how quiet it is here," said Sam. "That's why I wanted to come here, that and the Ercoles." On the last sweeping curve of the driveway, just before it came to an end before the tall chateau in which the Ercoles themselves still dwelt, Edith bade the driver halt at a tiny wooden bridge, which led across to what seemed to be the top story of a yellow plaster tower, whose lower stages were hidden beneath the cliff beside them. "There's our house," she said. "It's the funniest house in the world. It's on 3 levels. The garden is so steep that you can enter it from any floor, and there are really only about 2 rooms to a floor." She led him across the bridge and along a toy-house hallway to the simplest of bedrooms. The floor was of shining stone. On the walls there were no pictures, but only a Majolica Virgin and Child. The high narrow bed, with neither headboard nor footboard, had 4 slender posts at the corners. It was covered with a gold-encrusted brocade, rather worn. There was a naked-looking white steel washstand, a fine oval mirror, 2 heavy brocade chairs, a heavy oak table set out with pens and stationery, a brazier for charcoal, and nothing else whatever. Yet there was everything. For outside the French windows was a terrace, apparently the roof of a room below, which gave on the bay, so that the room was filled with the sparkle of southern sun on southern waters, and with the image of Mount Vesuvius and its distant indolence of smoke. "This is your room, I suppose," said Edith. "But, good heavens, there's no wardrobe, no place even for your brushes and razor. Bianca, Baroness Ercole, probably hasn't been able to afford them yet. Wrote me she was just refurnishing this house, hoping to rent it." "I don't mind. Keep my stuff in wardrobe trunk," said Sam. He was glad of the simplicity, glad that the room was free of the stuffiness of much furniture. He could see himself rejuvenated here, in this cool shrine, with the sweet air and the beaming sea outside, and with Edith's unsentimental friendship to make him believe in himself. They went on the balcony terrace, and Sam cried out. The shoreline from Posillipo to Naples, which had been below them and hidden from them on their drive to the villa, was romantic enough for a Christmas calendar, and no amount of Fran's scolding had kept Samuel Dodsworth from liking chromo art. The bay was edged with cliffs, eaten into vast caves. Mysterious stairways climbed from the rocks at the edge of the water, disappearing into holes in the cliffs. Sam reflected how excited he would have been as a boy to find these vanishing stairways, after reading in Stevenson and Walter Scott of secret passageways, of smugglers and underground chambers. To a tiny beach at the foot of a cliff a fisher-boy, barefoot and singing, was drawing up his unwieldy boat. His skin was golden in the sunlight. It is true that just then shot into sight a 4-oar shell rowed by members of a club fostered by the fascists, but this spectacle, contemporary as though it were on the Thames, Sam ignored. It did not suit his romantic private vision of the Bay of Naples. The villas along the bay were white and imposing upon the cliff-tops, at the head of sloping canyons filled with vines and mulberries, or set lower medieval palaces of arcaded and yellowed marble, with their foundations in the water. It was late in the afternoon, and the mellowed glow lay on distant Naples, vast tawny pyramid rising to the abrupt bastions of Castle San Elmo, a city enchanted, asleep these hundreds of years in the lazy light. He muttered, "This place. "Yes, isn't it?" she said. For hours they seemed to have been absorbed in the kindly radiance, but it was probably 3 minutes since they had entered the house. No servant had answered her knock on entering, none had disturbed them since. They continued exploring, went down the rough stone staircase of the tower cottage, found her bedroom as primitive as his, and down to the ground floor. They came into a drawing-room floored with waxed and polished tiles of old dark red, a room large enough to tolerate 15-foot windows hung with damask, full-blooming camellia trees and tall stone wine-jars, and a long table of rosewood decorated with bronze, a table over-decorated yet curiously elegant. Sam scarcely noticed 2 women in calico and dust caps, who were on their knees finishing the polishing of the floor. He gaped when the younger and more slender sprang up, fled to Edith Courtwright, and kissed her. Edith said, smiling, brisker than he'd ever known her, "Bianca, this is my friend Mr. Dodsworth. Sam, your hostess, Baroness Ercole." And altogether unabashed at being caught in the crimes of poverty and work, the Baroness Ercole made him welcome with her smile, gave him her wax-crusted hand to kiss, and invited them to dinner. End of chapter 33.